Parts 7 through 12 of Chapter 12 of Oil by Upton Sinclair. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 12, The Siren, Part 7. Bertie came along, making one more effort to drag her brother out into this play world, to which by right of inheritance and natural gifts he belonged. Bertie had broken off her affair with Eldon Burdick. He was a dud, she told Bunny, and always wanting to have his own way. There was another affair on, a very desperate one, Bunny gathered, since his sister exposed her feelings even to him. It was the only son of the late August Norman, founder of Occidental Steel. The boy's name was Charlie, and he was a little wild, Bertie said, but oh, so fascinating and rich as Croesus. He had nobody to take care of him but a rather silly mother, who was still trying to be young and giddy, dressing like a debutante and having surgical operations performed on her face to keep it from sagging. They had a most gorgeous yacht down at the harbor and had asked Bertie to bring her brother, and why wouldn't he go and help her as he so easily could with his good looks and everything? Bunny thought his sister must indeed be hard hit if she was counting on his reluctant social charms, but he went, and as they drove to the harbor, Bertie coached and scolded him. He must not talk about his horrible Bolshevik ideas, and if they mentioned his disgrace at Southern Pacific, he must make a joke of it. Bunny had already learned that that was the thing to do, and so he did it, and found that it was very easy, for Charlie Norman was one of those brilliant young persons who found something funny to say about everything that came up. If he couldn't do any better, he would make a bad pun out of your remark. Here was the Siren, a floating mansion, all white paint and shining brass, finished in hand-carved mahogany and upholstered in hand-painted silk. The sailors who shined and polished it, and the Filipino boys who flitted here and there with trays full of glasses, were spick and span enough for the vaudeville stage. The party of guests would step into a launch, and from that into several motor cars and be transported to a golf links, and from there to a country club for luncheon. They would dance for an hour or two, and then be whirled away to a bathing beach, and then to a tennis court, and then back to the Siren to dress for dinner, which was served with all the style you would have expected at an ambassador's banquet. There would be many-colored electric lights on the deck, and an orchestra and friends would come out in launches and dance until dawn, while the waves lapped softly against the sides of the vessel, and the tangle of lights along the shore made dim the stars. These people talked about the appearance and peculiarities and adventures of all their acquaintances, and it was hard to follow their conversation unless you were one of their set. They even had slang words of their own, and the less possible it was for an outsider to understand them, the funnier they seemed to themselves. They talked about clothes and what was going to be the latest thing. They talked about their bootleggers and who was reliable. For the rest of the time they talked about the hitting of little balls about a field, the scores they made that day and previous days, and the relative abilities of various experts in the art. Was the tennis champion going to hold his own for another year? How were the American golf players making out in England? Was the polo team coming from Philadelphia, and would they carry off the cup? There were beautiful silver and gold-plated trophies with engraved inscriptions, which helped to hypnotize you into thinking that the hitting of little balls about a field was of major importance. Part 8. Sitting on the dock of this floating mansion, Buddy read about the famine on the Volga. The crops had failed over huge districts, and the peasants were slowly starving, eating grass and roots, eating their dead babies, migrating in hordes, and strewing their corpses along the way. It was the last and final proof of the futility of communism, said the newspaper editors. And if Charlie Norman did not take the occasion to do some joshing of Bunny, it was only because Charlie never read a newspaper. Bunny had talked with Harry Seeger and got a different view of famines in Russia. They were caused by drought, not by communism. They had been chronic ever since the dawn of history, and their occurrence had never been taken as evidence of the futility of Tsarism. Conditions were bad now because of the breakdown of the railroads. But people who blamed that on communism overlooked the fact that the railroads had broken down before the revolution, and that under the Soviet administration they had had to stand the strain of 3 years of civil war and of outside invasion on 26 fronts. Newspapers which had incited these invasions and applauded the spending of hundreds of millions of American money to promote them now blamed the Bolsheviks because they were not ready to cope with a famine. You can understand how a young man with such thoughts in his mind would not fit altogether into this play party. He tried his best to be like the others, but they found out that he was different. And presently Charlie's mother took to sitting beside him. "Bunny," she said, for you were Bunny or Bertie or Baby or Beauty to this crowd as soon as you had played 9 holes of golf and had 1 drink out of anyone's hip pocket flask. "Bunny, you go to the university, don't you? And I'm sure you study some." "Not very much, I fear." "I wish you would tell me how to get Charlie to study some. I can't get him to do anything but play and make love to the girls." Bunny wanted to say, "Try cutting off his allowance," but he realized that that would be one of those horrid things for which Bertie was always rebuking him. So he said, "It's quite a problem," in the style of a diplomat or politician. "The young people are too much of a problem for me," said Charlie's mother. "They want to race about all day, and they just insist on dragging you with them, and it's getting to be more than I can stand." So then Bunny was sorry for Charlie's mother. He had supposed that she did all this gadding because she enjoyed it. To look at her, she was a nautical maid, plump but shapely, clad in spotless white and blue, with fluffy brown hair that the breeze was always blowing into her bright blue eyes. Bunny stole a glance now and then, and judged that the surgical operations upon her face must have been successes, for he saw no trace of them. "I've devoted my whole life to that boy," the nautical maid was saying, "and he doesn't appreciate it a bit. The more you do for people, the more they take it as a matter of course. This afternoon I think I'll go on strike. Will you back me up?" So when the golfing expedition was setting out, Charlie announced in a tone loud enough for the whole company, "Mummy's not going. She's got a crush on Bunny," at which they all laughed merrily and trooped down the ladder, secretly relieved to be rid of one of the old folks who insisted on tagging along and trying to pretend to be one of the crowd, when it was perfectly evident that they were not and could not. Part 9. So Bunny and Mrs. Norman sat on the deck of the Siren in 2 big canvas chairs under a striped canvas awning, and sipped fruit juices and chatted about many things. She wanted to know about his life and his family. Bunny, having heard something about the ways of mumsies, guessed that she was investigating Bertie as a possible daughter-in-law. so he mentioned all the nice things he could. Assuming that she would not be entirely indifferent to practical matters, he told about the Ross track, how he and Dad had discovered it, and how the wells continued to flow. And Mrs. Norman said, "Oh, money, money, always money. We all of us have too much, and don't know how to buy happiness with it." She went on to reveal that she was a theosophist, and how there was a great Mahatma coming, and we were all going to learn to live on a different astral plane. She had noticed that Bunny, when he stood against a dark background at night, had a very decided golden aura. Had anyone ever mentioned it to him? It meant that he had a spiritual nature and was destined for higher things. Then she began to ask about his ideas. She had heard nothing about his disgrace at the university, apparently, and he gave her just a hint as to his conviction that there was something wrong with our social order, the world's distribution of wealth. The nautical maid, leaning back against her silken cushions, replied, "Oh, but that's all material, and it seems to me we're too much slaves to material things already. Our happiness lies in learning to rise above them." That was a large question, and Bunny dodged it, and presently Mrs. Norman was talking about herself. Her life was very unhappy. She had married when she was very young, too young to know what she was doing, except obeying her parents. Her husband had been a bad man. He had kept mistresses and treated her cruelly. She had devoted her life to her son, but it all seemed a disappointment. The more you gave to people, the more they would take. Charlie was always in love, but he didn't really know anything about love. He wasn't capable of unselfishness. What did Bunny think about love? This was another large question, and again Bunny ducked. He said he didn't know what to think. He saw that people made themselves unhappy, and he was waiting, trying to learn more about the matter. So Mrs. Norman proceeded to tell him more. The dream of love, a really true and great love, never died in the soul of a man or woman. They might become cynical and say they didn't believe in it, but they were always unhappy and secretly hoping and waiting because really love was the greatest thing in the world. It made Mrs. Norman happy to know that among this loud and noisy generation there was one young man who was not making himself cheap. The loud and noisy generation came back to the Siren and cut off these intimacies. Charlie's Mumsy went below, and when she reappeared, it was in the dining saloon, with painted panels of Watteau nymphs and shepherds, and 17th-century ladies reclining to the lascivious pleasing of a lute. The hostess was no longer the nautical maid, but instead a great lady of many charms, a shimmer of pale blue satin and a gleam of golden hair, and snowy bosom and shoulders, and a double rope of pearls. It was a striking transformation, and Bunny, who had watched Aunt Emma at work, ought to have understood, but his mind had been on other matters. Mrs. Norman had the young oilman next to her at table, and when they danced, she asked him would he dance with her. These horrid young fellows neglected their hostess quite shamelessly. They danced, and Bunny discovered that she was a good dancer, and she said that he was an exquisite dancer. She just adored it, and would he dance some more with her? Bunny was willing. There was no one else he particularly wanted to dance with. She had a faint, elusive perfume, and he might have learned about that also from Aunt Emma. But he had the vague impression that women somehow naturally smell that way, and it was very sweet of them. The steel widow's bosom was bare most of the way, and her back was bare all the way down to where he put his hand. Charlie teased them, and the rest of the company giggled. But next morning, when they took a long walk about the deck, Bunny realized that it took these young people less than 24 hours to get used to anything, and after that it was a bore. So he sat with Mrs. Norman and drove with her and danced with her and played golf with her, while Charlie did all these things with Bertie, and it suited at least 3 of them completely. Part 10. Then one evening there was something in a magazine that Bunny wanted to read, and towards midnight he slipped away to his own cabin and settled himself in his gold-plated bed, with hand-embroidered pink silk pillows and a gold-plated or possibly solid gold lamp stamp at his head, and presently was far away, in Russia, seeing the famine stragglers dying by the roadside, or maybe in Hungary, where they were putting down the social revolution by the simple plan of slaughtering everybody who believed in it, using, as always, machine-gun bullets made in American steel mills and purchased with an American loan. Bunny was so much absorbed in these unhappy far-off things that he did not hear the door of his cabin very softly open, nor the key very gently turned on the inside. The first thing he noticed was the faint, elusive, sweet odor, and he gazed upon a vision standing by his bedside, clad in a purple kimono with huge red hibiscus flowers. The vision looked timorous and had its 2 hands clasped in front of it, and it whispered in a voice he could hardly hear, "Bunny, may I talk to you a little?" Of course, Bunny had to say it might, and the vision sank down on its knees by the bed, and gently one of the soft hands touched his, and the soft voice trembled. "Bunny, I'm so lonely and so unhappy. I don't know if you can understand what it means to a woman to be so lonely. But you are the first man I've wanted to trust for a long, long time. I know I shouldn't come like this, but I have to tell you, and why shouldn't men and women be frank with each other?" Bunny didn't know any reason why they shouldn't, and so they were. The substance of the frankness was that the dream of love had stirred once more in the soul of a woman who was utterly bewildered about life. He must not think that she was shallow or light. She had never done anything like this before, and it was honest. The tears came into her eyes as she said it, and oh, please, please, not to despise her. She wanted to be happy, and there were so few people you could love. "Bunny, tell me, are you in love with any other woman?" It might have been a kindness to tell her that he was, but this was his first adventure of the sort, and he told the truth. And it was like sunlight after an April shower, as the smile shone through her tears. There was a little catch in her voice as she whispered, "I'm being silly. The tears will come, and they make a woman look so ugly. Let me put out the light." So she pulled the little golden chain and was no longer the least bit ugly, but only sweet-smelling as she clung to his hand with her 2 hands and whispered, "Bunny, do you think you could love me just a little?" He had to say it somehow or other. "Mrs. Norman," he began, but she stopped him. "Thelma," he stammered. "Thelma, I hadn't thought—" "I know, Bunny. I'm older than you, but look at these flappers, how empty their heads are. And believe me, I really do care for you. I would do anything for you, give you anything you wanted." Bunny learned something from this incident. He knew that he had only to stretch out his arms and take her, and he knew what to do. Eunice Hoyt had taught him how to love a woman. He could have swept her into ecstasy, and from that hour forth she would have been his slave. He could have had everything she owned. He might have mistreated her, used her money to keep other women, but still she would have been his slave. So now he could understand things that went on under his eyes in this world that was a gambler's paradise. There were men who would not share Bunny's lofty indifference to luxury and power, but would go in deliberately to seduce Dame Fortune, turning their bodily charms and social graces into weapons of prey. There were many names for them: lounge lizards, parlor snakes, tame cats, Romeos, sheiks. How many years had old August Norman slaved to build a great steel plant, and a floating mansion in the ocean, and a 10 times bigger one on the shore? And here all these treasures were magically incorporated into one feminine body, clad in, well, the kimono had slid off, and there was a nightdress so filmy that it was nothing, and a faint, sweet odor, and a pair of soft, caressing arms, and lips pressing hot, moist kisses. "Bunny," whispered the voice, "I would marry you if you wanted me to. I would give you everything you asked for." Bunny had learned from Eunice that when you are disposed to love, the lips can be seductive. He now learned from Thelma, that when you're not so disposed, they are repellent. "You know, Thelma," he pleaded, "I don't happen to need anything." "I know, and I'm a horrid, vulgar thing. But I'm trying in my poor, blundering way to make you understand that I do care for you, and you mustn't think ill of me." That gave him his lead, and he explained to her that he would never think ill of her. But he did not love her. He had thought of her as a friend. And so, gradually, her clasp relaxed, and she sank down in a pitiful heap by the bedside, sobbing that he would be soon to loathe her, he would never want to see her again. He pleaded that that was not so. There was no disgrace about it. There was no reason to quarrel because you did not happen to love. She was so abject he was sorry for her and put out his hand to comfort her. But he saw at once that this would not do. She had caught his hand and was kissing it, and he was being tempted by his sympathy. Away back in the 18th century, one of the English poets had announced the discovery that pity moves the soul to love. One has to think these matters out in advance and have a standard of conduct. Bunny had made up his mind that the next time he embraced a woman, it would be one he truly loved. And now the clear, cold voice of his reason told him that he did not love Charlie Norman's mother. It would only be an intrigue, and neither of them would be happy very long. So he said, gently, that he thought she had better go, and slowly and sadly she gathered up the kimono from the floor and rose to her feet. "Bunny," she said, "people have nasty minds. If they hear about this, they will make it horrid." "Don't think of that," he answered. "I shall not tell." He heard the door softly opened and softly closed again, and he turned on the light and locked the door. Never again would he fail to take that precaution at a house party. For a while he paced the floor, thinking over this alarming experience. He told himself, with becoming modesty, that it wasn't because he was irresistibly fascinating, but in this new pagan civilization women were so startled by an encounter with chastity, it struck them as something colossal, superhuman. Next morning the nautical maid had her first natural blush in many years when she encountered the young Adonis on deck. But she soon got over it, and they talked about theosophy as spiritually as ever, and were perfectly good friends. He called her Thelma, and Charlie did not even make a joke. But on the way home, Bertie wanted to know all about it. Had Mrs. Norman made love to him, and how much? and when Bunny blushed, she laughed at him and was provoked because he was silly and wouldn't tell. She decided that, of course, they had had an affair. That was all right. There had been other affairs on board the Siren. The lights were dim in the central hallway so that you needn't be recognized as you flitted from door to door. "But you don't imagine she'll ever marry you," added Bertie sagely. "She talks a lot of reincarnation bunk, but she hangs onto her Occidental steel bonds for this incarnation." Part 11. Occidental steel had a bad slump in the market a few days after this, and Bertie was worried, taking a proprietary interest in the concern. She asked Dad about it, and he said it was just manipulation. But right away a lot of other stocks went tumbling, including Ross Consolidated, and then Dad said there were fools who would gamble and bid stocks up, and then they had to come down. But the trouble continued to spread over the country, and there were reports of big concerns and even banks in trouble. There was panic in the air, and Dad and Vern held anxious consultations and stopped all their development work and laid off several hundred men, pulling in their horns, as Dad phrased it. There was plenty of money in the banks, Dad said, but only the big fellows had the use of it. Vern was in a rage with Mark Eisenberg, the banker, who had thrown him down. It was the Big Five at their old tricks of trying to freeze out the independents. Wouldn't they just like to get Ross Consolidated in a hole and buy it up for 5 or 10 millions? Bunny had a talk with Mr. Irving, who told him that it was the Federal Reserve System at work. Bunny had a talk with Mr. Irving, who told him that it was the Federal Reserve System at work, a device of the big Wall Street banks, a supposed to-be government board, but really just a committee of bankers who had the power to create unlimited new paper money in times of crisis. This money was turned over to the big banks and in turn loaned by them to the big industries whose securities they held and must protect. So whenever a panic came, the big fellows were saved, while the little fellows went to the wall. In this case, it was the farmers who were being deflated. They were unorganized and had no one to protect them. They had to dump their crops onto the market, and the prices were tumbling. Literally millions of farmers would be bankrupt before this year was by. But the price of manufactured goods would not drop to the same extent because the big trusts, having the Wall Street banks behind them, could hold on to their stocks. Bunny took this explanation to his father, who passed it on to Mr. Roscoe, who said it was exactly right, by G's. He knew the bunch that had their fingers in the till of the Federal Reserve Bank here on the coast, and they were buying up everything in sight, the blankety-blank-blanks, but they weren't going to get the Roscoe Ross properties. Money was so scarce, Bertie could not have a new car, despite the fact that she had damaged hers in a collision, and Dad talked economy at mealtimes until Aunt Emma took to feeding them on hash made from yesterday's roast. Shortage everywhere and worry on people's faces and hints of bankruptcy and unemployment in the newspapers. They tried their best to hide it, but it leaded out between the lines. Then a funny thing happened. A big limousine with a chauffeur drove up before the Ross home one summer evening, and out stepped a stately personage in snow-white flannels, a tall young man with yellow hair and a solemn visage. Eli Watkins, by heck. He shook hands all round. He had developed the manners of an archbishop, and then asked for a private conference with Dad. He was taken into the den, and half an hour later came out smiling and bowed himself away. And Dad said nothing until he was alone with Bunny, and then his face expanded into a grin, and he chuckled by Judas Priest. Eli had gone into the real estate business. He had found a block on the outskirts of the city which was exactly the size for the temple which the angel of the Lord had commanded him to build. Or rather, he had found some real estate subdividers who had a pull with the city board of supervisors and had got permission to create a block of this unprecedented size. So the word of the Lord had been vindicated, and the golden temple was to arise. But for some reason unknown, the Lord had failed to tip off Eli to the panic, and here he was stuck, just like any common unholy businessman, with a payment of his $175,000 tract nearly a month overdue. The collections at the revivals had fallen off, and the Lord had made it manifest that he desired Eli to employ some other method of raising funds. "What did he want of you, Dad?" "The Lord had revealed to him that I would take a second mortgage on the property, but I told him the Lord had failed to reveal where I was to get the cash. I gave him $500 to help him over." "Good God, Dad, I thought we were economizing." "Well, Eli pointed out that he had blessed that first well on the Paradise tract, and that was why we had got all the oil. You can see it would have been sort of blasphemy if I'd denied it." "But, Dad, you know you don't believe in Eli Watkins' bunk." "I know, but that fellow has got a tremendous following, and we might need him someday. You can't be sure. If there should come a close election, here or at Paradise, we might get our money back many times by getting Eli to endorse our ticket." Part 12. Bunny thought this over and then summoned his nerve and went back to his father. "Look here, Dad, if you've got $500 for a joke with Mr. Eli Watkins, I want $500 for something serious." Dad looked alarmed right away. He should not have told Bunny about that money. "What is it, son?" "I've been to see Mr. Irving, Dad, and he's in trouble. He can't get a teaching job anywhere. They got him blacklisted. You see, he has to mention that he's been teaching at Southern Pacific the last 2 years, and the people write to inquire about him, and he's convinced that somebody in the university is telling them he's a Red." "I shouldn't wonder," said Dad. "But that's not your fault." "Yes, it is, Dad. I was the one that dragged him out and made him talk to me. I thought I could keep it to myself, but they had someone spying on us." "Well, son, is he trying to borrow money from you?" "No, I offered him a little, but he wouldn't take it. But I know he needs it, and I've been talking about it with Harry Seeger and with Peter Nagel. They know some of the labor men in the city, and they think there's a possibility of starting a labor college here. We all agree that Mr. Irving is the ideal man to run it." "A labor college?" said Dad. "That's a new one on me." "It's to educate the young workers." "But why can't they go to the regular schools that are free?" "They don't teach them anything about labor. At least they don't teach them anything that's true. So the labor men are founding places where bright young fellows can be fitted to take their part in the labor struggle." Dad thought it over. "You mean, son, it's a place where a bunch of you Reds teach socialism and such stuff?" "No, that's not fair, Dad. We don't propose to teach any doctrines. We want to teach the open mind. That has always been Mr. Irving's idea. He wants the labor men to think for themselves." But that kind of talk didn't fool Dad for a moment. "They'll all turn into Reds before they get through," he said. "And see here, son, I don't mind your giving $500 to Mr. Irving, but it's going to be kind of tough on me if I'm to spend my life earning money and then you spend it teaching young people that I haven't got any right to it." And Bunny laughed. That was the best way to take it. But he thought it over more and more as the years passed, and he realized how that shrewd old man looked into the future and read life. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13, parts 1 through 7 of Oil by Upton Sinclair. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Part 1, The Monastery. Bunny was studying and thinking, trying to make up his mind about the problem of capital versus labor. It had become clear to him that the present system could not go on forever. The resources and wealth of the country thrown into an arena to be scrambled for and carried off by the greediest. And when you asked who was to change the system, there was only one possible answer: the great mass of the workers, who did not have the psychology of gamblers, but had learned that wealth is produced by toil. In the very nature of their position, the workers could only prevail by combining, and so, whether they would or not, they had to develop solidarity, an ideal of brotherhood and cooperation. Such was the fundamental faith of all radicals, and Bunny accepted the doctrine joyfully as a way of escape from the tangle of commercialism and war. Labor was to organize and take over industry and rebuild it upon a basis of service. The formula was simple and worthy of all trust. But alas, Bunny was being forced to admit that the reality was complicated. The makers of the new society were not able to agree upon plans for the structure, nor how to get the old one out of the way. They were split into a number of factions and spent a good part of their energies quarreling among themselves. Bunny would have thought that here in Southern California, at least, the labor movement had enemies enough in the federations of the employers, with their strike-breaking and spy agencies, their system of blacklist and persecution, and their politicians hired to turn the law against the workers. But alas, it did not seem so to the young radicals. They had to make enemies of one another. Just now they were in a fever over the Russian Revolution, a colossal event that had shaken the labor movement of the whole world. Here, for the first time in history, the workers had got possession of a government. And what were they making of the chance? The capitalist press of the world was, of course, portraying Russia as a nightmare. But the Soviets continued to survive, and every day of survival was a fresh defeat for the newspaper campaign. The workers could run a government. The workers were running a government. Just look. So in every country of the world, the labor movement became divided into two factions: those who thought the workers in their country could follow the example of the Russians and should organize and prepare to do it, and those who thought that for one reason or another it couldn't be done, and the attempt was madness. This great division showed itself in every faction and school of thought. The socialists split into those who wanted to follow Russia and those who didn't. The anarchists split in the same way, and so did the wobblies. Even the old-line labor leaders divided into those who wanted to let the Soviet government alone and those who wanted to help the capitalists to put it down. For Bunny, this struggle was embodied in the Menzies family. Papa Menzies was an old-time social democrat from abroad, active in the Clothing Workers' Union. Of his 6 children, 2 daughters had followed their mother, an old-time Orthodox Jewess who wore a dirty wig and kept all the feast days in the home, and wept and prayed for the souls of her lost ones, stolen from the faith of their fathers by America, which had made them work on Saturdays, and by the radical movement, which had made them agnostics and scoffers. Rachel and the oldest boy, Jacob, were socialists like her father, but the other two, Joe and Icky, had gone over to the left wing and were clamoring for the dictatorship of the proletariat. Part 2. Bunny received a letter from Rachel. Dear Mr. Ross, she always addressed him that way, alone of his classmates. It was her way of maintaining her proletarian dignity in dealing with a person of great social pretensions. We are home after picking all the prunes in California, and next week we begin on the grapes. You said you wanted to attend a meeting of the Socialist Local, and there is to be an important one tomorrow evening at the Garment Workers' Hall. My father and brothers will be there, and would be glad to meet you. Bunny replied by a telegram, inviting one old and 4 young Jewish socialists to have dinner with him before the meeting. He took them to an expensive restaurant, thinking to do them honor and forgetting that they might feel uneasy as to their clothes and their table manners. Verily, it is easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter into the feelings of the disinherited. Bunny found Rachel quite altered from the drab, hard-working girl he had known. She belonged to that Oriental type which can pick fruit in the sun for several weeks without worrying about complexions. She had sunset in her cheeks and sunrise in her spirit, and for the first time it occurred to Bunny that she was quite an interesting-looking girl. She told him about their adventures, which seemed to him extraordinarily romantic. Most people, when they indulged in daydreaming, would picture themselves as the son and heir of a great oil magnate, with millions of dollars pouring in upon them, and a sporty car to drive, and steel widows and other sirens to make love to them. But Bunny's idea of a fairy story was to go off with a bunch of youngsters in a rattle-trap old Ford that broke down every now and then, and camp out in a tent that the wind blew away, and get a job picking fruit alongside of Mexicans and Japanese and Hindus, and send home a post office order for $10 or $12 every week. Papa Mendes was a stocky, powerful-looking man with curly yellow hair over his head and a deep chest, though most of it seemed to be in back instead of in front, so much was he bent over by toil. There were certain English letters he could never pronounce. He would say contemptuously, "Dis talk about the world revolution." His son Jacob, the socialist one, Bunny knew as a stoop-shouldered, pale student, and found him much improved by outdoor life. The other two, the young left-wingers, were talkative and egotistical, and repelled the fastidious Bunny, who had not the insight enough to guess that they were meeting a young plutocrat for the first time in their lives, and this was their uneasy effort to protect their working-class integrity. Nobody was going to say that they had been overawed. In addition to this, they were hardly on speaking terms with the rest of the family because of the bitter political dispute going on. They went to the hall, which was crowded with people, mostly workers, all tense with excitement. There had been a committee appointed to deal with the policy of the local, and this committee brought in a report in favor of expelling the left-wingers. Also, there was a minority report in favor of expelling everybody else. So then the fat was in the fire, and Bunny listened and tried valiantly to keep from being disillusioned with their radical movement. They were so noisy, and Bunny had such a prejudice in favor of quiet. He wouldn't expect working people to have perfect manners, he told himself, not to use perfect English, but did they need to shriek and shake their fists in the air? Couldn't they debate ideas without calling each other labor fakers and yellow skunks and so on? Bunny had chosen to call upon local Angel City of the Socialist Party at a critical moment in its history, and decidedly it was not putting on company manners for him. Here was Papa Menzies clambering onto the platform and shouting at his own sons that they were a bunch of jackasses to imagine they could bring about mass revolution in America. Why did the revolution come to Russia? Because the whole country had been ruined by the war. But it would take 10 years of war to bring the capitalist class to America to such a breakdown. And meanwhile, what are you young fools doing? You want to deliver the Socialist Party to the police? They have got spies here. Yes, and those spies is the mainspring of your fool left-wing movement. That seemed reasonable enough to Bunny. The businessmen of Angel City would want the radical movement to go to extremes so that they might have an excuse to smash it, and when they wanted something to happen, they did not scruple to make it happen. But to say this to the young extremists was like waving a red rag before a herd of bulls. "What?" shouted Icky Menzies at his own father. "You talk about the police? What are your beloved Social Democrats doing now in Germany? They've got charge of the police, and they're shooting down communist workers for the benefit of the capitalist class." "Yes, and they'll do the same thing in California," cried the other brother. "You're a bunch of class collaborators." That was a new word, and a dreadful one, it appeared. The question was whether the tottering capitalist system could be propped up for another 10 years or so, and the right-wingers would take office under the capitalists and help to save them. "You make yourself their agent," proclaimed Joe Menzies, "to bribe the workers by 2 cents more wages per hour." And so there was a bust-up in local Angel City, as everywhere else in the world. The Reds withdrew and presently split into 3 different communist groups, and Joe and Icky Menzies left home and set up housekeeping with 2 girl workers of their own way of thinking. So Bunny was more perplexed than ever. Life appeared so complicated, and happiness so hard to find. Part 3. One Saturday the telephone rang, and it was Vernon Roscoe calling Dad. Bunny happened to answer and heard the jovial voice. "Hello, how's the boy Bolsheviki?" "Say, Jim Jr., I thought you were coming up to my place." "Eventually. Why not now? Annabelle is resting from pangs of passion. She'll be glad to see you. V. Tracy is there, and Harvey Manning. Quite a bunch of people over Sunday." "Sure, I'll be up. You go ahead. Your old man will tell you the way." Bunny told Dad he had accepted the invitation, and Dad said that Mr. Roscoe's domestic arrangements were such that Bunny ought to be told about them in advance. Annabelle Ames, the moving picture actress, was what people called his mistress, but it wasn't really that because she was devoted to him, and all their friends knew about it, and it was just the same as being married, only, of course, there was Mrs. Roscoe, who lived in the house in the city with her 4 sons. Mrs. Roscoe went in for society and all that, and had tried to drag Vern in, but he wasn't cut out for that life. Sometimes Mrs. Roscoe would go out to the monastery, as the country place was called, but of course not when Miss Ames was there. Dad said they must have some system to keep from running into each other. Miss Ames had her own house, near to the studio, and the monastery was a show place where they took their friends over weekends. You drove up behind a chain of mountains that lined the coast, another of those wonderful roads, a magic ribbon of concrete laid out by a giant's hand. The engine purred softly, and you raced ahead of the wind, up long slopes and down long slopes, and winding through mazes of hills. There were steep grades and vistas of tumbled mountains, and broad sweeps of valley, and stretches of shore with fishermen's huts and boats and nets drying in the sun. Then more hills and mountain grades. For hours you flew as fast as you pleased, for you were 21 now, and Dad no longer expected you to obey the speed laws. There was a road that branched off towards the ocean, and after climbing 10 miles or so, you came to a high steel fence and steel gates and a sign, "Private, turn back here," and a wide place in the road made especially so that you might obey. The gate was open, so Bunny drove on and climbed another hill and came over the brow, and then, oh, wonderful, a great bowl of yellow and green, 2 or 3 miles across, with one side broken out towards the ocean, and in the center of the bowl the gray stone towers of the monastery. Mountains on every side, and the oil magnate owned everything in sight, both the land and the landscape. If the public wanted to see his retreat, it would have to get a rowboat or swim. You rolled down the winding drive, through tumbled masses of rocks and clumps of live oaks a century or two old, and came to a fork in the road, and one way said, "Delivery," and the other said, "Guess." If you were so fortunate as to be a guest, your road led under a porte-cochere big enough for 6 double-decker stages. A footman appeared and summoned a chauffeur to take your car to the garage, and you were escorted into a living room. Well, it was like going into a cathedral. Your eyes would follow the arches overhead, and you might trip yourself on the skin of an aurochs or a gnu, or whatever the dickens it was. What grim, sardonic architect had played this jest of Gothic towers and steeples and crenellations and machicolations here in the midst of a new pagan empire, and called by such a very suggestive name? Assuredly, the monastery would need to be of pre-Reformation style to fit the ways of the monk who occupied it. The transept of the cathedral concealed an elevator, Bunny discovered, and out of it tripped suddenly a diminutive vision of lemon-colored chiffon, with lemon-colored stockings and shoes, and a big lemon-colored hat such as shepherdesses used to wear when having their portraits painted. It was complete and costly enough for a fancy dress ball, and no introduction was needed, for Bunny was one of that 90% of all males in the civilized world, and perhaps 70% in Madagascar, Paraguay, Nova Zembla, Tibet, and New Guinea, who could have told the number of lashes on each of Annabel Ames's eyelids, or drawn a diagram of her dimples and the exact course of a tear down her cheek. He had seen her as the wild daughter of a Pittsburgh steel king, duly chastened and brought to faith in mother, home, and heaven, as the mistress of a French king, dying elegantly to expiate elegant sins as the mistreated and eloping heiress of a Georgian manor house, as a bare-legged, mountainy girl in the Blue Ridge. "Howdy, stranger. Be you all one of them revenuers?" All this in the movies, and now here she was in the speakies. "So this is Mr. Ross." Her speaky was a queer little high treble. "Papa has told me so much about you." Papa was Mr. Roscoe. "I'm so glad to have you here, and do make yourself at home. Do whatever you please, for this is Liberty Hall." Bunny recalled the caption, but was it from Hearts of Steel or from The Maid of the Manor? "And here is Harve," the mistress of the manor was saying. "Oh, Harve, come here. This is Bunny Ross, Harvey Manning. It's the first time Mr. Ross has been here, and please be nice to him so he'll come back. He's going to college and reads a lot and knows everything, and we're going to seem so ignorant and frivolous." Harvey Manning was coming in through one of the French windows that took the place of the Stations of the Cross in this cathedral. He was walking slowly and did not increase his pace. He talked slowly also, a dry sort of drawl, having never had to hurry because he came of one of the old families of the state. He had a queer, ugly face with a great many wrinkles, and Bunny never was clear whether he was old or young. "Hello, Ross," he said. "Pleased to meet you. I got an uncle that's spending $100,000 to put you in jail." "Is that so?" said Bunny, a trifle startled. "Sure thing. He's nuts on this red hunting business, and the pinks are worse than the reds, he says. I've been worried about you." "Never mind," said Bunny, perceiving that this was a josh such as helps to make life tolerable for idle men, young and old. "Dad will spend $200,000 and get me out again. Come to think of it, I guess Vern would chip in. Wouldn't he, Annabelle?" "None of my guests ever stay in jail," replied the star. "They phone to Papa, and he phones to the chief of police, who lets them out right away." She said this without smiling, and Harvey Manning remarked, "You see, Ross, Annabelle has a literal mind." Part 4. Yes, that was the truth about this bright luminary of the screen. As Bunny came to observe it, she had a literal mind. All the poetry and romance the public imagined about her, that was in the public's eye, so to say. All that Annabelle had to contribute was a youthful figure and a pliable face. The highly paid directors did the rest. She produced pictures as a matter of business, and her talk was of production costs and percentages on foreign sales, just as if it had been an oil well. That was why she got along with Vernon Roscoe, who also had a literal mind. A primrose by the river's brim, a yellow primrose was to him, and to Annabelle it was a decoration for an interior or a background on location. There was a certain grim honesty about this, as Bunny discovered. It was Annabelle's desire to be an actress rather than a mistress. "By geez," Vern would proclaim to his guests, "it's cost me $8 million to make a movie queen out of this baby." And the 30-year-old baby had the dream that someday she would achieve a masterpiece that would earn this $8 million and vindicate her honor. Meantime, she paid installments by taking care of Vern, so publicly that it was quite touching, and respectable according to the strictest bourgeois standards. If the oil magnate had ever had the idea that in taking to his bosom a movie star, he was going to lead a wild and rostering life, he had made a sad mistake, for he was the most henpecked of all butter and egg men. "Now, Papa," Annabel would say, "you've had enough to drink. Put that down." She would say it before a company assembled in their gladdest rags for a dinner party, and Vern would protest, "My God, baby, I ain't got started yet." "Well, you stop before you start tonight. Remember what Dr. Wilkins says about your liver." Vern would bluster, "To hell with livers," and the answer would be, "Now, Papa, you told me to make you obey. Have I got to make you ashamed before all this company?" "Me ashamed? I'd like to see anybody make me ashamed." "Well, Papa, you know you'd be ashamed if I tell what you said to me the last time you were drunk." Vern paused with his glass halfway in the air, trying to remember, and the company burst into clamor. "Oh, tell us, tell us!" "Shall I tell them, Papa?" It was a bluff, for Annabel was very prim and never indulged in vulgarity. But the bluff went, and the great man set down his glass. "I surrender. Take the stuff away." Whereat everybody applauded, and it gave the party a merry start. Strange as it might seem, Annabel was a pious Catholic. Just how she managed to fix things up with her priests, Bunny never knew. But she gave freely to charity, and find her featured at benefits for Catholic orphan asylums and things of that sort. At the same time, her little head was as full of superstitions as an old negro mammy. She would not have started a picture on a Friday for the whole of Vernon's $8 million endowment. When you spilled the salt, she not merely advised you to throw some of it over your shoulder, she did it for you, if necessary. Once at luncheon she made a girlfriend eat at a side table, because otherwise there would have been 13, and this girl, being the youngest, would have fallen the victim. At the same time she was very good. She really liked you and liked to have you around, and when she begged you to come back, she meant it. Nor would she make unkind remarks about you after you were gone. Along with the ecstasies of the artistic temperament, she had escaped its gnawing jealousies. She was one of the few lady stars before whom it was safe to praise the work of other lady stars, Bunny found. Also, she had an abiding respect for him, because he had read books and had ideas about public questions. The fact that Bunny had got his name on the front pages of the newspapers as a dangerous pink served to lend him that same halo of mystery and romance which the public assigned to Annabel as a luminary of the screen world and the mistress of a monastery. Part 5. "Harve," said Annabel, "there's time for you to show Mr. Ross over the place before dinner." And so Bunny got to see what a country place could be like, so that he could make his father give him one. But Harvey Manning did not make a very good escort. To show off a show place, you need someone of an admiring disposition, whereas Harve had seen too many places and was inclined to patronize them all. There were also as many buildings on this estate as there were tanks at the Paradise Refinery. Only these were Gothic tanks with miniature towers and steeples and crenellations and machicolations. There was no chapel or place of worship, nor tombs of ancient abbots. But there was a gymnasium with a swimming pool of green marble and a bowling alley and squash courts and tennis courts and a 9-hole golf course and a polo field. Everything you would find at the most elaborate country club. There was a stable with saddle horses, ridden mostly by grooms, and a library read only by motion picture directors looking up local color. Or, at any rate, that was Harvey's tale about it. Also, there was a regular menagerie of local creatures. The hired men and their youngsters had discovered that such gifts pleased the master, so they brought in everything they could capture. There was an enclosed park with deer and mountain sheep, and heavily barred dens and grizzly bears shambling over the rocks, and wildcats and coyotes and mountain lions dozing in the shade. There was a giant dome covered with netting, with a big dead tree inside and eagles seated thereon. An eagle in his native state, sailing with supreme domination through the azure deep of air, has been a thrilling theme for poets, but sitting in a cage he is a melancholy object. "Some of your red friends in jail," Harvey Manning remarked in passing. But even the most blasé man of the world has something in which he is interested, so Bunny found. Presently his guide took off his watch and remarked that it was nearly 6:30 and they must get back to the house. He was on the water wagon until that hour of each day, and when it drew near he was about ready to jump out of his skin. So they strolled back, and a Chinese boy clad in white duck had evidently learned to expect him and was on hand with a tray. Harvey took 2 drinks and made up for lost time, and then he sighed contentedly and revealed that he could talk without a drawl. When Bunny came down for dinner, there was quite a company assembled, some in evening dress and some in golf clothes and some in plain business suits like the host. It was Liberty Hall, according to the caption. Roscoe was talking politics to Fred Orpin, the drubbing they were going to give the Democratic Party. Roscoe did the talking, for the other was a queer, silent creature, tall and lean, with a tall, lean face like a horse. He had the strangest gray-green eyes that somehow looked absolutely empty. You would decide that his head was empty, too, when he would listen and say nothing for an hour. But this would be a mistake, for he was the directing head of a great chain of oil enterprises, and Dad said he was sharp as a steel trap. Also there was Bessie Barry, because good form required that she be invited wherever Orpin went. He had backed her in several pictures, and she was paying the price, as the current phrase ran. But it wasn't quite the same respectable arrangement as in the case of Roscoe and his Annabel, because Bessie had been in love with her director, and he was still in love with her, and the attitude of the 2 men was far from cordial. This was explained to Bunny by Harvey Manning, gossip in chief, who had now had several more drinks and got his tongue entirely loosened. Bunny noted that the hostess had tactfully placed the rival males at opposite ends of the table. They were in a smaller cathedral now, known as the Refectory, and Bunny was in the seat of honor at the right of the charming Annabel, transformed from a lemon-colored shepherdess to a duchess in white satin. On her left sat Perry Duchesne, her director, telling about the cuts in the first 2 reels which he had brought along for a showing. Next to him was a vacant seat. Some lady was late, and Bunny was too young in the ways of the world to know that this is how great personages secure importance to themselves. It was his first meeting with actresses, and how should he know that they sometimes act off stage? Part 6. You remember in that colossal production, The Emperor of Etruria, the Scythian slave girl who is brought in from the wilds to serve the pleasures of a pampered sybarite, and the scene where the fat eunuchs lay hands upon her? With what splendid fury she claws them and knocks their heads together. Her clothing is torn to shreds in the struggle, and you have glimpses of a lithe and sinewy body, the extent of the glimpses depending upon the censorship laws of the state in which you see the picture. The scene made a hit with the public, and many producers competed for Viola Tracy, pronounce it viola, please, with the accent on the first syllable. She displayed her magnificent fighting qualities next in the Virgin Vamp, and thereafter escaped dishonor by a hair's breadth in many palpitating scenes. Of late she had acquired dignity and was now regal in all the billboards of Angel City, in The Bride of Tutankhamen, an alluring figure with deep-set mysterious black eyes and a smile fathomless less as 4,000 years of history. Well, here she was, stepping out of the billboards and into the refectory of the monastery, her Egyptian costume changed for a daring one of black velvet, fresh from Paris, and with black pearls to match. The footman drew out her chair, and she rested one hand upon it, but did not take her seat. Her hostess said, "Miss Tracy, Mr. Ross," and still she paused, smiling at Bunny, and he smiling at her. It was a striking pose, and Tommy Paley, her director, who had taught her the stunt and watched it now from the other end of the table, suddenly called, "Camera!" Everybody laughed, and V most gaily of all, revealing 2 rows of white pearls, more regular than the black ones and worth many times as much to a movie star. Annabel Ames got along in the world without ever saying anything unkind about anybody, but that was not V. Tracy's style. She had a fighting tongue as well as fighting fists, and her conversation gave Bunny the shock of his innocent young life. They happened first to be discussing a lady vamp, recently imported from abroad with much clashing of advertising symbols. "She dresses in very good taste," said Annabel mildly. "Oh, perfect," said V. "Absolutely perfect. She selected her dog to match her face." And then presently they were talking about that $1,000,000 production, The Old Oaken Bucket, which was just then waking home memories and wringing tears from the eyes of millions of hardened sinners. Dolly Dean, who played the innocent country maiden seduced by a traveling salesman, was so charmingly simple, said Annabel. "Oh, yes," replied V. For the chance to be that simple, she slept with her producer and 2 angels and the director and his assistant, and all 5 of them told her how an innocent virgin says her prayers. Bunny, who was a rebel in his own line, sat up and took notice of this conversation, and you may be sure that V did not fail to take notice of the young oil prince, flashing him mischief with her sparkling black eyes. The footman brought her a plate of soup in a golden bowl, and she took one glance and cried, "Oh, my God, take it away. It's got starch in it." "Annabel, are you trying to drive me out of the profession?" Then to Bunny, "They say that nobody can eat a quail a day for 30 days. But, Mr. Ross, what would you say if I told you I have eaten 2 lamb chops and 3 slices of pineapple every day for 7 years?" I would ask, is that an Egyptian rite or maybe Scythian? It is the prescription of a Hollywood doctor who specializes in reducing actresses. We public idols are supposed to be rioting in luxury, but really we have only one dream, to buy enough Hollywood real estate so that we can retire and eat a square meal. "Don't you really ever steal one?" asked Bunny sympathetically. She answered, "Ours are the kind of figures that never lie. You can ask Tommy Paley what would happen if they were to see any fat on me when the gentleman heavy tears my clothes off. They would put me into the comics, and I'd earn my living being rolled downhill in a barrel." Part 7. Conversation at this dinner party, as at most dinner parties in America at that time, resembled a walk along the edge of a slippery ditch. Sooner or later you were bound to slide in, and after that you could not get out, but finished your walk in the ditch. "Mr. Ross," said Annabel in her capacity as hostess, "I notice you aren't drinking your wine. You can trust what we have. It's all pre-war stuff." And so they were in the ditch and talked about prohibition. The law was 2 years and a half old, and the leisure class were just realizing the full extent of the indignity which had been inflicted upon them. It wasn't the high prices. They were all of them seeking ways to spend money rapidly, but it was the inconvenience and the difficulties of being sure what you were getting. People escaped the trouble by pinning their faith to some particular bootlegger. Bunny noticed it as an incredible but universal phenomenon that persons otherwise the most cynical, who made it a rule of their lives to trust nobody, would repeat the wildest stories which men of the underworld had told them about how this particular case of Scotch had just been smuggled in from Mexico, or maybe stolen from the personal stock of a visiting duke in Canada. They discussed the latest developments in the tragedy which had befallen Kosky, one of the emperors of their screen world, who had had a priceless stock in the cellar of his country place and had taken the precaution to have it walled in with 2 feet of brick and guarded by doors such as you would find on a bank vault. But thieves had come during the owner's absence and bound and gagged the caretaker and cut through the floor of the drawing room above the cellar and hauled out everything with rope and tackle and carted it away in trucks. Since then, Kosky had been raising a row with the authorities. He charged that they were standing in with the thieves, and he had brought in an outside detective agency and had threatened the scandal that would shake the pants off the police department. By this means he had got back the greater part of his cask and bottles, but alas, the real stuff was gone. They had all been emptied and refilled with synthetic. And so, after that, there was a convincing story for your bootlegger to tell you. This was some of the original Kosky stuff. Millions of gallons of original Kosky stuff were being drunk in California and even in adjoining states. Suddenly, V. Tracy clapped her hands. "Oh, listen, I have one on Kosky, him and some others. Has anybody heard the movie's prayer?" There was a silence. No one had. "This is something for all of us to teach our children to recite every night and morning. It is serious, and you mustn't joke." "Let us pray," said the voice of Bessie Barry. "Fold your hands like good little children," ordered V., "and bow your heads." And then, with slow and solemn intonation, she began. "Our movie, which art in heaven, Hollywood be thy name. Let Kosky come, his will be done, in studio as in bed." There was a gasp, and then a roar of laughter swept the table. No explanations were needed. They all knew their emperor, master of the destiny of hundreds of screen actresses. "Go on," shouted voices, and the girl continued to intone an invocation which echoed in outline and rhythm the Lord's Prayer and brought in the names of other rulers of their shadow world, always with an obscene implication. It was a kind of black mass and performed the magic feat of lifting the conversation out of the ditch of prohibition. They talked for a while about the sexual habits of their rulers, who was living with whom, and what scandals were threatened, and what shootings and attempted poisonings had resulted. There were thrilling crime mysteries which would provide a topic of conversation for hours in any Hollywood gathering. You might hear half a dozen different solutions, each one positive, and no two alike. End of Part 7. Parts 8 through 14 of Chapter 13 of Oil by Upton Sinclair. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 13, The Monastery, Part 8. They adjourned to the larger cathedral, where the lights were dim, and there appeared, very appropriately in place of the altar, a large white screen. At the far end of the room was a projecting machine, and the guests distributed themselves in lounging chairs, prepared to pay for their entertainment by watching the first two reels of Annabelle's new picture and giving their professional judgments on the cutting. Pangs of Passion you may recall as a soul-shaking story about a society bud whose handsome young husband is led astray by a divorcee, and who, in order to make him jealous, begins a flirtation with a bootlegger and is carried off in a rum-running vessel and made the victim of the customary pulling and hauling and tearing of feminine costumes. "My God," said B. Tracy in an aside to Bunny, "Annabelle has been playing these society flappers since before they were born, and in all that time she's never had a story above the intelligence of a 12-year-old child. You'll think it's a joke, but I know it for a fact that Perry Duchesne gets a bunch of school children together and tells them the scenario, and if there's anything they don't like, he cuts it out." And then to Annabelle she said, "It's up to standard, my dear. It will sell all right." And to Bunny, "That's one good thing about Annabelle. You can say that, and she's satisfied. She doesn't ask you if it's a work of art. But others do, and I've made moral enemies because I don't lie to them. I say, 'Leave art out of it, dearie. We all know our stuff is trash.'" There was a technical discussion, and Bunny had an opportunity to learn about the tricks of cutting. Also, he learned what had been the gross business on a number of Annabelle Ames pictures and the inside figures on other successes. Tommy Paley had recently indulged in the luxury of making an artistic and beautiful picture which the papers had called a classic. He and a group of friends had come out something over 100,000 in the hole, and he had charged it up to education and said, "Let the Germans do the art stuff after this." All this time there had been a silent spectral figure flitting about the cathedral, clad in white duck coat and trousers, and padded purple slippers, the Chinese boy, bearing a tray with little glasses full of pink and yellow and purple and green liquid. He would move from guest to guest, offering his tray, and they would put down empty glasses and take up full ones, and during the entire course of the evening the spectre never made one sound, nor did anyone make a sound to it. Some 300 years ago, an English poet, long since forgotten by the movie world, had asked the question why a man should put an enemy into his mouth to steal away his brains. But here at the monastery the anxiety appeared to be that someone might forget to put the enemy into his mouth. Hence this Chinese spectre to save the need of recollecting. There were a few who did not drink. Annabelle was one, and V. Tracy another. The spectre had apparently been instructed not to go near Vernon Roscoe, and if Vernon tried to approach the spectre, there would be a sharp warning, "Now, Vern." But others drank, and tongues were loosened, and hearts poured out as the evening passed. Even Fred Orpin came to life and revealed a tongue. It was Vernon Roscoe's habit to josh everybody, and now he got paid back as the one-time rancher from Texas sat up in his chair and opened his long horse's face and demanded, in a falsetto voice which sounded as if it came from a ventriloquist, "Anybody here know how this old shyster got his start in life?" Apparently nobody did know, and Orpin put another question. "Anybody ever see him in swimming? I bet you never. When it's outdoors, he'll tell you the water's too cold, and when it's indoors, he'll tell you it's dirty or something. The reason is he's got one toe missing, and he's afraid to have it proved on him. When he was drilling his first well, he ran out of money and was clean done for. So he went and took out an accident insurance policy and then went rabbit hunting and shot off one of his big toes. So he got the cash to finish the well. Is that true, old socks, or ain't it?" The company laughed gleefully and clamored for an answer, and Vernon laughed as much as anyone. He didn't mind the story, but you could never get him to tell. Instead, he countered on his assailant. "You ought to hear about this old Skeezicks, how he got rich leasing oil lands from Indians. They tell this about a dozen oil men, but Fred was the real one that done it. I know because I was there. It was old Chief Leatherneck of the Shawnees, and Fred offered him 1/8 royalty, and the old codger screwed up his eyes and said, 'No take 1/8, got to have 1/16. Fred said he couldn't afford that and begged him to take 1/12. But he said 1/16 or no lease. So they signed up for a 16th, and now it's the Hellfire Dome, by Jeeves." "Is that so, old Skeezicks, or ain't it?" said Fred Orpin. "You might complete the story by telling what the old chief does with his royalties. He's got a different colored automobile for each day of the week, and he figures to get drunk 3 times every day." "Oh, take me to the Hellfire Dome," wailed the voice of Harvey Manning. "They won't let me get drunk but 1 time in a night, and none at all in the daytime." Part 9. There was a large organ in this cathedral, a magic organ of the modern style, which played itself when you put in a roll of paper and pressed an electric switch. It played the very latest jazz tunes from Broadway, and the company danced, and V. Tracy came to Bunny and said, "My doctor allows me only 1 drink in an evening, and I want a sober partner." Bunny was glad to oblige, and so the time passed pleasantly. He danced with his hostess and with the blonde fairy, Bessie Barry. In between dances they chatted, and the Chinese spectre continued to flit about, and the deeps of the human spirit were more and more unveiled. In front of Bunny stood Tommy Paley, super-director, handsome, immaculate if slightly ruffled, flushed of face and steady upon his legs, if not in his thoughts. "Look here, Ross," he said, "I want you to tell me something." "What is it?" "I want to know what it's all about." "What, Mr. Paley?" "Life. What the hell are we here for? And where do we go when we get through?" "If I knew," said Bunny, "I would surely tell you." "But look it, man, I thought you went to college. I never got any education. I was a newsboy and all that. But I thought when a fellow's read a lot of books and goes to college—" "We haven't got to it yet," said Bunny. "Maybe it comes in the last 2 years." "Well, by God, if they tell you, you come tell me. And find out, old son, what the hell we're going to do about sex. You can't live with 'em, and you can't live without 'em. And what sort of a mess is it?" "It's very puzzling," admitted Bunny. "It's the devil," said the other. "I'd pay anybody 10 years' salary if they'd teach me to forget the whole damn business." "Yes," said Bunny, "but then what would you direct?" and the superdirector looked at him bewildered and suddenly burst out laughing. "By God, that's so. That's a good one. Ho, ho, ho!" And he went off, presumably to pass the good one on. His place was taken by Harvey Manning, who was no longer able to stand up, but sprawled over a chair, and in a voice of the deepest injury declared, "I want to know who's been telling about me." "Telling what?" asked Bunny. "That's what I want to know. What they been telling." "I don't know what you mean, Harvey." "That's it. What don't you know? Why don't you tell me? Mean say I ain't asking straight? You think I'm drunk, that it? I say I want to know who's been talking about me and what they been saying. I got to take care of my reputation. I want to know why you won't tell me. I'm going to know if I have to keep asking all night." And accordingly he started again. "Please, old feller, what they been telling you?" But just then the Chinese spectre flitted past, and Harvey got up and made an effort to catch him, and failing, caught hold of a lamp stand slightly taller than himself. It was not built like the lamp post that he was used to clutching on street corners. It started to fall, and Bunny leaped and caught it, and Harvey cried in alarm, "Look out! You're upsetting it." Then a funny thing happened. Bunny had noticed at the dinner table a well-groomed man of the big Western type, polite and unobtrusive, the superintendent of the estate, and one of the few who kept sober. Now it appeared that among the duties of superintendent of a monastery was that of the old-fashioned bouncer of the Bowery saloon. He came up and quietly slipped his arm about Harvey Manning, and the latter, evidently having been there before, set up an agonized wail. "I don't want to go to hell. I want to go to bed. Damn it, Anderson, let me alone. If I go to bed now, I wake up in the morning and I can't have a drink till evening, and I go crazy." Against that terrible fate poor Harvey fought frantically. But apparently the material inside the shoulders of Mr. Anderson's dress coat was not the ordinary tailor's padding, and the weeping victim was helpless as in the grip of a boa constrictor. He went along even while proclaiming loudly that he wouldn't. "I'll get up again, I tell you. I won't be treated like a baby. I won't come to this damn place again. It's an outrage. I'm a grown man, and I got a right to get drunk if I want to." And so his weeping voice died into the elevator. "Mr. Ross," said V. Tracy, "there are two cries that one hears at Hollywood parties. The first is, 'I don't want to go to bed,' and the second is, 'I do.'" Part 10. When Bunny made his appearance on Sunday morning, he had the monastery all to himself. He breakfasted and read the papers, which had been delivered from the nearest railroad station. Then he went for a stroll and renewed his acquaintance with the Reds in the eagle cage. He walked down towards the ocean and discovered a combination of firebreak and bridle path leading over the hills along the coast. He followed this for a couple of miles until it led down to a long stretch of beach. The owner of the monastery had erected a barrier here, with signs warning the public to keep out. There was a gate with a spring lock, and on the inside a board with keys hanging on it, and instructions to take one with you so that you could return. Bunny did this and continued his walk down the beach. Presently he came upon a Rhine castle, set upon one of these lonely hills, and in front of it, coming down to the water, a series of terraces and gardens. There were paths and watercourses, bridal veil falls, and fountains with stone-carved frogs and storks and turtles and tritons, all suffering from drought, for the water was shut off. You could guess that the owner was away because the window shades in the Rhine castle were drawn, and here and there throughout the gardens were great lumps of white sheeting, evidently wrapped about statues. Some of these were on pedestals, and some were perched on the stone walls, and directly over the head of each hung an electric light. It was such a curious phenomenon that Bunny took the trouble to climb into the garden and lift up the hem of one of these sheets, and was embarrassed to discover the entirely naked round limbs of a large marble lady, presumably a Lorelei or other kind of German lady, because you could tell by the shape of the cloth and by feeling through it that she had a goblet uplifted in one hand, and behind her head a thick marble rope made by her braided hair. With golden comb she combs it, you remember, and sings a song thereby. Das hat dein Wandesheimer, gewaltige Melodie. And Bunny was the fisher boy whom it seized with a wild woe. He peered under half a dozen of the sheets and counted the rest, establishing the fact that the gardens contained no less than 32 large, fat marble ladies with braided hair hanging down their backs. An amazing spectacle it must have afforded, at night when all the lights were turned on, and no one to behold it but seals. Yes, Bunny looked out over the sea, and there was not a sail in sight. But close to the shore were clusters of rocks, and on these the seals sat waiting to see if he was going to unveil the statues and bring back the merry days before Prohibition ruined America. He returned to the beach and walked on. The sun was high now and the water tempting. There were more rocks with seals on them and green-white breakers splashing over them, not high enough to be dangerous, but just enough to be alluring. Bunny made sure he was alone, and then undressed and waded into the water. The attention of the seals became riveted upon him, and with each step that he took, one of them would give a hump, hump, and get nearer to the water's edge. Some of them were yellow, and some a dark brown, little ones and big ones, each of them enormously fat, having consumed his own weight in fish in the course of a day. As Bunny swam near, they slid silently off the rocks, politely yielding place to him. When he clambered onto the rocks, they would bob up and form a circle a few yards away, yellow heads and brown heads sticking out of the water, whiskers bristling and mild eyes staring. They were strangely human, a circle of foreign children, watching some visitor who does not know their language and may or may not be dangerous. California water is always cold, but California sunshine is always warm. So Bunny would swim for a while and then approach a cluster of rocks and watch the silent company hump themselves into the water. Whatever he wanted, they would yield to him, the superior being, and content themselves with the places he had left. The green-white seas splashed over him, and underneath their surface was a garden of strange plants, with anemones and abalones clinging too tightly to be pried off by fingers. White clouds drifted by, making swift shadows over the water, and far out at sea a streak of smoke showed where a steamer was passing. The world was so beautiful and at the same time strange and interesting to be alive in. What must it be like to be a seal? What did they think concerning this arrogant being who commandeered their resting places? Did they see the Rhine castle on the shore, or did they see only fish to eat? And how did they understand so clearly that they must not eat a man? Embarrassing if one of them should be a red and rebel against the genial customs of the Phocidae. Thus Bunny, just the same at the age of 21 as when first we met him, driving over the Guadalupe grade, and speculating about the feelings of ground squirrels and butcher birds. He had completed in the meantime a full course at the Beach City High School and half a course at Southern Pacific University, but neither institution had told him what he wanted to know. Part 11. The young philosopher decided that he had had enough and started to swim in, but then he noticed someone on horseback galloping down the beach towards him. The figure was bareheaded and clad in knickerbockers, and appeared to be a man, but you never could be sure these days, so he swam and waited, and presently made out that it was V. Tracy. She saw him and waved her hand, and when she was opposite, reined in her horse. "Good morning, Mr. Ross." "Good morning," he called. "Is this part of the doctor's prescription?" "Yes, and it also includes swimming." There was laughter in her face as if she guessed his plight. "Why don't you invite me to join you?" "It would embarrass the seals." He swam in slowly and stood with the waves tumbling about his shoulders. "It is the morning of the world," said V. "Come out and let us enjoy it." "Look here, Miss Tracy," he explained. "It so happens that I wasn't expecting company. I'm the way the Lord made me." "Oh, ye sons of men," she chanted, "how long will you turn my glory into shame?" And she explained, "I once acted in King Solomon, a religious pageant. We had 3 real camels, and I was Abishag the Shunammite, the damsel who cherished the king and ministered unto him, and he sang to me, 'Rise up, my love, my fair one, and come away. For lo, the winter is past, and the rain is over and gone. The flowers appear on the earth. The time of the singing of birds is come, and the voice of the turtle is heard in our land. The fig tree putteth forth her green figs, and the vines with the tender grape give a good smell. Arise, my love, my fair one, and come away. O my dove that art in the cleft of the rocks." He was near enough to see the imp of mischief dancing in her black eyes. "Young woman," he said, "I give you fair notice. I've been in this water an hour, and I'm cold. I was on my way out." She continued, "Thy neck is like the Tower of David, builded for an armory, whereon there hang 1,000 bucklers, all shields of mighty men." He took a few steps until the breakers barely reached his waist. "I'm on the way," he said. "Who is this that cometh out of the water?" "My beloved is white and ruddy, the chiefest among 10,000. His head is as the most fine gold, his locks are bushy." "Fair warning," he announced. "1, 2, 3." And when she gave no sign of yielding, he strode out from the waves. "His legs are as pillars of marble, set upon sockets of fine gold. His countenance is as Lebanon, excellent as the cedars." He stood confronting her, the water playing about his feet. "Thou art beautiful, O my love, as Tirzah, comely as Jerusalem, terrible as an army with banners. Turn away thine eyes from me, for they have overcome me." "If that's in the Bible, I suppose it's all right," said Bunny. "King Solomon lost a fortune," said the lady on horseback. "So it's the only pageant I was ever in, and it's the only poetry I can recite. But I dare say, if it had been a Greek pageant, I could quote something appropriate. For I read they used to run naked in the games, and it did not embarrass them. Is that true?" "So the books say," said Bunny. "Well, then, let's be Greek. You are a runner, I've heard. Are you in training?" "Partly so." "My beloved's lips are blue, and he's got goose flesh. So let's have a race, you and my horse, and it'll be a Greek pageant." "Anything to oblige a lady." "Ready, set," she called sharply. and then, to his great surprise, pulled a little revolver from under her jacket and fired it into the air. It was a real race. He started at the rate of 20 miles an hour, or a little better, and heard the horse loping on the sand behind him. He did not know how long the race was to last, so presently he settled down to a long-distance gait. He was warm again and willing to investigate, being a Greek. The sky was blue and the clouds white, and the sea green and the sand sparkling cold. Truly, as the girl had said, it was the morning of the world. They came to a place where wagon tracks came down to the beach. There were fishermen's boats, and 3 men had just shoved off through the breakers. They rested on their oars to stare at this amazing spectacle, an entirely naked youth running a race on the beach with a woman on horseback. Their swarthy Italian or Portuguese faces wore broad grins with white teeth showing. They knew about the monastery. This was the latest freak of the idle rich. But then came a place where the highway came near to the beach. There were tents ahead, and automobiles parked with canvas covers to protect them from the sun. There were people on the beach, and these Bunny knew would not be primitive foreigners, but ranchmen from the interior, having brought their families to spend Sunday away from the baking heat. They would have no toleration for the freaks of the idle rich, neither would they know about the customs of the ancient Greeks. They were sober, church-going people, the sort who formed the Ku Klux Klan and punished fornications and adulteries by tarring and feathering and riding on a rail. But V had challenged Bunny, and he said to himself that it was up to her. Did she really want to be pagan and take the consequences? He ran on and on. The tents came near, and he saw women stare and then dive into shelters. He saw the men not running away, nor turning their heads, but glaring with menace in their faces. What would they do? Seize the obscene intruder and wrap him perforce in a blanket and deliver him over to the police? Bunny's quick mind leaped to the outcome. A streamer ahead across the front page of the Angel City Evening Howler, Star Races Nude Oil Red. Then suddenly he heard a voice behind him. "I give up. I'm going back." So he whirled, and the horse whirled, and away they went even faster than they had come, and both of them shaking with laughter in the morning of the world. Part 12. The Greeks had never worn either trousers or shirts, and the process of getting into these garments did not lend itself to romantic or aesthetic interpretations. Therefore V. Tracy rode down the beach while Bunny dressed, and when he rejoined her, she was no longer Greek, but an American young lady upon her dignity, and it would have been bad taste to have referred to her crazy prank. She was leading the horse with the bridle over its head, and Bunny walked by her side. "Did you notice that nightmare?" she said as they passed the 32 Loreleis in their grave clothes. "That was one of the dreams of old Hank Thatcher. You've heard of Happy Hank, the California grape king." "So that's his place," exclaimed Bunny. "He dreamed of orgies and kept 6 harems. His wife refused him a divorce to punish him, and when he died she covered up his dreams as a kind of public penance. Nobody seems to see it but the seals." "Oh, the papers were full of it. They would never pass up any news about the Thatchers. They sent out a reporter once in a while. One time they had a scream of a story. The reporter had worn a suit of chain mail under his trousers, and the dogs had torn at him in vain." "She said dogs on them?" "That's why nobody dares to go up there to peek at the statues." "Good Lord!" exclaimed Bunny. "I peeked at 6 of them." "Well, you were lucky. That's why I carried this revolver along. They sometimes come onto the beach and the neighbors make war on them." "Why doesn't she put up a fence?" "She's in a dispute with the county. She claims to own the beach, and every now and then she puts a barrier across it, and the county sends men at night to tear it down. They've been fighting it out for the past 10 years. Also, the state is trying to put a highway through the tract. It would save several miles of the coast route. But she spent a fortune fighting them. She lives in that castle like a beleaguered princess in the old days, all the shades drawn, and she steals about from room to room with a gun in her hand, looking for burglars and spies. Ask Harv about it. He knows her." "Is she insane?" "It's a reaction from her life with her husband. He was a profligate, and so she's a miser. They tell a story about him. He used to pay his hands in cash and would drive about the country in a buckboard with little canvas bags, each containing $1,000 in gold. One time he dropped one bag and didn't miss it. One of his hands brought it to him, and old Hank looked at the man with contempt and put his hand into his pocket and pulled out a $50. "Here," he said, "here's the price of a rope. Go buy one and hang yourself." "So now she's taking care of the money." "Exactly. She pays all her bills by registered mail and preserves the receipts and insists on having a return receipt from the post office, and when that comes, she files the two together, and when the receipted bill comes back, she files and indexes that. She won't let a bookkeeper do it, because you can't find any employees who can be trusted to attend to things properly. She spends hours poring over her business papers and discovering other people's carelessness and incompetence. She employs lawyers, and then she employs other lawyers to check them up, and then a detective agency to find out how the lawyers are selling her out. She's convinced the county authorities are persecuting her and that they're all a lot of crooks. She mightn't be so wrong in that. She's lean and haggard and wears herself to a skeleton roaming about the house, dusting the furniture and nagging at the servants because they won't take care of things." The two walked down the beach. "Up over the hill," said V, "lives old Hank's sister. He left her part of the estate, and the two women have quarreled about the boundary line and the water rights. Tessie Thatcher's an old rake, hires men to work for her and makes them her lovers, and writes them tootsie-wootsy letters, and then they try to blackmail her, and she tells them to go to hell, and they bring suit for unpaid salaries and sell the letters to the newspapers, and they're all published. But Tessie doesn't care. She knows that nothing can hurt her social position. She's too rich. And besides, she's an old booze fighter and knows how to forget her troubles." "My God!" exclaimed Bunny. "What property does to people." "To women especially," said V. "It's too much for their nerves. I look at the old women I meet and think, which of them do I want to be? And I say, oh, my God, and jump into my car and drive 50 miles an hour to get away from my troubles and from people who want to tell me theirs." "Is that what you were doing when the judge sent you to jail for a week?" laughed Bunny. "No," she answered. "That was a publicity stunt, the bright idea of my advertising man." End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Oil by Upton Sinclair, Parts 1 through 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 14, The Star. Bunny went back to Angel City and discovered that if he wanted to follow V. Tracy's program of dodging other people's troubles, he had made a fatal mistake to get interested in a labor college. He went to see Mr. Irving. and found the young instructor up to his ears in the growing pains and disputes of the labor movement. All summer long his job had been interviewing leaders and sympathizers and trying to get them together on a program. He had managed to get the college started with 3 teachers and about 50 pupils, mostly coming at night, but it was all precarious. The difficulties seemed overwhelming. There were a handful of progressive and clear-minded men and women in the labor movement, and then there was the great mass of the bureaucracy, dead from the ears up. Also a little bunch of extreme radicals who would rather have no bread at all than half a loaf. The old line leaders would have nothing to do with the college if these Reds got in. On the other hand, if you excluded the Reds, they would set up a clamor, and a lot of genuine liberals would say, what was the use of a new college that was so much like the old ones? The labor movement had its traditions, having to do with getting shorter hours and more pay for the workers, and the old officials were bound by that point of view. The average union official was a working man who had escaped from day labor by the help of a political machine inside the union. Anything new meant to him the danger of losing his desk job and having to go back to hard work. He had learned to negotiate with the employers and smoke their cigars, and in a large percentage of cases he was spending more money than his salary. Here in Angel City, the unions had a weekly paper that lived by soliciting advertising from businessmen. And what was that but a respectable form of graft? When you took any fighting news to an editor of that sort, he would say the dread word Bolshevism and throw your copy into the trash basket. And the same thing applied to the movement in its national aspects. The American Federation of Labor was maintaining a bureau in Washington for the purpose of combating the radicals, and this bureau was for practical purposes the same as any patriotic society. Its function was to collect damaging news about Russia from all over the world and feed it to the American labor press. And, of course, if any labor man was defiant and insisted upon telling the other side, he would incur the bitter enmity of this machine, and they would throw him to the wolves. There would be a scare story in the capitalist press telling how the communists had got possession of the plasterers' union, or maybe the button workers, and the grand jury was preparing action against a nest of conspirators. The average labor leader, no matter how honest and sincere, shriveled in his boots when such a club was swung over his head. Part 2. Also there was Harry Seeger and his troubles. The Seeger Business College had turned out a class of young men and women thoroughly trained to typewrite "All men are created free and equal," and also "Give me liberty or give me death." And now these young people were going about in the business offices of Angel City and discovering that nobody wanted employees to typewrite anything of that sort. In plain words, these young people were being told that the Seeger Business College was a Bolshevik institution, and the businessmen of the city had been warned not to employ its graduates. The boycott was illegal in Angel City, and if any labor men tried to apply it, they would be whisked into jail in a jiffy. But imagine Harry Seeger asking the district attorney to prosecute the heads of the Merchants and Manufacturers Association, whose campaign contributions had put the district attorney into office. Bunny went up to Paradise, and there was another bunch of grief. In preparation for the coming struggle over the wage scale, the oil operators were weeding out the troublemakers, which meant the active union men. And now, for the first time, Ross Consolidated was following the policy of the rest. Ben Riley, one of the fellows who met in the Rascombe cabin, had been told that he was no longer needed. They had too many men, the foreman had said. But that was a plain lie, because he had taken on half a dozen new men since. No, Ben was a socialist and had talked at meetings in Paradise and distributed socialist papers that showed the monstrous wastes in the oil industry and the world rivalry for oil, which was to cause the next Great War. It was Ruth who told Bunny about this, very seriously, with distress in her gentle eyes. "It's a shame, Bunny, because Ben has got no place to go. And here he's got a home and a wife and 2 little girls." Bunny was worried, too. Dad had promised this kind of thing should not happen. "Can't you do something about it?" pleaded Ruth. "Well, but Ben was a pumper, and that's in the Department of Operation, and Dad only has to do with the development work. He wouldn't butt in on the superintendent of operation, but then ask him to give Ben a job on development." "I'll ask him, Ruth, but I know what he'll say. If he undertook to make jobs for men that other departments want to get rid of, he'd make bad feeling. You know what a lot of fuss he makes about good feeling inside the organization." "Yes, Bunny, but then what about Ben's feeling and all the men?" Ruth persisted with that surprising force that gentle people sometimes display. Ruth did not understand abstract questions. She had no theories about the class struggle, but when it came to a human fact, a grievance, then she was possessed by it and as determined as Paul. These men who came by the cabin to argue and discuss, they were all her friends, and if they did not get a square deal, something must be done. So here was Bunny, in his old tormenting position, watching a fight which he was powerless to stop or even to mitigate. Ben Riley managed to get work on a ranch. He had to put in 12 hours a day, but all the same he would come into the tract at night and distribute his socialist literature, and of course with a burning sense of bitterness shared by his friends. Tom Axton was back in the field at his organizing job, and he and Paul and Bunny had long discussions. Here in the Oil Workers' Union, just as in the Labor College, there was the problem of what to do about the Reds. You could never have any big group of workers without socialist and communist and IWW among them, and all busily boring. Paul was endorsing the position of Axton that the one thing in the oil industry was to save the union. All the workers must concentrate on that and avoid every cause of division. To this the socialist and the communist made answer. All right, they would help. But as the struggle developed, the bosses would call in the police and the courts, and the oil workers, like all other workers, would find they could not stay out of politics. They would have to master the capitalist state. So far, the socialist and communist would agree. But then would come the question, how was this mastering to be accomplished? And at once the two groups would be imitating the Menzies family. The industrial workers of the world, as they called themselves, were a separate group, men who had been revolted by the corruption and lack of vision in the old line unions and had formed a rival organization, the One Big Union, that was someday to take in all the workers. They were hated by the regular labor leaders, and the newspapers represented them as criminals and thugs. When Bunny met one, he found a young fellow clinging to an ideal in the spirit of the early Christian martyrs. These wobblies were now being hunted like wild beasts under the Criminal Syndicalism Act of California. Everyone who came into a labor camp or industrial plant was liable to be picked up by a constable or company bull, and the mere possession of a red card meant 14 years in state's prison. Nevertheless, here they were in paradise. Half a dozen of them had a jungle or camping place out in the hills, and they would lure working men out of their meetings, and you would see the glare of a campfire and hear the faint echo of the songs they sang out of their little red songbook. To Bunny this was romantic and mysterious, while to Dad and Mr. Roscoe and the managers of Ross Consolidated, it was as if the jungle had been located in the province of Bengal, and the sounds brought in by the night wind had been the screams of man-eating tigers. Part 3. From these and all other troubles, Bunny now had a way of swift escape, a monastery. Nobody up there had troubles, or if they did, they didn't load them onto him. "Make this your country club," Annabel had said. "Come when you please and stay as long as you please. Our horses ought to be ridden and our books ought to be read, and there's a whole ocean, only watch out for the riptides." So Bunny would run up to this beautiful playground, and sometimes V. Tracy was there, and when she wasn't, she would turn up a few hours later, quite mysteriously. She was several years older than he, and in knowledge of the world older than he would be at 100. Nevertheless, she was a good playmate. It was her business to be young in both body and spirit. It was the way she earned her living, and she practiced the game all the time. She had to live hard, like an athlete in training, a pugilist before a battle. Who could tell what strange freak might next occur to the author of a novel, or to a continuity man, or a director dissatisfied with the progress of a melodrama? She would find herself tied upon a wild horse, or to a log in a sawmill, or dragged by a rope at the end of a speedboat, or climbing a church steeple on the outside. In ages past, in lands barbarian and civilized, the hardships of the ascetic life have been imposed upon women for many strange reasons. But was there ever one more freakish than this, that she might appear before the eyes of millions in the aspect of a terror-stricken virgin tearing herself from the hands of lustful ravishers? Anyway, here she was, a playmate for a young idealist running away from other people's troubles. They would take Annabel's unused horses and ride them bareback over the hills to the beach and gallop them into the surf and swim them there, to the great perplexity of the seals, or they would turn the horses loose and run foot races and turn handsprings and cartwheels. V would go a whirlwind of flying white limbs and flying black hair all the way into the water, and the waves would be no wilder than her laughter. Then they would sit, basking in the sun, and she would tell him stories about Hollywood, and assuredly the waves were no wilder than these. Anything might happen in Hollywood, and in fact had happened, and V knew the people it had happened to. Bunny would go away and find himself haunted by a figure in a scanty one-piece bathing suit, a figure youthful, sinewy but graceful, vivid, swift. It was evident that she liked him, and Bunny would wake up from his dreams and realize he liked her. He would think about her when he ought to be studying, and his thinking summed itself up in one question: why not? Echo, in the form of Dad and Mr. Roscoe and Annabel Ames and their friends, appeared to be answering, why not? The one person who would have answered otherwise was Henrietta Ashley, and Henrietta, alas, was now hardly even a memory. Bunny was not visiting the Blue Lagoon. nor saying prayers out of the little black and gold books. Bunny would call V. Tracy on the telephone at the studio or at her bungalow, and she was always ready for a lark. They would go to one of the restaurants where the screen folk dined, and then to one of the theaters where the same folk were pictured, and she would tell him about the private lives of these people, stories even stranger than the ones made up for them. Very soon the screen world was putting one and one together in its gossip. V. Tracy had picked up a millionaire, an oil prince, millions and millions, and it was romantic too. He was said to be a Bolshevik. The glances and tones of voice that Bunny encountered gave new echoes to the haunting question, why not? Part 4. Sitting on the beach, half dug into the sand and staring out over the blue water, V. told him something about her life. I'm no spring chicken, Bunny. Don't imagine it. When I came into this game, I had my own way to make, and I paid the price, like every other girl. You'll hear them lie about it, but don't be fooled. There are no women producers and no saints among the men. Bunny thought it over. Can't they be satisfied with finding a good actress? She can be a good actress in the daytime and a good mistress at night. The man can have both, and he takes them. It sounds rather ghastly, said the other. I'll tell you how it is. There's such fierce competition in this game. If you're going to get ahead, nothing else matters. Nothing else is real. I know it was that way with me. I hung round the doors of the studios. I was only 15, and I starved and yearned till I'd have slept with the devil to get inside. She sat, staring before her, and Bunny, watching her out of the corner of his eye, saw that her face was grim. There's this to remember, too, she added. A girl meets a man that has a wad of money and can take her out in a big car and buy her a good meal and a lot of pretty clothes and set her up in a bungalow, and he's a mighty big man to her. It's easy to think he's something wonderful. It's all right for moralists to sniff that don't know anything about it, but the plain truth is, the man that came with the cash and offered me my first real start in a picture, he was just about the same as a god to me, and it was only decent to give him what he wanted. I had to live with him a few months before I knew he was a fat-headed fool. There was a silence. I suppose, said V, you're wondering why I tell you this. I'm safe now. I've got some money in the bank, and I might set up for a lady, put on swank and forget the ugly past. If I'd told you I was an innocent virgin, how would you have known? But I said to myself, by God, if having money means anything to me, it means I don't have to lie any more. Said Bunny, I know a man that says that. It made a great impression on me. I'd never known anybody like it before. Well, it makes you into a kind of savage. I've got an awful reputation in the picture world. Has anybody told you? Not very much, he answered. She looked at him sharply. What have they told you? All about Robbie Warden, I suppose. Hardly all, he smiled. I heard you'd been in love with him, and that you'd sort of been in mourning ever since. I made a fool of myself twice over a man. Robbie was the last time, and believe me, it's going to stay the last. He put up the money for the best picture I ever made, and he was handsome as a god, and he begged me to marry him, and I really meant to do it. But all the time he was fooling with 2 or 3 other women, and one of them shot him. So that was the end of my bright young dream. No, I'm not in mourning. I'm in rejoicing because I missed a lot of trouble. But if I'm a bit cynical about love and a bit unrefined in my language, you can figure it out. And V shook the mountain of sand off her bare legs and stood up. "Here's how I keep off the fat," she said, and put her hands down on the sand where it was wet and firm, and stood the rest of herself upon them, her slender white limbs going straight up and her face upside down, laughing at Bunny. In that position she walked by slow hand steps down to the water and then threw herself over in the other half of a handspring and lighted on her feet and dashed into the breakers. "Come on in. The water's fine." Part 5. Bunny thought over this conversation and learned from it his usual lesson of humility. V had had to fight for her success, whereas he had never had to fight for anything. If he wanted a moving picture career, Dad would arrange it for him. The studio doors would fly open. And the same with any other sort of career he could think of. How could he afford to pass judgment on anybody? Also, while he listened to V. Tracy, he had the memory of Eunice Hoyt to keep him humble. No, people didn't know what was right about sex, or at any rate, if they did, they didn't make it clear. It was disagreeable to have to think about so many other men, but then, too, it helped to clear the atmosphere. She wouldn't expect to marry him right off. There were marriages among the screen people, but apparently not until they'd made sure they were happy. Also, it enabled Bunny to be certain that V would not be shocked by the knowledge that she was haunting his dreams. They were at the monastery and had been dancing, and went out upon one of the loggias, or platforms, or terraces, or whatever you call the outside of a cathedral. There was a moon shining down, the same that had shone on Bunny and Eunice, and on Bunny and Nina Goodrich. There was organ music inside and the scent of flowers outside, and Bunny was thinking to himself, "What am I going to do about this? It couldn't go on, that was certain." He had got so that he was trembling all over, and yet somehow he seemed to be tongue-tied. So far, all the girls had had to propose to him, and it was quite absurd. What the dickens was the matter with him? In a faltering voice he suggested, "Let's dance." V stood up, and he stood up. They had danced out onto this loggia or terrace or platform, and now they would dance back, and he would be, literally, just where he had been before. No, that wouldn't do. He had a sudden fit of desperation, and instead of the particular kind of embrace which has to do with dancing, he put his arms about her in a way that made it impossible for her to dance. This was a crude procedure, no credit to a junior classman and leader of fashion in a high-toned university. Bunny knew it and was in a panic. She would not understand. She would be angry and send him away. But no, she was not angry, and somehow she was able to understand. There is an old saying that fingers were made before forks, in the same way it is true that embraces were made a long time before words. Bunny became aware that his clasp was being returned, and by a pair of capable arms that were able to hold a girl upside down in the air and carry her into the surf. It was all right. "Oh, V," he whispered, "then you do care for me." Her lips met his, and they stood there in the moonlight, locked together, while the organ music rose to a shout. "V, I was so scared," and she laughed. "You silly boy." But suddenly she drew back her head. "Bunny, I want to talk to you. There's something I must say. Let me go and sit down, please. No, in that chair over there. I want us to talk quietly." There was a fear in her voice, and he did what she asked. "What is it, V?" "I want us to be sensible and know what we're doing. It seems to me hardly anybody I know can be happy in love, and I swore to God I never would get into it again." "You'll have to get a new God. Bunny had managed to recover the use of his tongue. "I want us to promise to be happy. Any time we can't be happy, let's quit, and not have any fuss. Let's be sensible and not go crazy with jealousy and torment each other." "You'll be a plenty for me," declared Bunny. "I surely won't make you jealous." "You don't know what you'll do. Nobody ever knows. It's the devil's own business. Oh, you've no idea what I've seen, Bunny. You're nothing but a babe in arms." "You'll be good to me, V, and raise me up." "How do you know what I'll do? How do you know anything about me? You want me without really knowing what I am or what I'll do. I could have told you a million lies, and how would you have known? The next woman that comes along will tell you 1,000,001, and how will you know about her?" "That's too easy, V. You'll tell me." He sank down on his knees before her and took one of her hands, intending to comfort her, but she pushed it away. "No, I don't want you to do that. I want you to think about what I'm saying. I want us to decide in cold blood." "You make my blood cold," he laughed, "telling about the vamps of Hollywood." "Bunny, a man and a woman ought to tell each other the truth all the time. They ought to trust each other that much, no matter how much it hurts. Isn't that so?" "You bet it's so." "If that means they give each other up, all right, but they've no business holding each other by lies. Will you make that bargain, Bunny?" "I will." "And I want you to know I don't want any of your money." "I haven't got any money, V. It's all Dad's. That's the first painful truth." "Well, I don't want it. I've got my own, and I'll take care of myself. I've got a job, and you'll have yours, and we'll let each other alone and meet when it makes both of us happy." "That's too easy for a man, V." "It'll be a game, and there are rules, and if we break the rules, it's cheating." Bunny could assure her that he had never cheated in a game and would not cheat in this one. So he overcame her fears, and she was in his arms again, and they were exchanging those ravishing kisses of which for a time it seemed impossible ever to have enough. Presently she whispered, "Someone will come out here, Bunny. Let me go in, and I'll dance a bit, and then make my excuses and get away, and you come up to my room." Part 6. Had anybody ever seen them in the moonlight? Or had Bee whispered the secret to Annabel? Or was it just the light of happiness radiating from the eyes of the young couple? Anyhow, it was evident next day that the truth was out, and there was an atmosphere of festivity about the monastery. Nobody went so far as to sprinkle rice on the pair, or to throw old shoes at them, or tie white ribbons to their cars, but there were friendly smiles and sly jests enough to keep the play spirit alive. Annabel, of course, was enraptured. She had planned this from the beginning. She had picked this young oil prince for her friend from the day that Vern had told her about him. And Vern, well, you can imagine that when he started to make jokes on such a subject, nobody was left in doubt as to what had happened. Strangely enough, when Bunny got home, he found this spirit of orange blossoms and white ribbons in some mysterious way communicated to Dad. Could it be that Vern, the old rascal, had taken the trouble to telephone the news? Here was Dad, shining with satisfaction, and Bunny could read his every thought. Dad had met Bee Tracy and liked her fine. A motion picture star, by golly, that was something to brag about. That was the right sort of career for a young oil prince, quite in the aristocratic tradition. Bunny would have something else in his mind now but this fool Bolshevik business. Presently, here was Dad trying to drop hints with about as much tact as you would expect from a full-grown rhinoceros. Had Bee Tracy been up at the monastery this time? Say, that was a live wire, that girl. Vern said she got as high as $4,000 a week, and that was no press agent money either. She had more brains than all the male dolls put together. She had money salted away, owned lots all over Hollywood. She had come to Vern to ask his advice about Ross Consolidated, and he had told her to go the limit, and by golly, she had brought him a cashier's check for $50,000 and had got a block of the stock at the opening price, and now it was worth 3 times that. And V said that Vern had saved her from 6 rapings. Then the old rhinoceros went on and explained what V had meant, that she wouldn't have to act in 6 pictures. And then there was Bertie, who got the news at once because it happened that Charlie Norman's bootlegger was in love with Annabelle Ames' sister. Right away, Bertie was curious to meet V. Tracy and ordered Bunny to bring her to lunch. V. was uneasy about this, declaring that sisters always poisoned men against sweethearts. But Bunny laughed and said he had plenty of antitoxins against Bertie. So they met, and everything went off beautifully. V. was humble and anxious to please, and Bertie was the great lady, supremely gracious. That was according to the properties, for V. was only an actress, while Bertie was a real society, her doings appearing in a sanctified part of the newspaper where the screen people seldom broke in. After the luncheon, Bertie told her brother that V. was all right, and maybe she would teach him a little sense, which from a sister was the limit of cordiality. So there they were, everything hunky-dory. Bunny's sleep was no longer disturbed by dreams. The dream had become a reality, and it was his. When they visited the monastery, they were placed in connecting rooms, and when he went to visit V. at her bungalow, the discreet elderly lady who kept house for her would quietly disappear. As for the moving picture colony, it said nothing more, having already said everything there was to say. Bunny would call V. on the telephone, and if it was a Saturday or holiday, they would make a date. But if it was a weekday, V. would say, "No, Bunny, you ought to stay home and study." He would answer, "Oh, bosh, V. I'm a whole week ahead of my classes." "But, Bunny, if I make you neglect your work, your father would get down on me." "Dad's more in love with you than I am. He thinks you're the brightest star in the movie Zodiac." "We just mustn't overdo it, Bunny. Your conscience will get to troubling you, and you'll blame it on me." "Doggone it, V. You boss me worse than if we were Annabelle and Roscoe." "Well, let me tell you, if I manage to keep my oil prints as long as Annabelle has kept hers, I'll count myself a lucky woman." Part 7. Gregor Nikoliev was back from his trip to Alaska with more troubles for the conscience of a young idealist. Gregor was gaunt and hollow-eyed, like Paul returned from Siberia. Poor, unsuspecting foreign youth, he had shipped on what the sailors called the Hell Fleet of the Pacific, and had found himself trapped in a desolate bay, walled in by mountains on one side and ocean on the other, housed in barracks whose floors were wet by the tides, sleeping in vermin-ridden bunks, and eating food like that fed to the inmates of county jails. No way to escape, save on ships that would not take you. While Bunny had been romping in the Pacific with V and the SEALs, Gregor had been near to drowning himself in the same ocean. Also, Rachel Menzies had come home with more troubles. There was a strike of the clothing workers. Quite unforeseen and spontaneous, hundreds of workers, driven beyond endurance by petty oppressions, had walked out in the middle of a job. The movement had spread all over this angel city, paradise of the open shop. The workers were crowding into the union offices and signing up, and a regular mass struggle was underway. But Papa Menzies, one of the intellectuals among the strikers, a man of force and insight, Papa Menzies was sitting at home with his frantic Hebrew wife clinging to his coattails and wailing that if he went out and took part in the strike, the police would get him and ship him off to Poland to be shot and never to see his family again. As a result of this strike, Rachel was not going to be able to come to college. Bunny, elegant young gentleman of leisure, who had never known what it was to need money in his life, could not understand this, and had to be told in plain words that Rachel's family had been making sacrifices to get her an education, and all these plans were knocked out. Then, of course, Bunny wanted to get Dad to help. What was the use of having a rich father if you couldn't serve your friends in a pinch? But Rachel answered no. They had always been independent, and she would not think of such a thing. She would have to skip a term in the university. "But then you won't be in my class," exclaimed Bunny, realizing suddenly how much he needed an antitoxin for the dullness of Southern Pacific culture. "It's very kind of you, Mr. Ross," she answered sedately, "but perhaps you will come to the meetings of the Socialist Local." "But see here, really, I can get the money without the least trouble, and you don't have to consider it a gift. You can pay it back when you want to. Won't it be easier to earn money if you have a college degree?" Rachel admitted that. She had meant to get a position as a social worker. She had come to this university because there were special courses which would make such a career possible. Bunny pleaded, why not take Dad's money with no strings to it whatever, and pay him back $10 or $20 a month out of her future salary? But Rachel was stubborn, some strange impulse born of her class consciousness. He felt so keenly about it that without saying anything to her, he got into his car and drove to the home of the Menzies family. He had the address in his notebook, and it did not occur to him that she or her family might be embarrassed to have him see the way they lived, in a wretched slum district crowded into a little 3-room house on the back of a lot, without a shred of a green thing in sight. It was a rented place, Papa Menzies having put his money into socialism instead of into real estate and shrubbery. Bunny found him in a crowded front room with furniture and books and a job of sewing and the remains of a meal of bread and herring and the proofs of an article which he was getting ready for a strike bulletin, and a fat old Jewish lady rushing about in a panic, trying to put things away from the sight of this alarmingly fashionable visitor. None of that bothered the old man. He was used to confusion and all wrapped up in the strike. He told Bunny about it and read his article, a bitter statement of the grievances of the clothing workers. And then Bunny got down to the question of Rachel and her education, insisting that Cam Menzies should persuade his daughter not to give up her career. Mrs. Menzies sat, staring with large dark eyes, trying to understand, and suddenly she broke into a torrent of excited Yiddish, of which it was just as well that Bunny could not make out a word. For Mamma Menzies placed no trust in this handsome young goy, and put the worst possible construction upon his visit. He was trying to lure their daughter into sin, and maybe he had already done so. Who could tell what sort of life she was living with all these atheists and socialist ideas in her head and going to a college run by a lot of Christs? Papa Menzies bade her sternly to hold her tongue, which according to the Hebrew law she was supposed to do. But apparently she took her Hebrew law with as many allowances as the Christs took theirs. In the middle of her torrents of Yiddish, Cam thanked Bunny for his kindness and explained that what was worrying Rachel was the hard time the family would have during the strike. If Bunny would help the family, then it would be easy for Rachel to help herself. So they shook hands, and Bunny went home to report to Dad that he had acquired the responsibility of supporting half a dozen Jewish clothing workers. End of Part 7. Chapter 14, The Star of Oil by Upton Sinclair, Parts 8 through 16. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Part 8. Bunny was back at Southern Pacific. It was the line of least resistance, a nice, clean occupation, honorific and easy on the nerves. One who was good-looking and wealthy and knew how to charm the professors could get by with almost no work at all and have abundant time to read Bolshevik propaganda and watch strikes happen. Also to sport about town with a moving picture star, to drive and dine and dance with her and escort her to weekend parties of the Hollywood elite. He might even have found time to visit the studio and watch her at work on her new picture, but she would not let him do this. She was too much in love with him. She could not concentrate with him looking on. Moreover, she said her work was horrid. All pictures were horrid. Bunny wouldn't like what she was doing. It was just a way she earned her living, and she had to do what other people told her. It was without any relation to life, and Bunny, who was serious and educated, would think it childish, or worse. She liked him to be serious. He was a dear and all that, and one of the few men who really could tell her something about the world. He must go on being like that and not pay any attention to her pictures. It struck Bunny as a little mysterious. She protested too much, and before long he discovered the reason in some of the gossip about the screen world which filled pages upon pages of the newspapers. B. Tracy was working on a picture about Russia. She was to be a beautiful princess of the old regime, caught in the storm of the revolution, falling into the hands of the Bolsheviks and making one of her famous getaways with the aid of a handsome young American Secret Service man. Bee had been working on this picture for the past 6 months, and right in the middle of it, she had gone and got herself a parlor Bolshevik for a lover, and now was afraid to let him know what she was doing. Poor Bunny! He was making such earnest and devoted efforts to ride on 2 horses at once, and the horses kept getting farther and farther apart until he was all but split in the middle. Here was this strike of the clothing workers breaking in upon the peace of America's premier open-shop city. It was the climax of a series of disorders. First, a walkout of the street railway men, and then of the carpenters. It was evident that the program of the Reds, boring from within, was having a terrifying success, and the thing had to be stopped once for all. The city council passed an anti-picketing ordinance which forbade anyone to even make an ugly face in front of a place where there was a strike. Since not all the clothing workers had faces of natural beauty, there was much infringement of this law, and very soon the papers were full of accounts of riots valiantly put down by the police. A part of Bunny's curriculum at the university consisted of having Rachel Menzies describe to him and the rest of the Red Bunch how girls who were doing nothing but walking up and down the street in pairs were being seized by the police and having their arms twisted out of joint. Then one morning Rachel did not show up in class. Next day came a note for Bunny telling him that Jacob Menzies had been clubbed almost insensible on the picket line. Jacob was the right-wing brother, the pale, stoop-shouldered one who had been earning his education by pressing students' pants, and Bunny had so far departed from the safe rule of dodging other people's troubles that he felt it his duty to drive over to the Menzies' home and have his feelings harrowed by the sight of Jacob Menzies in bed, pale as the sheets, and with a Hindu turban wound about his head. There was Mamma Menzies, with tears streaming down her cheeks, wailing over and over one Yiddish word that Bunny could understand. Oi, oi, oi. Chaim Menzies, the father, was nowhere to be seen because he had torn his coat-tails loose from his wife's fingers and was over at strike headquarters doing his duty. The next afternoon, coming out from his classes, Bunny saw on a newsstand the familiar green color of the Evening Booster, and his eye was caught, as it was meant to be caught, by flaring headlines, Police Raid Red Center. So Bunny purchased a paper, as it was meant that he should do, and read how that morning a squad from police headquarters had invaded the rooms of the Clothing Workers' Union and taken off nearly a truckload of documents which were expected to prove that the disturbance in the city's industry was being directed and financed by the Red Revolutionists of Moscow. The officials of the union were under arrest. One of those apprehended was Chaim Menzies, self-confessed socialist agitator. Part 9. So there was another job for Bunny. He didn't know quite how to set about it, and Dad was on the way to Paradise and could not be consulted. Bunny went to see Dad's lawyer, Mr. Dolliver, a keen-witted, soft-spoken gentleman who had no sympathy with Reds, but, like all lawyers, was prepared for any weird trouble his wealthy clients might bring along. He called up police headquarters and ascertained that the self-confessed socialist agitator was to be arraigned the following day. Bail would be set at that time, and it would be up to Bunny to have the cash in hand or real estate to twice the amount. Bunny said he wanted to see the prisoner, and Mr. Dolliver said he knew the chief of police and might be able to arrange it. He wrote a note, and Bunny went over to the dingy old building which had been erected to serve a city of 50,000 and was now serving one of 1,000,000. The chief proved to be a burly person in civilian clothing, smelling strongly of civilian whiskey. He requested Bunny to sit down and summoned a couple of detectives and began an obvious effort to find out all that Bunny knew about Chaim Menzies and Bunny's ideas and Chaim's ideas. And Bunny, who was growing up fast in an ugly world, gave a carefully phrased exposition of the difference between the right and left wings of the socialist movement. Finding that he could not be trapped into indiscretions, and knowing that he was a millionaire's son and could not be thrown into a cell, the chief gave him up and told one of the detectives to take him in to see the prisoner. So Bunny got a glimpse of his city's jail. The old building was cracked and had been condemned as a menace to life by 6 successive commissions. Nevertheless, here it was, a monument to the greed of real estate speculators who cared nothing about a city's good name, provided only its tax rates were low. The moldy old place stank, and if you looked carefully, you might see vermin crawling on the walls. The prisoners were confined in a number of tanks, which were steel-barred cages holding 30 or 40 men each, with no ray of daylight and not enough artificial light to enable anyone to read. This city, so oddly named Angel, appeared anxious to cultivate all possible vices in its victims, for it provided them no reading matter and no exercise or recreation, but permitted them to have cards, dice, and cigarettes, and the jailers secretly smuggled in whiskey and cocaine to such as had money for bribes. In one of these tanks sat Papa Menzies, on the floor, since there was no other place to sit. He appeared quite contented, having gathered round him the entire congregation of the cell to hear about the struggle of the clothing workers, and how it was up to the toilers of the world to organize and abolish the capitalist system. When Bunny appeared, the old man jumped up and grabbed him by the hand, and Bunny said quickly, "Mr. Menzies, you should know that this gentleman with me is a detective." Papa Menzies grinned. "Sure, I got nothing to hide. I've been a member of the Socialist Party for 20 years. I believe in the ballot box. Then they'll find nothing to the contrary unless they make it. I've been telling these boys what socialism is, and I will tell this gentleman if he wants to listen. I have been helping the clothing workers stand together for decent conditions, and I'm going on with it the day I get out again." So that was that. And in the evening Bunny phoned to his father and told him the situation. Bunny had been accustomed to sign his father's name to checks of any size, and had been careful not to abuse the privilege. But now he was proposing to draw $15,000, because they would probably fix the bail very high, in the hope of keeping the old man in jail until the strike had been broken. There was no risk involved, Bunny declared, for Menzies was the soul of honor and would not run away. Dad made a wry face over the telephone, but what could he do? His dearly beloved son was ablaze with indignation and insisted that he knew all about it. There was no possibility whatever that this old clothing worker might be a secret agent of the Soviet government, deliberately planted in Angel City to destroy American institutions. How Bunny could know such things, Dad couldn't imagine, but he had never known this boy to be so wrought up. And finally he said, all right, but to have Mr. Dolliver send somebody to court with the money so that Bunny would not get his name into the newspapers again. Part 10. The matter was handled as Dad ordered. The lawyer's clerk went to court and came back and reported that the prisoners had appeared, but Chaim Menzies had not been among them. His case had been taken over by the federal authorities because it had been discovered that he was born in Russian Poland, and it was proposed to cancel his naturalization papers and deport him. Chaim had been transferred to the county jail, another condemned structure, fully as dingy and filthy as the city jail. There was no longer anything you could do about it, because in these deportation cases the courts were refusing to intervene, holding them to be administrative matters. The Democratic Attorney General had failed in his effort to get the nomination for president by his campaign against the Reds, but the machinery he had set going was still grinding out misery for guilty and innocent alike. So here was some real trouble for Bunny. Over at the Menzies home was Rachel, white-faced and pacing the floor, and Mamma Menzies wailing and tearing her clothing. It was impossible even to get a word to poor Chaim. He was incommunicado. Indeed, he might already have been put into a train for the East. After that, there would be no chance for him whatever. He would be dumped into a steamer for Danzig, and there turned over to the Polish White Terror. Bunny insisted that something must be tried, and so Mr. Dolliver called in a couple of still more expensive lawyers, at Dad's expense, and they debated habeas corpuses and injunctions and other mystical formulas, and made out a lot of papers and tried this court and that, all in vain. Meantime, in response to frantic commands from his son, Dad broke the speed laws from paradise, and when he arrived, there was Bunny and his Jewish girlfriend waiting on his front porch. They dragged him into his den and made him listen to a disquisition on the difference between the right and left wings of the socialist movement, with a complete description of the activities of a literature agent of the Socialist Party. In the middle of it, Rachel burst into tears and sank down on the sofa. And Dad, who was really no more able to stand a woman weeping than was Bunny, went over and patted her on the shoulder and said, "There, there, little girl, don't mind. I'll get him out, even if I have to send a man to New York." So Dad stepped out and sped away in his car. That was about lunchtime, and a little before 3 o'clock of that same day, who should emerge from a taxicab in front of the Menzies tenement but Chaim himself, dirty and unshaven, but smiling and serene, and ready to continue his labors for his clothing workers. He hadn't the least idea how it had happened. The keepers of the county jail had volunteered no information as they turned him loose, and Chaim had not stopped for questions. He never did know, and neither did his daughter, for what Dad told Bunny was strictly confidential, a bit of oil men's secret lore. What did I do? I called in an old friend of ours, Ben Scott. Ben Scott! Bunny had not thought of their lease hound for years. Yes, Ben is high up in this defense business now, and he did it for me. What did you tell him? Tell him I told him $1,000. One what? That's bootlegger's slang. I gave him $100 and said, "Ben, go and see the man that's got that old kike in jail and tell him to turn him loose, and then come back to me and I'll give you another $500. "My God!" said Bunny, and Dad took a couple of puffs of his big cigar. Now you see why we oil men have to be in politics. Part 11. Besides completing Bunny's political education, this incident was important to him in another way. It was the cause of V. Tracy's taking over the management of his life. Ross Sr. got the moving picture lady on the telephone that very evening, and he said, "Look here, V, you're laying down on your job." "What do you mean, Mr. Ross?" "My name is Dad," said the voice, "and what I mean is that you're not taking care of my son like I wanted you to do. He's been getting into trouble with these Bolsheviks again, and it's all because you don't see enough of him." "But, Mr. Dad, I've been trying to make him study. I thought that was what you wanted." "Well, you forget about him studying. That's all bunk. It ain't going to do him no good, and besides, he don't want to do it. He just goes off to socialist meetings, and he'd better be with you." "Oh, Dad," there was a little catch in Bee's voice, "there's nothing I'd like better. I'm just crazy about that boy." "Well, you take him under your wing and keep him there. And if you can get him loose from these Reds, I'll remember you in my will." So after that, Bunny found that he could get a date with his beloved at any hour of the day or night. She never told him the reason. No, her idea of truth-telling did not go that far. She let him think it was because of his overwhelming charms, and his male egotism was satisfied with the explanation. She would make feeble pretenses at resistance. "Oh, Bunny, Dad will think I'm wasting your time. He'll call me a vamp." And Bunny would answer, "You goose, he knows that if I'm not with you, I may be off at some socialist meeting." They were so happy, so happy. The rapture of fresh young souls and fresh young bodies, eager, quivering in every nerve. Their love suffused their whole beings. Everything became touched with magic. The sound of their voices, the gestures of their hands, even the clothing they wore, the cars they drove, the houses they lived in. They flew together. The telephone girls were overworked keeping them in touch. Bunny became what in the slang of the time was known as a one-arm driver. Also, he studied the arts of cajoling professors and cutting lectures. His conscience was easy, for had he not done his duty by the socialist movement with that $1,000 of Dad's? Besides, the strike was over, and the clothing workers had won a few concessions. The leaders had been released, and the promised Moscow revelations forgotten by the newspapers and therefore by everybody else. V would still not let Bunny come to the studio where she was working. For the next picture, perhaps, but not this one. He and his Bolsheviks wouldn't like it, and he must put off seeing it as long as possible. But all the rest of her time was his, every precious instant. The elderly housekeeper received a $5 bill now and then, and was deaf, dumb, and blind. V's room in the bungalow was upstairs, the only second-story room, open on all four sides and with ivy wreathing its windows. Inside it was all white, a bower of loveliness. Here they belonged to each other, and tears of ecstasy would come into V's eyes. "Oh, Bunny, Bunny, I swore I'd never do this, and here I am, worse in love than I ever dreamed. Bunny, if you desert me, I shall die." He would smother her fears in kisses. It was a case for the application of another old saying that actions speak louder than words. There was no cloud in the sky of their happiness, except just one little cloud, no bigger than a man's hand. Bunny did not see it at all, and the woman saw it in an instant or so and then looked the other way. Oh, surely the rose will bloom forever. Part 12. The hands of destiny turning upon the face of the movie clock had brought V's hour of glory again. The great picture was ready, and once more she was on all the billboards of the city. Shmolsky's Supera presents Viola Tracy in the 12-reel super special The Devil's Deputy, $1,000,000 heart drama of the Russian Revolution. The scene which ornamented the billboards disclosed V, as usual, with her lingerie torn, crouching in the arms of the ineffable, handsome young American Secret Service agent, and the agent presenting a revolver to a mass of tangled black whiskers behind which hideous foreign faces lurked. Also, there was publicity in the newspapers, columns and columns about the picture, the authors of the book, the continuity man and the director and the writer of the titles and the artists and the decorators and the costumers and the musicians, but most of all about the star. Was it to be expected that the publicity man should drop no hint to the reporters about the fascinating young oil prince who had now become Miss Tracy's most intimate friend? It had been expected by Bunny and maybe by Dad, but assuredly not by anyone else. The reporters laid siege to the young prince, and sweet, sentimental sob-sister ladies sought to lure him into revealing how it felt to be the very, very dearest friend of such a brilliantly scintillating star of the movie heavens. One day it was rumored they were engaged to marry, and the next day they were not. And if they said nothing, the reporters knew what they ought to have said. And when Bunny would not give his picture, they snapped him on the street. And when he turned his face away, they gave it a jolly caption, "Oil Prince is shy." The Devil's Deputy was to have its world premiere at Goulby's $1,000,000 Melanesian Theater, And these world premieres are, as you may know, the great social events of Southern California. Searchlights search the clouds and bombs boom in the sky. Red fire makes an imitation Hades in the streets, and Klieg lights make day in the arcade which the $1,000,000 Melanesians hold upright upon their naked shoulders. The crowds pack the streets, and swarms of burglars invade the city because all the police department is required to make a pathway for the movie stars as they move in their appointed courses from their shining $10,000 limousines across the sidewalk and through the arcade and under the $1,000,000 portals. The Kliegs glare upon them, and a dozen moving picture cameras grind, and flashlights boom, and the crowd surges and quivers and murmurs with ecstasy. Never in all human history has there been such glory. Never have the eyes of mortals beheld such royal pageantry. Trappers and hunters have perished in the icy waste of the Arctic to bring the ermines and sables in which these queens are robed. Divers have been torn by sharks to bring up their pearls from the depths of tropic seas, and miners have been crushed in the deep earth to dig their blazing diamonds. Chemists have blown themselves up in search for their cosmetics and dyes, and seamstresses have grown blind embroidering the elaborate designs which twinkle upon their silken ankles. All this concentrated in one brief glory march. Do you wonder that heads are high and glances regal, or that the crowd surges and rushes wildly, and women faint, and ambulances come clanging? Inside the theater, over the head of one of the $1,000,000 Melanesians, is a huge megaphone, and as the great ones descend from their cars, a giant voice acquaints the audience with their progress. Mr. Abraham Shemolsky is coming through the arcade. Mr. Shemolsky is accompanied by Mrs. Shemolsky. Mrs. Shemolsky wears a blue satin opera cloak trimmed with chinchilla, made by Voisin, just brought by Mrs. Shemolsky from Paris. Mrs. Shemolsky wears her famous tiara of diamonds. Mr. and Mrs. Shemolsky are now entering the theater. Mr. and Mrs. Shemolsky have stopped to talk with Mr. and Mrs. Jacob Goolsby. And so on, thrill after thrill, until at last, exactly at the sacred hour of 8:30, the supreme, the super thrill of the evening, Miss Viola Tracy is descending from her car. Miss Tracy is accompanied by her friend, Mr. J. Arnold Ross, Jr., discoverer and heir apparent of the Ross Jr. oil field of Paradise, California. Miss Tracy and Mr. Ross are coming through the arcade. Miss Tracy wears a cloak of gorgeous ermine furs. Her slippers are of white satin trimmed with pearls. She wears a collar of pearls and a pearl headdress presented to her by Mr. J. Arnold Ross, Sr. Miss Tracy and Mr. Ross, Jr. are in the lobby, shaking hands with Mr. and Mrs. Shemolsky and Mr. and Mrs. Goolsby, and so on until Miss Tracy and Mr. Ross, Jr. are in their seats and history is at liberty to begin. Part 13. So Bunny saw the Russian picture. His beloved was the beautiful bride of a grand duke. The gestures, the kisses, the raptures of love which had been rehearsed upon himself were now lavished upon a magnificent, sharp-whiskered personage in a military uniform with many stars and orders. This personage was haughty but high-minded, and his Grand Duchess was the soul of charity. And oh, such lovely gentle peasants as she had to exercise her charity upon! How sweetly they curtsied, how charmingly they danced and gathered to cheer and throw flowers after the grand ducal carriage. It was a beautiful, almost idyllic world. One was tempted really to doubt whether any world so perfect ever had existed on earth. There was only one thing wrong with it, and that was a secret band of villains with twisted, degenerate faces, some of them with wild hair and big spectacles, others with ferocious black whiskers and knives in their boots. They met to concoct anarchist manifestos intended to seduce the sweet, innocent peasants, and to make dynamite bombs to blow up noble-minded grand dukes. They drank in booze dens and grabbed women by the arms and manhandled them right out before one another. There was no wickedness these creatures did not do, and their leaders, with the face of a rat and the arms of a gorilla, made evident to the dullest mind why the picture was called The Devil's Deputy. Then came the young Secret Service man, clean-cut, smooth-shaven, quick on the trigger. His job was to get messages from the American embassy to the American fleet, and later on to save the treasure of the embassy from the Bolsheviks. For of course you know what happened in Russia, how this band of villains with twisted faces rose up and overthrew the government and killed the haughty but just Grand Duke with cruel torches. It was, of course, the Grand Duchess that the Devil's Deputy especially wanted, and first he chased her about the castle and battered in the doors, and the young Secret Service hero dashed with her from room to room. Blood ran down his face from a bullet wound, but he carried her out of a window of the castle, and away they flew on horseback, over hills and dales covered with the familiar Russian eucalyptus trees. And then presently they were trapped in St. Petersburg, and the Devil's Deputy laid his foul hands on V and tore her lingerie to shreds, as the billboards had promised you he would. But here came the hero with his automatic, and he held the mob at bay, while V behind her back made signals to a friend of the hero who was preparing one of the villain's own bombs to throw at them. Could you imagine more poetic justice than that? V and her savior fled, this time in a motor car, over roads of the well-known Russian concrete, through the well-known mountains of the suburbs of St. Petersburg, and came to the river Neva, with its eucalyptus groves concealing a speedboat. There was another mad chase, which ended in the capture of the agonized pair, and more tearing of V's lingerie by the Devil's Deputy. But don't be worried. At the most critical instant came the American Navy, that whole glorious flotilla which we kept in the river Neva during the war. Old Glory floated in the breeze, and the band played The Stars and Stripes Forever, and the $1 million audience burst into enraptured cheering. A launch from a battleship came dashing up. The Devil's Deputy leaped into the water with one of his own bombs in his mouth, and Viola Tracy and the Secret Service man stood clasped in an attitude which was familiar to Bunny and hardly less so to the $1 million audience. All the time this story was unfolding, Bunny was privileged to sit and hold the heroine's hand. Once she leaned to him and whispered, "Is it so very bad?" His answer was, "It's up to standard. It will sell." It was the formula she had used with Annabel Ames, and Bunny felt a tight pressure of his hand. It was clever of him, as well as kind. Part 14. The screen was dark, and the cheering died away, and the lights came up, and the moving picture world crowded about V. Tracy and Mr. Skomolsky, the producer, and Tommy Paler, the director, and all the rest of the personages whose services had been faithfully catalogued on the film. There was handshaking and chatter, and meantime the crowd stood about gaping at the celebrities. It was hard to get the theater empty after a world premiere. The throngs in the lobby and outside in the arcade were still held back by the police. Many had stood for 3 hours in order to see their favorites emerge. V and her lover went out among the last, greeting this one, greeting that one, and the observed of all observers. Bunny saw many he knew, and among them one face that he had not expected. Rachel Menzies. She saw him, and he saw that she saw him, and straightway it became a point of honor with a young idealist. He must not fail to treat her as well as anybody else. Rachel, a poor working girl and class-conscious, pitiful in a dingy, worn coat and a faded, out-of-fashion hat. Rachel must not think that he would slight her in this expensive company. He went straight to her. "How do you do, Miss Menzies? I didn't know you were a movie fan." "I'm not," she answered, "but I wanted to see what they would do with the Russian Revolution." "There wasn't much in it for us," said Bunny, and she answered grimly, "No, there was not." He would have liked to talk with her, but not in this place. "Can I help you out?" he asked, and turned as if to seek a way through the crowd. But at that moment came V, with all the throngs of the great ones about her, with all the praise they poured upon her. There was one thing she really cared about, and that was Bunny. She did not want to be separated from him. And straightway, of course, the honor of the young idealist was still more deeply involved. He must not be unwilling to introduce this dingy working girl friend to the glorious lady of the ermines and pearls. "Meet Viola Tracy," he said. "V, this is Miss Rachel Menzies, a classmate of mine at the university." Equally, it was a point of honor with V to be cordial. "Oh, how do you do, Miss Menzies?" And she held out her hand. Rachel did not move to take the hand, but stood very stiff and straight and answered, "How do you do, Miss Tracy?" To Bunny, who knew her, the voice sounded strange and dead. But of course V had no means of knowing what her voice ought to be, and the withheld hand might easily be shyness at meeting the most important person in all Hollywood that night. V was still cordial as she inquired, "And how did you like the picture?" Bunny heard that question, more dangerous than any bomb ever made by a devil's deputy. He groped in his bewildered mind for something to say. "Miss Menzies is a socialist like me," anything of that playful sort. But before he could get his tongue to move, Rachel had answered swift and deadly. "I think it's the most poisonous thing I've ever seen on the screen." There was no mistaking that for shyness or anything else, and Viola Tracy stared at this amazing creature. "Oh, indeed, miss." "Yes, and people who helped to make it will some day have on their conscience the blood of millions of young men." Bunny broke in. "You see, V," but she put her hand to stop him. "Wait, I want to know what you mean." "I mean that this picture is part of the propaganda to get us into a war with Russia, and a woman that lends herself to such work is a disgrace to her sex." V glared, and fury leaped into her face. "You bitch!" she cried, and her hand shot out, and smack! She landed a blow across Rachel's cheek. For one horrible moment Bunny stood numb. He saw the red start to Rachel's face and the tears start to her eyes. Then he sprang between them and caught V's hand to stop another blow. "No, V, no!" A burly policeman completed the job of blocking the way between the two antagonists, and Rachel faded back into the crowd, something it was easy enough to do since everybody was pushing to the front. In the confusion, Bunny became aware of one hideous thing, a young man jabbing at them and demanding, "What is it? What is the matter? What happened, Miss Tracy? What was the trouble, officer?" Bunny whispered into V's ear, "Quick! It's a reporter." He grasped her arm, and they fled through the crowd. Part 15. Sitting in their car with Bunny driving, V whispered, "Who is that woman?" "Her family are Jewish clothing workers. Her father's the man who got arrested. Don't you remember I told you?" "Oh, that girl." "Yes. You see, you stepped on her class consciousness." V's teeth were clenched. "Oh, the odious creature." "But, V, don't forget you asked her what she thought." "Oh, so insolent, outrageous." "But, dear, you take the liberty of saying what you think. Don't you grant her the same right?" "Bunny, you're going to defend her?" And before he could reply, she cried in a voice of fury, "I hate those people. I hate them. They're nasty, they're low, they're jealous. They haven't an idea but to take away things from people who've slaved to earn them." There was a long silence. Bunny drove, and when V spoke again, it was to ask, "Where are you going? Don't forget the Schmolsky's supper party." "No, I won't go to any supper party. It would choke me. Take me home, right away." He obeyed, and when she was in the bungalow, she fled to her room. He followed and found the ermine cloak on the floor and V in a heap on the bed, without regard to the costliest of embroidered silk gowns. She was convulsed with sobbing, and he made out the words, "It's going to ruin us." Suddenly she sat up, blinded by her tears, and stretched out her arms. "Oh, Bunny, Bunny, don't let's have our love killed. Don't let's quarrel like all the others. Bunny, I don't care about those people. They can say anything they please to me. I'll never mind again. I'll apologize to that girl. I'll let her walk on me. I'll do anything you say. But, oh, please don't let's stop loving each other." It was the first time he had ever seen V break down, and of course it always produces a great impression upon the protective male. He took her in his arms, tears and all, without regard to the costliest of broadcloth evening suits. Their love flamed up, and their troubles were melted in the fire, and they swore that nothing should ever tear them apart. Long afterwards, as they lay in each other's arms, V whispered, "Bunny, that girl is in love with you." "Oh, absurd, V." "Why do you say so?" "She's never given the least sign of such a thing." "How would you know a sign?" "But, dear, of course she's in love with you. How could anybody fail to be in love with you, Bunny?" It was not worth while to try to argue. It appeared to be a peculiarity of women. They were always sure that all other women were in love with their man. When he had told V about Henrietta Ashley, she had been sure that Henrietta was desperately enamored, and that only her pride of caste had kept her from trying to hold him. Likewise, when he told her about Ruth, she was sure this poor country lass was pining her heart out. That was the reason she was so indifferent to the charms of oil workers, and not because she was wrapped up in Paul. Sisters didn't make so much fuss over brothers. No, that was rubbish. Bunny remembered that Bertie said the same thing, and, strangely enough, Eunice Hoyt had said it also. It had been one reason why she hated to have him go up to paradise. Bunny decided that it was better not to tell women about one another, and especially not to introduce them, if it could possibly be avoided. Morning came, and the newspapers were outside the door of their room. Sitting up in bed in silken garments, they devoured. No, not the elaborate accounts of the world premiere with details of the gowns worn by the women. That would come later. First, their eyes leaped to the headline, "Star Slaps Rival in Lobby." There it was. The reporter, having been unable to get the real story, had made the inevitable romantic assumption. Another triangle of the screen world. He had written a highly playful article about the world-famous star, emerging in the hour of her glory upon the arm of the young oil prince, about whom so many interesting rumors were being circulated. Seeing him leave her side and join some other woman, the star had rushed over in a fit of jealous fury and smacked the other woman in the face. There was an interview with Officer Tony Reber of the Angel City Police Department, who had stepped between the infuriated combatants. The star had called her rival an awful name, which the officer's modesty would not permit him to repeat. "But I'll say this," he told the world, "she certainly packs an awful punch, that lady. If I was to hit anybody as hard as that, I would sure get canned." Part 16. Bunny met the other combatant on the campus that same day, and her face was pale and her dark eyes somber. "Mr. Ross," she began quickly, "I want to tell you I'm ashamed of what I said." "You don't have to be ashamed," he replied. "It was true." "I know, but I had no right to say it to a friend of yours, and after all you've done for me. It was just that I was so wrought up over that picture." "I understand," Bunny said. "Miss Tracy wishes me to tell you she is truly sorry for what she did." "I know you'd make her sorry, but I don't care about that. We Jews have been struck many times, and we workers also, and there'll be more of it before the class war is over. The real harm is one she can never atone for. That hideous picture that's going out to poison the people's minds, millions upon millions of them. For that she can never apologize." It was an aspect of the matter that had somehow fallen into the background of Bunny's consciousness during all the excitement. "I've nothing good to say about the picture," he replied, "but I think you must make allowances for Miss Tracy. She doesn't know as much about Russia as you and I." "You mean she doesn't know there are hideous cruelties in old Russia? That the Tsardom was another word for terror?" "Yes, but then—" "She doesn't know that the men she portrays as criminals have most of them been in the dungeons of the Tsar for the sake of their faith?" "She may not know that, Miss Menzies. It's hard to realize how ignorant people can be when they read nothing but American newspapers and magazines." "Well, Mr. Ross, you know that I'm not a Bolshevik, but we have to defend the workers of Russia from world reaction. That picture is a part of the White Terror, and the people that made it knew exactly what they were doing, just as much as when they beat my brother over the head and started to deport my father." "Yes," said Bunny, "but you must understand, an actress does not write the story, and she's not always consulted about the parts she plays." "Ah, Mr. Ross." Rachel's face wore a pitying smile. "She would tell you that, and you're so anxious to believe the best about people. Well, I'm going to tell you what I think, and maybe you won't ever speak to me again. A woman who makes a picture like that is nothing but a prostitute, and the fact that she's highly paid makes her all the more loathsome." "Oh, Miss Menzies." "I know it sounds cruel, but that's a murder picture, and that woman knew it perfectly well. They paid her money and jewels and fur coats and silk lingerie and her face on the billboards and in all the newspapers, and she took the price, as she's done many times before. I don't know one thing about her private life, Mr. Ross, but I'll wager that if you investigate, you'll find she's sold herself, body as well as mind, all the way from the bottom up to the pedestal she's on now." And so Bunny decided that he had better postpone for a while the plan he had had in mind. of having V. Tracy and Rachel Menzies meet and understand each other. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Oil by Upton Sinclair, chapters 1 through 6, The Vacation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Part 1. All this summer and fall, Dad and Mr. Roscoe had been carrying a heavy burden. They were helping to make over the thinking of the American people. A presidential campaign was underway, and the oil men, having made so bold as to select the candidate, now had to finish the job by persuading the voters that he was a great and noble-minded statesman. Also, they had to pay a part of the expense, which would come to $50 million, so Bunny learned from the conversations at Paradise and at the Monastery. This was several times as much as would be recorded, since the money went through local and unofficial agencies. It came from the big protected interests, the corporations, the banks, everyone that had anything to get out of the government or could be squeezed by politicians. The process was known as frying out the fat. The oil men, having grabbed the big prize, were naturally a shining mark for all campaign committees, county, state, and national. Dad and Mr. Roscoe received visits from Jake Coffey and from the bosses of the state machine, and listened to hair-raising stories about the dangers of the situation. It was necessary to persuade the American people that the Democratic administration for the past 8 years had been wasteful and corrupt, ignorant and fatuous. And that was easy enough. But also it was necessary to persuade them that an administration by Senator Harding was likely to be better, and that was not so easy. Naturally, the chairman of campaign committees wanted to make it appear as difficult as possible, for the more money that passed through their hands, the larger the amount that would stick. As the campaign drew to its close, Bunny had the satisfaction of hearing his father swearing outrageously and wishing he had taken his son's advice and left the destinies of his country to the soap manufacturer who had put up the millions for General Wood. The senator from Ohio was a large and stately and solemn-faced person, and conducted what was called by the newspapers a front porch campaign. That is to say, he did not put himself out to travel on trains and meet people, but received deputations of the hay and feed dealers of Duluth or the morticians of Osawatomie. They would sit in camp chairs upon his lawn, and the statesman would appear and read an imposing discourse, which had been written by a secretary of Vernon Roscoe's selection, and given out to all the press associations the day before, so that it could be distributed over the wires and published simultaneously on 50 million front pages. That is a colossal propaganda machine, and the men who run it have to lose a lot of sleep. But the majestic candidate lost no sleep. He was always fresh and serene and impassive. He had been that way throughout his career, for the able businessmen who groomed him and paid his way had never failed to tell him what to do. Bunny now dwelt upon an Olympian height, looking down as a god upon the affairs of pitiful mortals. Dad and Mr. Roscoe let him hear everything, being sure that common sense would win in the end, and he would accept their point of view. They had a philosophy which protected them like a suit of chain mail against all hesitations and doubts. The affairs of the country had to be run by the men who had the money and brains and experience, And since the mass of the people had not sense enough to grant the power freely, the mass of the people had to be bamboozled. Slogans must be invented and hammered into their heads by millions, yes, billions of repetitions. It was an art, and experts knew how to do it, and you paid them. But by geez, the price made you sweat blood. The tremendous campaign came to an end, and it was revealed that 16,140,585 Americans had been successfully bamboozled. Senator Harding had 7 million more votes than the Democratic candidate, the greatest plurality ever polled in American history. So there were shouting mobs on the streets, and in the expensive restaurants and clubs where the rich celebrated, everybody got hilariously drunk. Yes, even Vernon Roscoe got drunk, because Annabelle was too drunk to stop him. Bea Tracy defied her doctor, and Dad forgot his resolutions, and even Bunny drank enough to make him fear for his idealism. Man is a gregarious animal, and it is hard not to do what everybody you know is doing. Part 2. Christmas had come, and the quail were calling from the hills at Paradise. There were not so many on the tract, but there was plenty of adjacent land over which an oil prince and his royal sire were welcome to shoot. And once you were out of sight of the derricks and out of smell of the refinery, it was the same beautiful country with the same clear sky and golden sunsets, and you could get the poisons of bootleg liquor out of your blood and the embarrassing memories out of your soul. Tramping these rocky hills, drawing this magical air into your lungs, it was impossible to think that men would not some day learn to be happy. This visit corresponded with a great historic event which put Paradise upon the map of California. Eli Watkins, prophet of the Lord, had completed the payments for the land upon which his tabernacle in Angel City was to stand. And he celebrated this event by coming back to the scenes of his boyhood, the little frame temple where the third revelation had been handed down to mankind, and there holding a novel and interesting performance of his own invention, known as a Bible marathon. You see, Eli had read in the papers about marathon races, and though he didn't know what the word meant, it was romantic sounding, and he had a fondness of strange words. So the disciples of the First Apostolic Church of Paradise announced that a Bible marathon consisted in reading the Lord's holy words straight through without a single pause. They would be told off in relays, and day and night there would be a little group in the church, and one voice after another would take up the sacred task, regardless of oil wells on the pump just outside the door. This was big magic. Not only did it thrill the believers and bring swarms of people to town, but it caught the fancy of the newspapers, and they rushed reporters to write up the event. Many new miracles were wrought, and many crutches hung up, and in the midst of the excitement the Lord vouchsafed a fresh sign of his mercy. Eli, preaching to the throngs outside, announced in the Lord's name that if the reading were completed, divine omnipotence would cause the rest of the money to be offered, and the Angel City Tabernacle would be erected within a year. After that, of course, nothing could stop the marathon, and the epic-making feat was accomplished in the time of 4 days, 5 hours, 17 minutes, and 42 3/4 seconds. Glory, hallelujah, praise the Lord. Bunny saw the shouting thousands with their heads bared, their faces uplifted, and a searchlight playing upon them. For Eli had money now, and used it for spectacular effects. His silver band was mounted upon a platform with electric light shining upon the instruments, and the prophet would exhort and then wave his hand, and the musicians would blare forth an old gospel tune, and the crowd would burst into a mighty chorus and sway and stamp, their souls transported to glory, the tears running down their cheeks. There were many wives of oil workers among the audience, and these would plead and pray and persuade their husbands to attend. There is not much for a man to do out in a lonely place like Paradise. A third-rate movie was the only form of amusement, and here were the bright lights and the silver trumpets and the heavenly raptures all free, and with a gambler's chance of heaven thrown in. No wonder many of the men fell for it, and Paul and his little bunch of rebels insisted that the employers had hired Eli to come there at this critical time while the struggle to save the Union was impending. Bunny would have thought the idea exaggerated, but then he remembered that $500 his father had given to Eli. Also, he remembered a remark of Vernon Roscoe at the monastery. "They can have their pie in the sky so long as they let me have the oil." Annabel had given a frightened exclamation. "Hush, Vern! What a horrid thing to say!" For Annabel knew that the heavenly powers are jealous and liable to cruel whims. The Wobblies also were trying to stir the revival spirit in their members and use the power of song. But feeble indeed was the singing in the jungles compared with the mighty blast of Eli's silver trumpets and the hosannas of his hosts. The operators were not subsidizing the Wobblies, you bet. They had sent their sheriff and a score of deputies carrying shotguns loaded with buckshot and raided the camping place of the rebels and loaded 11 of them into a motor truck and locked them up in the county jail. There they were now, and Bunny had to hear the tragic tale of Eddie Pyatt, one of Paul's friends, who had gone down to San Elido to find out what the bail was and had been locked up on suspicion of being a member of the outlaw organization. He wasn't, but how could he prove it? Ruth, who told Bunny about it, wanted to know if Dad wouldn't put up the money to bail him out. Did Bunny remember him, a dark-haired young fellow, very quiet, determined-looking? Yes, Bunny remembered him. Well, he was as trustworthy as a Jewish garment worker, and the food they gave you in that terrible place was full of worms, and the boys hadn't even a blanket to cover them. It was planned to railroad them all to San Quentin, and Paul knew one of the politicals who had just come out of there, and oh, the most horrible stories. The tears came into Ruth's eyes as she told them how they put the men to work in the jute mill, and the brown stuff filled their lungs, and presently they were coughing. It was the same as a death sentence. When they could not stand the labor, they were beaten and thrown into the hole. And think of the fellows that you knew and cared for having to go through such things. Bunny knew the sheriff of San Elito County, and also the district attorney, and knew that Dad had named these officials and could give them orders. But would Dad butt in on their efforts to protect the oil companies? Would he go against the wishes of all the other directors, executives, and superintendents of Ross Consolidated? No, assuredly he would not. All that Bunny could do was to give Ruth a couple of $100, with which to get food for the prisoners. He went back to take up his work at the university, and inside himself there was a hole, and his conscience would drag him to it, protesting and resisting in vain, and throw him in, and shut a steel door behind him with a terrifying clang. Yes, even when Bunny was up in the snow-white room with the ivy vines wreathing the window, even while he held in his arms the eager body of his beloved, even then the prison door would clang, and he would be in the tank of the county jail with the class war prisoners. Part 3. Under the arrangements which had kept peace in the oil industry during the war, a government oil board would listen to grievances of the workers and decide what was fair. But now the war was fading in men's memories, and the operators were restive under this outside control. Was it not the fundamental right of every American to run his own business in his own way? Was it not obvious that wartime wages had been high and that deflation was desirable? Here and there some operator would refuse to obey the orders of the oil board. There would be long arguments and resorts to the courts, and meantime the workers would be protesting and threatening, and everyone could see that a crisis was at hand. In the old days, J. Arnold Ross had been one of the little fellows, and all that Bunny could do was to await events. But now he dwelt among the Olympians and saw the fates in the making. The Petroleum Employers Federation, by its executive committee, of which Vernon Roscoe was a member, came to a decision to brush the Federal Oil Board aside, ignore the unions, and announce a new schedule of wages for the industry. A copy of this schedule was in Dad's hands, and it averaged about 10% under the present scale. It was going to mean a bitter struggle, and Bunny was so much concerned that, without saying anything to his father, he made an appeal to Mr. Roscoe. This being a business matter, the properties suggested a visit to the office, so Bunny called up the secretary and asked for an appointment in the regular way. The great man sat at his flat mahogany desk, as clear of papers as the prevailing superstition required. It appeared as if a captain of industry had not a thing to do but grin at a college boy and gossip about the boy's mistress and his own. But then Bunny remarked, "Mr. Roscoe, I came to see you here because I want to talk to you about the new wage scale." And in a flash the smile went off the magnate's face, and it seemed as if even the fat went off his jaws. If you have thought of him as a mixture of geniality and buffoonery, this is the time for you to set yourself straight, along with Bunny and all the other rebels against the American system. Bunny started to tell about the way the men felt and the trouble that was brewing, but Mr. Roscoe stopped him. "Listen here, Jim, Jr., and save a lot of breath. I know everything the men are saying and everything that Bolshevik bunch up there is teaching them. I get a confidential report every week. I know about your friend Tom Axton and your Paul Watkins and your Eddie Pyatt and your Bud Stoner and your Jink Dukin. I could tell you all you know, and a lot that would surprise you." Bunny was taken aback, as the other had intended. "Jim, Jr.," he continued, "you're a bright boy, and you'll get over this nonsense, and I want to help you over it. I might save you a lot of suffering, and also your father, that's the salt of the earth. I've been in this world 30 or 40 years longer than you, and I've learned a lot that you don't know, but someday you will. Your father and the rest of us that are running the oil industry, we got here because we know how, and that's a real thing, by geez, and not just a lot of words. But some other fellows want to kick us out and think all they got to do is make speeches to oil workers and send them to raising hell. But let me tell you, kiddo, it's going to take a lot more than that." Yes, Mr. Roscoe, but that's not the point. Pardon me, but it is. Let's cut out the hokum. Just say to yourself that I've been sitting in at the arguments of that Bolshevik bunch of yours. Do they mean to take the industry away from me and your old man, or don't they? Well, they may think that ultimately— Yes, exactly. And so far as I'm concerned, the time to stop the ultimately is now. And I tell you that if any sons of bitches imagine they're going to live off my wages while they're getting ready to rob me, they're mistaken. And if they find themselves in the jute mill at San Quentin, they're not going to get my money to bail them out. That was a center shot, and Vernon Roscoe was looking Bunny straight in the eye. Jim, Jr., I know all the fine idealistic phrases them fellows use on you. It's all lovely and sweet and for the good of humanity, but they know that's all bait for suckers. And if you could hear them laughing at you behind your back, you'd realize how you're being used. What I tell you is, you better get on your own side of the fence before the shooting begins. Is there going to be shooting, Mr. Roscoe? That's up to your Bolshevik friends. We've got what we want, and they're going to take it away from us. We needed the oil workers during the war, Mr. Roscoe, and we made them promises. Pardon me, kiddo. We didn't make any promises at all. A goddamn long-faced, sniveling college professor made them for us, and we're done with that bunk for good. We've got a businessman for president, and we're going to run this country on business lines. And let me tell you, for one, I'm goddamn sick of having to buy labor leaders, and I can think of cheaper ways to manage it. Bunny was startled. Is that really true, Mr. Roscoe? Have you been able to buy the oil workers' officials? Vern hitched himself a few inches across the desk and stuck a large finger at Bunny's face. Kiddo, he said, get this straight. I can buy any officials just the same as I can buy any politicians or anybody else that a bunch of boobs can elect to office, and I know what you're thinking. Here's an old cow-puncher without any fine ideals, and he's got a barrel of money and thinks he can do anything he pleases with it. But that ain't the point, my boy. It's because I had the brains to make the money, and I got the brains to use it. Money ain't power till it's used, and the reason I can buy power is because men know I can use it, or else, by Jeeves, they wouldn't sell it to me. You get that? Yes, but what are you going to do with the power, Mr. Roscoe? I'm going to find oil and bring it to the top of the ground and refine it and sell it to whoever's got the price. So long as the world needs oil, that's my job, and when they can get along without oil, I'll do something else. And if anybody wants to share that job, let him do it like I done. Get out and sweat and work and play the game. But, Mr. Roscoe, that's hardly practical advice for all the workers. Everybody can't be an operator. No, kiddo, you bet your boots they can't. Only them that's got the brains. The rest have to work, and if they work for me, they'll get fair wages, and the money will be there every Saturday night for them, no matter how much worrying and planning I got to do. But when some feller comes along with the gift of the gab and sticks himself in between me and my men and says that I can't deal with them except by paying him a rake-off, why then I say, the jute mill for him. Part 4. The thing that Bunny carried away from this interview was Vernon Roscoe's final appeal. Can't you see, boy, that your father's a sick man? You're not going to have him with you many years more, and someday, when it's too late, you're going to wake up and realize what you've done to him. That old man ain't had a thought in the world but to make things easier for you. You can say he shouldn't if you want to, but all the same, that's what he lived for. And now you're spitting on his life. Yes, just that. And you might as well face it. Everything he's done has been no good. It's all crooked and dirty. And the only people with any ideals or any rights on their side are a bunch of ne'er-do-wells that hate him because he's made good and they never will. And if you think the old man don't feel that, if you don't know it's eating his heart out, well, you take it from me and get your eyes open before it's too late. If you got to despise your father's money, for Christ's sake, wait till he's dead, and the money's your own. So when Bunny went out from the office, he was not thinking about the troubles of the oil workers. Was it true that Dad's health was so bad? And wasn't there some way he could be got to stop working so hard? Was it necessary for him to be on hand and see every new well that Ross Consolidated brought in, whether it was at Lobos River or Paradise or Beach City? And what was going to happen to Dad when this labor struggle actually came to a head? Early in the spring, the union leaders held a conference and served notice on the oil board that the defiance of government authority by the operators was beyond endurance. Either the board must assert its authority, or else the workers would take matters into their own hands. The board did nothing, and when the union officials addressed letters to the operators' committee, the letters were ignored. A strike was inevitable, and the longer it was postponed, the worse for the men. Then a peculiar thing happened. V. Tracy came to Bunny. She had just completed another picture. No propaganda this time, no. She had laid down the law to Schmolsky. She would never again have anything to do with Russia or with strikes or anything that might wound the sensibilities of her oil prince. This time the billboards announced Viola Tracy in an 8-reel comedy of college capers entitled Come Hither, Eyes. V was glorious as the flirt of the campus, breaking hearts of football stars by the 11 at a time, and incidentally foiling the plot of a band of bookmakers who had bet $1 million on the outcome of the big game and sought to paralyze the team by kidnapping its mascot and darling. Bunny having no sympathy with either bookkeepers or kidnappers, it had been all right for him to watch this picture in the making and supply local color of his experience with college capers. The world premiere of Come Hither, Eyes was to take place in New York, and the star had to attend. "Bunny," she said, "why not come with me and have a little fun?" Now, Bunny had never been East, and the idea was tempting. He had 2 weeks' Easter vacation, and if he missed a bit of college, it could be made up. He said he would think it over, and later in the day, this was at the Monastery, Annabelle opened up on him. "Why don't you go with V and take Dad along? The change would be the very thing for him." He studied her ingenuous countenance, and a grin came over his own. "What's this, Annabelle? You and Vern trying to get us out of the way of the strike?" She answered, "If your friends really care for you, they'll wish you to be happy." And when he said something about its being cowardly to run away, she made a striking reply. "We're going to have roast spring lamb for dinner, but you didn't consider it necessary to visit the slaughterhouse." "Annabelle," he replied, "you are a social philosopher." And she told him that people went to universities to learn long names for plain common sense. Evidently the plot was deeply laid, for when Bunny got back home, there was Dad inquiring, "Did Vern say anything about what he wants me to do?" "No, Dad. What's that?" "There's a conference in New York that somebody's got to attend, and he wanted to know if I could get away. I was wondering if it would break you up at the university if you were to take a bit of vacation." Bunny debated with himself. What could be accomplished by staying? In the first strike, he had managed to keep the workers in their homes. But he couldn't do even that much now, for Vern would be in charge and would not budge an inch. Annabel's simile of the spring lamb appeared to fit exactly the position of the Oil Workers' Union. The job of slaughtering might take weeks or even months, but it would be done, and all that Bunny could do would be to torment his poor father. And then Bertie was called into the conspiracy. Bertie wanted him to go. She was to visit the fashionable Woodbridge Rileys, and after that to be on Thelma Norman's yacht. And she didn't want her brother getting mixed up in an oil strike and perhaps making another stink in the newspapers. Wouldn't he think about Dad for once and get the old man to take a rest? Bunny was tired of arguing and said, "All right." Part 5. The proposed trip brought up a curious problem. How did one travel with one's mistress in this land of the Pilgrim's Pride? Bunny remembered vaguely having heard of people being put out of hotels because of the lack of marriage certificates. Would he and V have to meet clandestinely? He asked her about it, assuming that her experience would cover the question, and it did. On the trains, one took a compartment and no questions were asked. As for hotels, you went to the most fashionable and let them know who you were, and they made no objection to putting you in adjoining suites with a connecting door. "Look at Vern and Annabel," said V. When it suited their convenience, they stayed quite openly at the most high-toned of Angel City's hotels, and there was never a peep from either the management or the newspapers. It had happened more than once that Mrs. Roscoe had been stopping at the same hotel, and the papers would report her doings on the society page and Annabel's on the dramatic page, so there was never any clash. In truth, the land of the Pilgrim's Pride no longer existed. In its place was the land of the millionaire's glory. When a moving picture star went east, with or without a paramour, she always left by daylight, and her publicity man saw to it that the newspapers published the time and place. There would be shouting thousands, and policemen to hold them back, and cameras clicking, and armful of flowers to let everybody on the train know who was who. There would be crowds at every station calling for a glimpse of their darling, and if she had an oil prince traveling in the same compartment, that was not a scandal. It was a romance. And when they got to New York, there was another crowd, conjured into being by the efficient publicity machine of Smolsky Superba. At the hotel there were people waiting, and more armfuls of flowers and a dozen reporters demanding interviews. And with all that free advertising for the hotel, was any officious clerk or house detective going to concern himself with the question of whether or not the connecting door between two suites was kept locked? And with a personage of such magnificent authority as J. Arnold Ross traveling along and beaming his approval on the situation. Dad's face was as good as a dozen marriage certificates at any hotel in the land. For the old man, this journey was just peaches and cream all the way, a vicarious jag with no hangover the next morning. He insisted on paying all the bills, and he had his secretary along, so everything just happened by magic. Train accommodations, hotel suites, taxicabs, flowers, candy, theater tickets. You had only to hint a wish, and the thing was there. What more could there be to add to mortal bliss? Only that V would have liked to eat a square meal now and then, and to have spent the morning in bed instead of having to keep an appointment to reduce at the gymnasium. They saw the world premiere of Come Hither Eyes. Possibly you have never been to college in America and do not understand our lively ways of speech, so let it be explained that sometimes the eyes of coeds have been observed to possess, whether from natural endowment or by practice acquired, a certain quality suggestive to the male creature of an impulse to proximity. A delicious title, you see, and a delicious picture, transporting tired and bored millions into that very same world of glamorous money-spending to which V and Bunny had been lifted up. The mechanic who had been screwing up nut number 847 in an automobile factory all day, the housewife who had been washing baby diapers and buying shoddy goods in a 5 and 10 cent store, these were placed in the same position as Dad, enjoying the vicarious jag with no hangover the next morning. The scenes at the New York premiere were the same as in Angel City, the crowds as great and the cheering as enthusiastic. And V and Bunny sitting up in bed in their silken garments, while black-clad robots silently and mechanically served breakfast on silver trays. V and Bunny read the accounts of their triumph, and who had attended, and what they had worn. And then, turning over the paper, Bunny read a dispatch from Angel City. 10,000 oil workers had walked out on strike, and the industry was tied up tight. The operators announced that they were no longer willing to recognize the oil board and issued a new wage scale that was to be taken or left. Trouble was feared, added the newspapers, because it was known that radical agitators had for some time been active among the men. Part 6. Bunny was on a holiday and must enjoy himself. If he failed to do so, the enjoyment of his two companions would be marred. He must smile and escort them to a theater, and afterward send Dad home in a taxi and go with V to a supper party with some of the screen people, and gossip about their productions and their profits, and see them drink too much, and know that there would be an hour's talk about prohibition and bootleggers, starting as soon as he and V refused to drink. Were they on the wagon, or were they afraid of this liquor? This was something special, the original Koski stuff, or whatever it might be in New York. Then in the morning the pair would go to the gym and practice stunts together, making themselves a quite competent pair of gymnasts. V said that if ever Dad went broke and she got clegg eyes and had to quit the movies, they would earn several $100s a week on the big-time circuit. They would have lunch, and then maybe there would be a matinee or somebody calling, or reporters or special writers. Or V would go shopping and absolutely insist upon having her darling Bunny along, because he had such exquisite taste. And why did she dress but to please him? Bunny met other rich young men in his position, and learned that such remarks were preliminary to the man's offering the bill sent to him. But there was nothing of the gold digger about V. When she gave the invitation, she paid. What she wanted was her bunny rabbit. She adored him and wanted to be with him every moment, and to show him off to all the world, including the newspapers. They had been together long enough for Bunny to know her thoroughly and to realize the drawbacks as well as the advantages of the alliance. That she was sensual did not trouble him, for he was young and his ardors matched hers. The arts that he had learned from Eunice Hoyt were combined with those V had learned from many lovers, and they were dizzy with delight, The impulse that drew them together was impossible to resist. But intellectually they were far from being mated. V would listen to anything he wanted to talk about, but how little she really cared about serious things would be comically revealed by her sudden shifting of the conversation. She had her own life, one of speed and excitement and show. She might jeer at the movie world and its works, but nevertheless she was of that world, and applause and attention were the breath she lived by. She was always on the stage, playing a part, the world's professional darling, always bright, always fresh, young, beautiful, sprightly. Such a thing as thoughtfulness was suspect, a cloak for dangerous enemies stealing into your mind. "What's the matter, Bunny Rabbit? I believe you're thinking about that horrid strike." Sitting down and reading a book was a thing quite unknown to this world's darling. A newspaper, yes, of course, or a magazine. One had them lying about, and the man would pick them up and glance over something, but always ready to stop to look at a new dress or listen to a bit of gossip. But to become absorbed in reading and not want to be interrupted, well, it didn't seem quite polite, did it? As for spending a whole afternoon or evening reading a book, V had simply never heard of such a thing. She did not put it into words, but Bunny could understand that a book was cheap. Anybody could get one and sit off in a corner, but few could have a box at the theater, presented by the management, and sit there, almost as important as the play. One of the young fellows who had taught at Dan Irving's Labor College was in New York, and Bunny met him, and they talked about what was going on in the labor movement all over the world. Bunny would have liked to meet him again and to go to meetings. There were so many exciting things in this great city, headquarters of the radical movement as of everything else. But V found out about this and set off to save him, just as if he had wanted to smoke opium or drink absinthe. She would make engagements for him and claim his time and question him with an anxious, "Where is my wandering boy tonight?" sort of air. Bunny knew, of course, that she was doing it for his soul's salvation, and doubtless at Dad's direct request. But all the same, it was a bore. He had one other acquaintance to whom V made no objection, his mother. She had married again some time ago, and her husband was rich, and she had a lovely home, so she had written. Bunny went to see her, and had to make an extreme effort not to reveal his consternation at her appearance, a dreadful example of what happened when a woman yielded to her craving for a square meal. Mamma had filled out till she was round as a ball of butter, and so soft that it was hard to keep together on a hot day like this. "Fair, fat, and 40," runs the saying. The surgeons add, "and a bad gall bladder," but Bunny didn't know that, and neither did Mamma. She was dressed like a queen in his honor, and had a poodle dog selected, as V would have said, to match her figure. Her husband was a dealer in jewelry, and apparently he used his wife instead of a safe. She insisted on giving Bunny a diamond ring, and when he told her about the strike, she gave him another to be sold for the strikers' relief fund. Oil men were cruel, said Mamma. She knew. End of Part 6. Chapter 15 of Oil by Upton Sinclair, Parts 7 through 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 15, The Vacation, Part 7. Dad was attending to the business which had brought him east. He didn't say much about it, and that was unusual, so Bunny knew it was something off color. Presently he wormed it out of his father. It had to do with those Naval Reserve leases they were planning to get. President Harding had been inaugurated and had made Barney Brockway his Attorney General, according to schedule, and appointed Vernon Roscoe's man as Secretary of the Interior. This was Senator Crisby, an old party hack who had served Roscoe and O'Reilly when they were occupied in turning out one Mexican administration and putting in another. They had held over the Mexicans' heads the threat of American intervention, and this Crisby, as senator from Texas, had clamored for war and almost got it. He couldn't let women alone, Dad said, and so he was always busted and ready for any new job that came along. Now he was to give the oil men a whole string of valuable leases for practically nothing. But he had to have more money, and there were a lot of fellows that had to have a lot more money. That was the trouble in dealing with politicians. You bought them before elections, and then you had to buy them again after election. They wouldn't stay put like businessmen. What Dad had come on here for was to consult a lawyer that Vern considered the greatest in the country and fix up a little corporation for the purpose of buying government officials legally. Of course, Dad didn't put it in those crude words, but that was what it amounted to, Bunny insisted. And how could it be done? Dad answered that a real good lawyer could do anything. This was going to be a Canadian corporation, so that it wouldn't have to obey United States laws, and the men that took stock in it were to get their leases in the end. But the trouble was, nobody could be sure just what the leases would be worth, and Pete O'Reilly and Fred Orpan were trying to make Dad and Vern put up too big a share of the money. Vern was mad and said they could go to hell, and he wanted Dad to settle down and wait a while in New York and bluff them out. Could Bunny make up his mind to skip the rest of his college term and maybe do some studying with a tutor and pass his examinations in the fall? Bunny said he didn't care about college, but this worried him. What was Dad getting in for with this Canadian corporation? Dad insisted it was perfectly all right. He had the best lawyer in the country. But Bunny said, "Are you sure Vern isn't putting something over on you?" Dad was shocked at that. How could Bunny have such an idea? Why, Vern was the best friend Dad had ever had in business. He was straight as they made them. "Yes, Dad, but they don't make them so very straight in the oil game. And why doesn't Vern do his own bribing? Why didn't he come to New York?" "But, son, Vern has got to handle the strike. You know he couldn't get away now. He's taken that off my shoulders, and you ought to be glad." Dad added a naive remark. The oil men wouldn't let him deal with labor. He was too soft. The phrase sounded familiar. It turned out that V and Dad had been putting their heads together. V wanted a vacation also. They would go up to Canada to complete Dad's business, and then they would find a camp, and instead of tiresome gym work, she and Bunny would tramp the forest and swim in a beautiful lake. So Dad sent a telegram to President Alonzo T. Cowper, D.D., Ph.D., LL.D., explaining that urgent business compelled his son to remain in the East, and could it be arranged that Bunny might return and take his examinations in the fall? Dr. Cowper wired that the authorities would be very pleased indeed to grant this favor. And then, the very morning after it was all settled, a telegram came for Bunny, and he opened it and read the signature, Ruth Watkins. With swiftly flying eyes, he took in the sense of it. Paul and Eddie Pyatt and Bud Stoner and Jink Duncan and 4 others of their group had been arrested, charged with suspicion of criminal syndicalism, and were lodged in the San Alito County Jail with $10,000 bail demanded for Paul and $7,500 for each of the others. "They've done nothing, and everybody knows it," declared the telegram. "Merely schemed to lock them up during the strike. Jail is horrible place. Paul's health will not stand it. Implore you, forsake our old friendship. Obtain needed bail for all. Surely no need to assure you no money will be lost on our boys." Part 8. At first Bunny had a cruel suspicion that his father had known of this arrest, or at any rate that it was pending, before his latest effort to keep Bunny away from California. But he realized it was enough to believe that Vernon Roscoe, intending to break up the nest of Bolshevism in the Rascombe cabin, had made plans to get both Dad and Bunny away and keep them away. Anyhow, the scheme would not work, for Bunny was not going to permit his friend to be treated in that cruel fashion. Dad happened to be out, and Bunny showed the telegram to V and talked it out with her. She wanted to know what he meant to do, and he answered that Dad would have to put up the bail for Paul at least. "But, Bunny, you know he can't do that. He wouldn't cross Vern in regard to the strike." "He's simply got to do it, V. I'd be a dog to let a man like Paul be locked up in that filthy hole." "But suppose Dad won't, Bunny?" "Then I've got to go back. That's all there is to it." "What could you do when you got there?" "I'd hunt around till I find somebody that's got a sense of decency and also a little cash." "The combination isn't so easy to find, dear. I know because I've tried it. And it's going to make Dad dreadfully unhappy, to say nothing of spoiling our vacation. I've just learned of the loveliest place, a camp that Schmolsky bought up in Ontario, and he's never been there. He's too busy. And, oh, Bunny, I thought we were going to have such a marvelous time." She put her arms about him, but he hardly knew she was there, so cruelly was his spirit wrung by the vision of Paul in jail, and he, Bunny, running away from the trouble, loafing about and pretending it was a vacation. He that thought he understood the social problem and had an ideal, at least a glimpse of what was kind and fair. He broke loose from V's arms and began to pace the floor, storming half at himself for a renegade and half at the dirty crooks that ran the government of San Alito County and stole the funds that were supposed to keep the jail clean and feed the prisoners. Bunny was twisting his hands together in his misery, and V watched him, startled. It was a new aspect of her bunny rabbit that she had thought so sweet and soft and warm. "Listen, dear," she broke in suddenly. "Stop a minute and talk to me quietly. You know I don't know much about these things." "What is it?" "How can you be sure that Paul hasn't broken any law?" "Because I know him. I know all his ideas. I've talked the thing out with him from A to Z, all about this strike and how it's to be handled, the importance of getting the men to stand as a unit, how everything else must be subordinated to that. That's what he's been doing, and that's why Vern has thrown him into jail." "You're quite sure Vern has done it?" "Of course, he and the rest of the operators committee. What are those officials in San Alito but office boys for the oil men? Before Vern came in there, Dad ran the county. I've seen him pay the money with my own eyes, and more times than one." "And you don't think they may have evidence that Paul has been conniving at violence?" "I don't know what evidence they've got. Vern as good as told me he had spies on that bunch, and I don't know what those spies may have planted, and neither does Vern know, for that matter. That's one of the damnable things about it. Another is, you see that charge, suspicion of criminal syndicalism? What they call criminal syndicalism means that you advocate overthrowing the government or changing the social system by force. But you notice they don't arrest you for that. They arrest you for suspicion of it. In other words, you advocate some idea that some ignorant cop or some crook in office chooses to think may be dangerous, and then they throw you into jail, and there you stay. The courts are crowded, and they can keep you a year without a trial or any chance at all. Oh, surely they can't do that, Bunny. They're doing it right along. I know, fellas, it's been done to. They put the bail high on purpose so that working men can't get it. And they think they're doing it to Paul Watkins, the best boyfriend I ever had, the straightest fellow I ever knew. Yes, by God. And he went to Siberia and served in that war and came out sick. That boy was as tough as a hickory nut before that. A country fellow, simple and straight and had no vices. And this is the reward he gets for his services to his country? By Jesus, I'd like to see them get me to fight for a country like that. Bunny had to dash a tear out of his eyes, and he began to pace the floor again and stumbled against a chair. Vi put up her arms about him and whispered, "Listen, dear, I know some people that have got money, and I may be able to help you. Leave it to me for a few hours, and don't say anything to Dad about it. What's the use of worrying him to no purpose? If I can arrange it, he'll be able to tell Vern that he knew nothing about it, and that'll be so much better all round." She went off, and a couple of hours later came back. Bunny was to wire Ruth that neither he nor his father could do anything, but a friend had taken an interest in the case, and the money had been deposited with the American Bonding Company, and their office in Angel City would obtain Paul's release. Bunny said, "How did you do it?" And she answered, "The less you know about it, the better. I know somebody that owns some real estate in Angel City and has a salary coming to them, and employers that are anxious to keep them happy and contented." Bunny said it must have cost a good deal, and he ought to pay it back, and Vi said, "Yes, it cost a pile, and you're going to pay in love and affection, and you can start right now." She flew to his arms, and he covered her with kisses, and it was like an orchestra that went surging up in their hearts. It is an extremely unsettling thing to have a whole orchestra inside you. Part 9. Well, Paul got out, and Bunny was supposed to be satisfied. To be sure, 7 other fellows were in, and Bunny knew them all, but it would have cost $52,500 to release them, and that would certainly be carrying idealism to unreasonable extremes. So Bunny let Vi carry him and Dad off to that camp on a lake with a long Indian name, and there they swam and canoed and fished and tramped the forest and took pictures of moose in the water. They had Indian guides and everything romantic, and at the same time hot and cold water in their bedrooms, and steam heat if they wanted it. All the comforts of Broadway and 42nd Street. Here, if ever, they had a chance to get enough of each other. There were no distractions, no social duties, no visitors dropping in, no dressing to be done. They were together all day and all night. What Bunny found was that they were perfectly happy so long as they were doing physical things, canoe trips to other places, new fishing stunts, hunting with the camera, shooting rapids, learning to make camp, to start a fire like the Indians, anything it might be. But they must be playing all the time. Otherwise, a great gulf opened between them. If Bunny wanted to read, What was V to do? Once a day a little steamer came the length of the lake and put off supplies and a packet of mail. There were papers from Angel City, and also once a week the strike bulletin of the oil workers, which Bunny had very unwisely subscribed for. What was the use of running 3,000 miles away from trouble and then having it sent to you in a mail sack? Reading of the scenes that he knew so well, the meetings, the relief work, the raising of funds, the struggles with the guards, the arrests, the sufferings of the men in jail, the beating up of strike pickets, the insolence of the sheriff and other officials, the dishonesty of the newspapers. It was exactly the same as if Bunny were in paradise. Paul was one of the executive committee. Paul had become Tom Axton's right-hand man, and his speeches were quoted, and his experiences in the San Elito County Jail. When Bunny had finished that little paper, he was so shaken he was not the same all day. V found out about it, of course, and began trying to persuade him to stop reading it. Had he not done his share of giving the strikers back their leader? And had he not promised to repay her, his darling V.V., with love and affection for a whole summer? Bunny wrestled it out with his own soul, in such free moments as he could get. He told himself that it was to help his father, a more respectable excuse than entertaining a mistress. But did his father have a right to expect so much? Did any one person have a right to replace all the rest of humanity? If it was the duty of the young to sacrifice themselves for the old, how could there ever be any progress in the world? As time passed and the struggle in the oil fields grew more intense, the agony of the workers more evident, Bunny came to the clear decision that his flight had been cowardly. He tried to explain his point of view to V, but only to run into a stone wall. It was not a subject for reasoning. It was a matter of instinct with her. She believed in her money. She had starved for it, sold herself body and mind for it, and she meant to hang on to it. Bunny's so-called radical movement meant to her that others wanted to take it away. He discovered a strange, hard streak in her. She would spend money lavishly for silks and furs and jewels, for motor cars and parties. But that was all professional. It was part of her advertising bill. But, on the other hand, where no display was involved, where the public did not enter, there she hated to spend money. He overheard her wrangling with a washerwoman over the amount to be charged for the ironing of her lingerie and those flimsy night-dresses in which she seduced his soul. No, he could never make a radical out of this darling of the world. He would have to make up his mind to that. She would listen to him because she loved him, even the sound of his voice talking nonsense. She would make a feeble pretense of agreeing, but all the time it was as if he had the measles, and she waiting for him to get cured, as if he were drunk and she was trying to get him on the wagon. She had apologized to Rachel and got Paul out of jail, but merely to please him, and in reality she hated both these people. Still more did she hate Ruth with a cold, implacable hatred, an intriguing minx pretending to be a simple country maiden in order to win an oil prince. No women were simple, if you believed V, and damn few of them were maidens. Nor would Ruth ever stop being a nuisance. In the midst of one of their happiest times, she sent Bunny another telegram. Her brother was in jail again. This time it was contempt of court. Bunny considered it necessary to paddle down to the nearest telephone office and wire Mr. Dolliver, the lawyer, to investigate and report. The answer came that nothing could be done. Paul and others of the strike leaders had disregarded an injunction forbidding them to do this and that, and there was no bail and no appeal, neither habeas corpuses nor counter injunctions, and Paul would have to serve his 3 months' sentence. Bunny was bitter and rebellious against judges who issued injunctions, and V was afraid to speak because it seemed obvious to her that somebody had to control strikers. Of course, after that, there was a shadow over their holiday. Bunny brooding upon his friend, shut up in the county jail. He sent Ruth $500 to take care of all the prisoners, and in course of time got a letter saying that the prisoners had refused the money, and Ruth had turned it over to the strike relief. It was a terrible thing to see children without enough to eat. Terrible also that men who had power should use it to starve children. Thus the simple Ruth, not meaning any hint at Dad. Part 10. Bunny had to study for his fall examinations, and that looked like a problem, for what was V going to do? But fate provided a solution. Dad telegraphed to Harvard University, which sent up a young instructor to do tutoring, and he was the solution. He was tall and had the loveliest fair blue eyes and a softly curling golden mustache and soft golden fuzz all over him like a baby. He wore gold nose glasses and had a quiet voice and, oh, so much culture. One of those masterminds which can tutor you in anything if you give them a week's start. Coming as he did from an old Philadelphia family, and having been trained in the haughtiest center of intellectual snobbery, you might have thought he would look down upon an ex-mule driver and his son, to say nothing of an actress who had been raised in a patent medicine vendor's wagon and had never read a whole book in her life. But as a matter of fact, young Appleton Lawrence just simply collapsed in the presence of the situation he found on this Ontario camp. It was the most romantic and thrilling thing that a young instructor had encountered since Harvard began. As for the patent medicine vendor's daughter, he could not take his eyes off her, and when she came near, the tutoring business was scattered as by a hurricane. V, of course, had put her sparkling black eyes to work at once. All those stunts which Tommy Paley had taught her, she now tried out on a new victim, and Bunny, as an audience, was in position to study them objectively. V would wait till Mr. Lawrence had set Bunny his morning's work, and then she and the tutor would go for a walk in the woods, and Bunny would sit with one half his mind on his books while the other half wondered what was happening and what he had reason to expect from one who had had so many lovers. She did not leave him long in doubt. "Bunny Rabbit," she said, "you aren't going to be worried about my appy, are you?" For the hurricane that struck the tutoring business had swept all dignity away, and Mr. Appleton Lawrence was appy, except when he was applesauce. "I won't worry until you tell me to," Bunny answered. "That's a dear. You must understand I'm an actress. That's the way I earn my living, and I simply have to know all about love. And how can I learn it if I don't practice?" "Well, that's all right, dear. Some of the men they give you in Hollywood are such dubs it makes you sick. You would as soon be in the arms of a clothing dummy. So I have to tell them how to act, and I have to know how a real gentleman behaves. You know what I mean, the highbrows and snobs. Oh, Bunny, it's the cutest thing you ever saw. He falls down on his knees, and the tears come into his eyes, and you know, he can recite all the poets by heart. I never saw anything like it. You'd think he was an old Shakespearean actor. And it's really a great opportunity for me to cultivate my taste and get refined." Well, yes, dear, but isn't it a little hard on him? Oh, rubbish, it won't hurt him. He'll go off and put it into sonnets. He's doing it already, and maybe he'll get to be famous, and it'll be great publicity. Don't you bother about him, Bunny, and don't bother about me. There's nobody in the world for me but my bunny rabbit. All the rest is just a joke." And she put her arms about him. "I know what it is to be jealous, dear, and I wouldn't cause you that unhappiness for anything in the world. If you really mind, you can send old Applesauce packing, and I won't be cross." Bunny laughed. "I can't do that. I've got to be tutored." V told Dad about it, too, lest he should be having any vicarious pangs. When Dad heard about the falling on the knees and the tears, he chuckled. Bunny would get the contents of the tutor's mind, and V would get the contents of his heart, and they would send him home like a squeezed orange. It appealed to Dad as good business. Back in Paradise, you remember, he was hiring a chemical wizard, paying him $6,000 a year and making millions out of him. Part 11. There came another development to protect V from the possibility of boredom. Schmolsky sent her up the continuity of the new picture upon which she was to start work in the fall. And then suddenly it was revealed that the world's darling knew how to read. For a whole hour she sat buried in it, and then she leaped up, ready to start rehearsing, and all the hurricanes that ever swept the province of Ontario were as nothing to the one that came now. Clear the way for the Princess of Patchouli. It was a popular musical comedy which was to be made into a moving picture. Patchouli was one of the little Balkan kingdoms, though it looked and acted very much like Vienna of the Strauss waltzes. A young American engineer came in to build a railroad and found himself mistaken for a conspirator, and presently he was rescuing the lovely princess from a revolutionary band. No Bolsheviks. These were aristocratic army conspirators, so Bunny wouldn't have his feelings hurt, would he? Of course, the hero carried her off, married her for love only, and then got the kingdom thrown in. The bankers who were financing the railroad bought it for him. So here was V, being a princess all over the place. It was amazing to watch her work. Bunny suddenly came to realize that her success hadn't been all money and sex after all. She pounced onto the role like a tiger cat, and when she got going, the rest of the world ceased to exist, except to the extent that she needed it for a foil. "Now, Dad, you're the king. You walk in here. No, for God's sakes. Kings don't walk so fast. And I have to fall at your feet and plead for his life. Oh, mercy, sire, and so and so, and so and so, and so and so." It was one of the peculiarities of motion picture acting that it doesn't matter what you say so long as you're saying something. So V would weep, and so, and she would croon, and so in passionate love accents to either Bunny or Appy, and she would shriek, and so, in deadly terror to an executioner with uplifted axe. And if in the course of the scene the other person didn't do it right, then scolding and commands would serve equally well for a love song. "Hold it now, you idiot. I adore you, darling." Or maybe it might be, "Take your hands off me, foul beast. Don't let it go, you goose. Grab. That's better. You don't have to be polite when you're a murderer." If Bunny had wanted to rehearse tempestuous emotions and shriek and scream and tear his hair, he would have sought refuge in the woods where only the chipmunks could have heard him. But V was utterly indifferent to the existence of other humans. That is something one learns on the lot, for there will be cameramen and scene shifters and property boys and carpenters working on the next set, and some visitors that have managed to break in despite the strictest regulations, and you just go on with your work. The first time the executioner lifted his axe and V started screaming, the Indian guides came running in alarm. But she hardly stopped even for a laugh. She went on with the scene while they stood staring with mouths wide open. She and her two lovers would come in from swimming, and suddenly she would call for a rehearsal of some royal pageantry. She could be a princess just as well in a scanty bathing suit with a carpet of pine needles under her bare feet. Mr. Appleton Lawrence had never met any princesses, but he had read a great deal of history and poetry, and so he was an authority and must criticize her way of walking, her gestures, her attitudes, her reaction to the love advances of a handsome young American engineer. "Just imagine you're in love with me yourself, Appy," she would say, and so his emotions became sublimated into art, and he could pour out his soul to her right before Bunny and Dad's secretary and the Indians. "You're much better at it than Bunny," she would declare. "I believe he's got used to me. It's as bad as if we were married." So the time passed pleasantly, until at last V had got to feel perfectly at home in her Appy's conception of royalty. She no longer had to ask questions, not to stop and think, but knew instantly what to do, and forever after, in all her entrances to and exits from Hollywood society, she would be a little of a Harvard instructor's Princess of Patchouli. She was impatient now, wanting to see the sets and to hear Tommy Paley call, "Camera!" Bunny also was loaded up with answers to all possible exam questions and ready to get back and unload them onto his professors. Dad had run down to Toronto and signed the last of the papers for his Canadian corporation. He had telegrams from Bern almost every day. The strikers, having held out for nearly 4 months, had learned their lesson, and the Federal Oil Board had written them a letter advising them to go back to work as individuals and promising there would be no discrimination against union men. Then one day the steamer brought a telegram signed Annabelle, addressed to Bunny, and reading, "Spring lamb for dinner, come on home." He explained what that meant. The strike was over, and so the occupants of the camp packed up, and Mr. Appleton Lawrence went back to his fair Harvard with woe in his heart and a packet of immortal sonnets in his suitcase, while V. Tracy and Dad and Bunny and the secretary made themselves luxurious in compartments on a Canadian Pacific train bound west. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16, The Killing of Oil by Upton Sinclair, Parts 1 through 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Part 1. Bunny passed his examinations and was duly established as a grave old senior at Southern Pacific University. And then he hunted up his friends, and such a load of troubles as fell upon his shoulders. Literally everybody had troubles. Rachel and Jacob Menzies had come back from their summer fruit picking to find their 2 younger brothers, the left-wingers, in the county jail. The police had raided a communist meeting and arrested all the speakers and the organizers and the literature sellers and all who had red badges in their buttonholes. They had raided the communist headquarters, determined, so the newspapers announced, to root out every Moscow agent out of the city. They had sorted the prisoners and fined a few and were holding the rest, including the Menzies boys, under that convenient universal charge, suspicion of criminal syndicalism. These foolish boys had made their own trouble, said Rachel, but still it was an outrage to arrest people for their beliefs, and it was tormenting to think of your own flesh and blood shut up in those horrible cages. Bunny asked the bail. It was $2,000 per brother. He began explaining his troubles with his father and his own impotence, and Rachel said, of course, she understood they couldn't expect him to bail out the whole radical movement, and yet that did not entirely restore his peace of mind. Then Harry Seeger, whose business college was on the rocks. The boycott had wrecked it, and Harry was trying to sell the debris. He was going to buy him a walnut ranch. It would be harder to boycott walnuts. You couldn't tell the red ones from the white. And then Dan Irving, whose labor college was in almost as bad a way. The orgy of arrests had frightened the old line labor leader completely off. The college was still going, but it was in debt, and the head of it hadn't had any salary for several months. Bunny wrote a check for $200 and went away debating the question that never would be settled. To what extent had he a right to plunder his father for the benefit of his father's enemies? From Dan Irving, he learned that Paul had got out of jail and was in Angel City together with Ruth. It was a dirty deal the oil workers had got, said Dan. The operators had made one last use of the oil board to trick the men into a complete surrender. They had promised the oil board that there would be no discrimination against union men, but they had never had the least intention of keeping this promise. They had kept all the strike bakers at work and taken back just enough of the strikers to make up their needs. All the active union fellows were begging jobs, and the oil industry was a slave yard of the open shop. Part 2. Bunny went at once to call on Paul and Ruth at the address which Dan Irving gave him. It was a mean and dingy lodging house in a part of the city given up to Mexicans and Chinese. An old woman sent him up to the second floor and told him which door to knock on, but he got no response. He came back later and found that Ruth had just got in. They were crowded into one little room with a gas plate and a sink in an unventilated alcove, and another alcove with a curtain before it and a cot on which Paul slept. Ruth was ashamed to have Bunny see them in such a place, but explained that it wouldn't be long, just till Paul got a job. He was out looking for one now. She herself had got work in a department store, and as soon as they could get ahead, she was going to study trained nursing. She looked pale and worn, but smiled bravely. She didn't really mind anything so long as Paul was out of jail. Bunny wanted to know all the news and plied Ruth with questions. Just what had Paul done to get arrested? The first time, Ruth said, the sheriff had raided the Rascombe cabin with a lot of rough, hateful men who had torn everything to pieces and carried off all of Paul's books and papers. They had them still. They had done the same thing to all the other fellows that used to come to the cabin. They were going to prove them Reds. But what evidence they had or claimed to have was a secret the sheriff or the district attorney, or whoever it was keeping to himself. They had had a lot of spies on the bunch. One fellow was known to be a spy, and two others had disappeared and would no doubt turn up as witnesses. But who could tell what they would testify? All the other boys were still locked up in those horrible tanks, so dark and dirty and nothing to do all day or night. The trial was set for next February, and apparently they were to stay there meantime. Paul was free, thanks to Bunny's $10,000. Ruth could never express her thanks. "Never mind about that," Bunny said. "What about the second arrest?" And Ruth told how Judge Delano had issued an injunction forbidding anyone to interfere with Excelsior Pete in the course of its business, the production and marketing of oil. That meant that you mustn't advocate or encourage the strike. And of course Paul had done that, so the judge had sent him to jail. That was all. Judges were getting so they did it all the time, and what were union men going to do? It had been a fearful ordeal for Paul. He was not very well, and of course he was terribly bitter. He would never go back to Paradise again. It wasn't the same place at all. Ruth smiled a wan smile. "They've cut down all those lovely trees that we planted, Bunny. They needed the room for tanks." Bunny hauled out his checkbook and sought to salve his conscience by making a present to his friends. But Ruth said no. She was sure Paul wouldn't let him do that. They were going to get along all right. Paul was a good carpenter, and sooner or later he would find some boss that didn't mind his having been in jail. Bunny argued, but Ruth was obdurate. Even though she were to take the check, Paul would send it back. Bunny did not wait till Paul came home. He made some excuse and went away. He just did not have the nerve to sit there in his fashionable clothes which V had selected for him in New York, and with his new sports car waiting downstairs, and see Paul come in half sick, discouraged from seeking work in vain, and with all the black memories of injustice and betrayal in his soul. Bunny could make excuses, of course. Paul did not know that he had been spending the summer at play with the world's darling. Paul would believe that he had gone away on his father's account. But nothing could change the fact that it was on money wrung from Paradise workers that Bunny was living in luxury. Nothing would change the fact that it had been to increase the amount of this money, to intensify the exploitation of the workers, that Paul had spent 3 months in jail, and the other fellows were to spend nearly a year in jail. So long as that was the truth, there was nothing Bunny could do but just run away from Paul. Part 3. Money, money, money. It was pouring in upon Dad and Vern. Never had oil prices been so high, never had the flow at Paradise been so rapid. Millions and millions, and they were scheming to make it tens of millions. It was a game, marvelous, irresistible. Everybody was playing it. And why could not Bunny be interested? Why did he have to go sneaking around in the dressing rooms and behind the grandstands, finding out dirty and disreputable facts about the players of this game and their methods? It seemed as if the fates had it in for Bunny. Just as sure as he made some pitiful effort to be like his father and his father's friends, some new development would come along and knock him down. Here he had gone to a university, a solemnly respectable university, trying to improve his mind and make a gentleman of himself. He had turned over his young and eager mind to the most orthodox and regular authorities, and surely they would know how to make him good and honest and happy. Surely they would teach him wisdom, dignity, and honor. Such things were being taught to all students at this great institution, which had begun as a Methodist Sunday school and still had more courses on the religion of Jesus Christ than on any other subject whatever. Oh, surely Yes. The university had grown great on the money of Pete O'Reilly, the oil king, and Pete O'Reilly's son was a graduate, and the two of them, old Pete and young Pete, were the gods of the campus. When they came to commencement, the faculty bowed down before them, and in all the stories which the university's publicity man sent to the newspapers, the names of Pete O'Reilly, father and son, never failed to be featured. The son was the most active of the alumni and their god. When they had banquets, he was toasted and flattered and cheered. He was the patron saint of all the teams, the bounteous friend of all athletes. And of course, if you know anything about American universities, you know that this is what counts in the molding of the students' minds. This is the thing they do for themselves, and into which they put their hearts. At first it seemed all right. You knew that SPU was a glorious college and had splendid teams and won victories that resounded up and down the coast. And presently there was a stadium and a vast business of athletics that resulted in infinite applause and free advertising for your alma mater. Of this you were proud. The whole student body was made one by it, the thing called college spirit. Bunny, a track runner, had had his share of cheering. Then here was a game he could play with all his heart. But now he was a senior, and on the inside of things, just as with the oil game and with strikes and with political campaigns. And what did he find? Why, simply that all the football and track and other athletic glory that had come to Southern Pacific had been stolen, and young Pete O'Reilly was the thief. The oil king's son had put up a fund of $50,000 every year for the purpose of turning the game of college athletics into a swindle. The fund was administered by a secret committee of alumni and students and used for the purpose of going out into the market and buying athletes to come and enroll themselves under false pretenses and win victories for SPU. Husky young truck drivers and lumbermen and ranch hands and longshoremen who could not speak correct English but could batter down interference and crush through to a goal. And the pious Methodists who constituted the faculty were conniving at the procedure to the extent of permitting these young huskies to pass farcical examinations, well knowing that any professor who presumed to flunk a promising quarterback would soon be looking for some other university to presume in. Was not young Pete showing what he thought of professors by paying a football coach 3 times the salary of the best? And of course, these hired athletes were hired to win and did not bother about the rules of the game. They slugged and fouled, and the rival teams paid them back. And there was a nasty mess with charges and countercharges, bribery and intimidation, all the atmosphere of a criminal trial. Along with secret professionalism came its accompaniments of the underworld, bootleggers and bookmakers and prostitutes. Study was a joke to hired gladiators and quickly became a joke to students who associated with them. The one purpose was to win games, and the reward was $200,000 in gate receipts. And when it came to distributing this prize, there were just as many kinds of graft as if it had been a county government. Students putting in bills for this and that, students looking for easy jobs, students and alumni building up a machine and paying themselves and their henchmen with contracts and favors. Such was the result of an oil king's resolve to manufacture culture wholesale by executive order. Part 4. Bunny went to see the young lawyer whom the Oil Workers' Union had engaged to defend the 8 political prisoners. The union had since become practically extinct, and the young lawyer had been wondering where he was going to get his pay. When Bunny came to question him, it was a great relief, for surely this young oil prince would put up something for the defense of his friends. Or could it be that he was sent as an emissary from the other side to feel out the situation? Young Mr. Harrington talked freely about the case. The thing which the state was doing to these 8 men was without precedent in our law, and if it could stand, it meant the end of American justice. Every prisoner was supposed to know the charges against him, the specific acts he was alleged to have committed. And in all these criminal syndicalism cases, the state simply alleged violation of the law in its vague general terms, and that was all. How could you prepare a defense in such a case? What witnesses would you summon when you didn't know the time, or the place, or the particular things a man was alleged to have done, or said, or written, or published? You were taken into court blindfolded, bound, and gagged. Yet so completely were the courts terrorized by the business crowd, no judge would order the district attorney to make a detailed statement of the charges. Bunny went away, and in his desperation played a dirty trick on Vernon Roscoe. He went to see Annabel Ames. Annabel was kind and gentle, and he would wring her soul and see if in that way he could not get under the hide of the old petroleum pachyderm. He told her about these boys, what they looked like, what they believed, what they were suffering in the jail. Annabel listened, and the tears came into her eyes, and she said it was horrible that men could be so cruel. What could she do? Bunny told her that the strike was over. The spring lamb had been slaughtered and eaten, and Vern ought to be willing to cry quits. It would be of no use for him to plead that he couldn't do anything, that the law would take its course. That was all rubbish, because the district attorney had the right to ask for dismissal of the cases, and he would surely do it if Vern said the word. Well, Bunny got under the hide of the old petroleum pachyderm. The way Bunny heard about it, Dad came in a terrible state. Vern had jumped on him. Vern was mad as the very devil. Bunny sneaking into his home and plotting against his domestic peace. He wanted it understood by G's, if Dad couldn't control his son, Vern would. Bunny wanted to know what Vern meant to do, spank him, or have him locked up with the others. Bunny had made up his mind and stood his ground. He had a perfect right to talk to Annabel. She was a grown woman, and there was no way Vern could stop him. He was going to do more talking before he got through. He was sorry enough to make his father unhappy, but here was the fact. If that case ever came to trial, he, Bunny Ross, was going to take the stand as a witness for the 8 defendants, and not merely a character witness, but one with first-hand knowledge of the facts. He had sat in the Rascombe cabin night after night and heard them discuss the problems of the strike and their own attitude to it, and he could testify that every man of them had agreed on workers' solidarity as the way to victory, and acts of violence as a trap the operators would try to lure them into. If there was no other way to get money for the defense of these boys, Bunny would sell the car that Dad had given him. I suppose Vern won't have any right to keep me from walking to the university. Poor Dad. He couldn't stand talk like that from his darling son. He began to give way and reveal that he and Vern had discussed the possibility of a compromise with the rebels. Would they agree to get out of the state or at least keep their hands off the oil industry? And Bunny said, by God, if Vernon Roscoe wanted to make any such proposition, he could be his own messenger boy. Bunny knew what Paul's answer would be. Paul had a right to try to organize oil workers, and he would never quit while he lived. Bunny was sure the whole 8 would respond with a unanimous shout. They would rot in jail the rest of their lives before they would make such a bargain. Then, having said that very magnificently, the young idealist, who was gradually and painfully evolving into a man of the world, went on to point out that, as a matter of fact, none of the 8 would have much chance to bother Vern. His efficient blacklist system would see to it that they didn't get work in the oil fields, and any organizing they could do would be of a pitiful sort. On the other hand, Vern must realize that if he persisted in trying to railroad these fellows to jail, there was going to be a long trial and a lot of publicity of a kind the operators might find troublesome. The testimony would have to be framed, and Bunny would do everything in his power to expose it and to see that the public got the facts. What if it should occur to the defendant's lawyer to subpoena Mr. Vernon Roscoe and ask what he knew about the planting of spies on the Paradise workers? "Oh, son," cried Dad, "you wouldn't do a dirty thing like that." Bunny answered, "Of course I wouldn't. I said the lawyer might do it. Wouldn't you, if you were in his place?" And Dad, very uncomfortable, said to let the matter ride, and he would see what he could do with Vern. Part 5. One outcome of these negotiations, Dad appealed to V. Tracy. Couldn't she possibly do more to keep Bunny out of the hands of these awful Reds? Why, he wasn't thinking about a thing else. V. said she would try, and she did, and it was further strain upon their love and affection, for Bunny was beginning to know what he wanted now, and he didn't want to be kept from it. V. was hard at work on the Princess of Patchouli. It was a silly story, she would freely admit, yet her whole being was concentrated upon making it real and vivid. If you ask her why, the answer would be it was her profession, which meant that she was getting $4,000 a week, with the possibility of increasing it to $5,000 a week if she made good. But what did she want with $5,000 a week? To buy more applause and attention as a means of getting more thousands for more weeks? It was a vicious circle, exactly like Dad's oil wells. The Wobblies had a song about it in their jungles. We go to work to get the cash, to buy the food, to get the strength, to go to work, to get the cash, to buy the food, to get the strength, to go to work, and so on, as long as your breath held out. V. wanted to talk about the picture and the problems that arose day by day, and the various personalities and their jealousies and vanities, their loves and hates. Bunny, who loved her, would pretend to be interested because it would hurt her if he wasn't. And it was the same with the Hollywood parties. Once they had been new and startling, but now they all seemed alike. Everybody was making a new picture, but it would always be like the old pictures. Nobody did anything original, but everybody followed fashions. The public's taste ran to society pictures, and nobody would look at a war picture. But presently the public would want war pictures, and after that costume pictures, and then sea pictures, and then back to society pictures. These friends changed their bootleggers, but it was always the same stuff they drank. Also, they changed their lovers. A certain man slept with a certain woman, and then presently it was a different woman. But the more it changed, the more it was the same thing. Bunny and V loved each other just as passionately as ever. At least they told themselves it was as ever, but all the while the subtle chemistry of change was at work. Men and women are not bodies only, and cannot be satisfied with delights of the body only. Men and women are minds and have to have harmony of ideas. Can they be bored with each other's ideas and still be just as much in love? Men and women are characters, and these characters lead to actions. And what if they lead to different actions? What if the man wants to read a book while the woman wants to go to a dance? V had been so considerate in the matter of her adoring applesauce, so careful lest Bunny should be jealous. And now Bunny made the irritating discovery that it was his turn to be careful. V had two enemies among women, and Bunny persisted in keeping them as his intimates. That socialist girl at the university. Of course he had to see her there, but did he have to make dates to go to a socialist meeting with her? V was ready to believe that he wasn't in love with a common little sweatshop Jewess. But what if V wanted to be taken to a world premiere on the evening of the socialist lecture? And then that Ruth Watkins. Of course Bunny wouldn't be in love with an ignorant country girl without any education. But all the same, she was setting her snares for him. And V had seen enough of men to know that a woman can always get what she wants if she keeps after it. Bunny kept going to that lodging-house room and plotting and scheming with Paul to worry his father and make trouble with Vern and Annabelle, so that pretty soon they wouldn't welcome Bunny any more at the monastery, which was practically V's country club and where you met the most important people. It wasn't just the social life, it was the business connections that meant everything in the career of an actress. In the screen world, promotion goes by favor, and V simply couldn't afford to give up her intimacy with Vern and Annabelle. She tried to convey this tactfully to Bunny, but when he failed to heed it, she had to keep insisting until it began to sound like nagging. Bunny remembered her playful remark to her applesauce. "It's as bad as if we were married." End of Part 5. Chapter 16, The Killing of Oil by Upton Sinclair, Parts 6 through 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Part 6. Dad and Vern had a lot of negotiating to do with Pete O'Reilly concerning the new leases they were putting through, and Dad was invited to spend a weekend at this famous man's country place. Bunny was included in the invitation, and Dad said he ought to come. Dad was always nourishing the hope that something in this great world that so impressed him would impress his fastidious son. Besides, he added with a grin, the O'Reillys had a marriageable daughter. Bunny had already met young Pete at the university in connection with athletic events. Bunny had been singled out for attention because he also was a scion of oil. Someday he and young Pete would be running the government of the United States as his two fathers were running it now. Young Pete was a perfectly colorless businessman of the nationally advertised brand, but the father was the real thing, an old Irishman who had wandered over the deserts leading a burro loaded with a pick, a blanket, a sack of bacon and beans, and a skin full of water. This had continued up to middle age. He delighted to tell how, when he came to Angel City to print a prospectus about his find, The print shop would not trust him for a $13 job. Now, nobody could guess his millions, but he was plain as an old shoe, a likable old fellow who wanted to sit in his shirt in hot weather, but was not allowed to. The boss of the family was Mrs. Pete, who had risen from a section foreman's daughter to this high station in Southern California society. She was large and decisive. When she went into a department store, she did not fool with the clerks, but strode at once to the floor walker and announced, "I'm Mrs. Peter O'Reilly, and I wish to be waited on promptly." The functionary would hit the floor with his forehead and tear 3 clerks loose from their duties and set them rushing about at the great lady's behest. Mrs. Peter it was who had summoned the architects and ordered the royal palace in a park, and set the high bronze fence all about and the bronze gates. She it was who had caused the name of the owner of the estate to be graven on the gates. She had negotiated for the yacht of a fallen European monarch, and then torn it out inside and made it over to be fit for an Irish-American oil prospector, finished in Circassian walnut and blue satin, and with the owner's name in plain sight. Also, there was a private car finished in Circassian walnut and blue satin, and with the owner's name on a brass plate. It was as fine as a haberdashery shop. Now Mrs. Peter had Dad and Bunny to practice society upon, to shake hands high up in the air and remark the early cold weather and the snow upon the mountains, and then to introduce Patricia, and to watch while Patricia did the stunts which her director had taught her, and which gave Bunny an impulse to say, "Camera." Miss Patricia O'Reilly was tall like her mother, and had a tendency to grow stout too early, so that she was taking reduction medicine, which was injuring her heart and making her pale and aristocratic. She had learned every motion and every formula so carefully that she was as interesting as a large French doll, and her mother beamed upon the young couple, a possible union between 2 great dynasties, and there would be a wedding in Holy Name Church, and 50,000 people outside, and pictures on the front pages of all the newspapers. Bunny's thoughts were even further. The Yellows would interview V. Tracy, and she would be cold and haughty, and in secret she would weep, and then catch a glimpse of her face in the mirror, and the thought would come, "Hold it!" There were other guests, including Dr. Alonzo T. Cowper, D.D., Ph.D., LL.D., than whom it was not possible to imagine a human being radiating more cordiality. He was delighted that Bunny had passed his examination successfully, and charmed to have been able to oblige his father, and again delighted that Dad was pleased with his son's progress. When they were alone, he ventured some playful remark about Bunny's red measles, and was much distressed to learn that the patient had not yet fully recovered. He took occasion to question the young man. Was it really true that the Reds were making such alarming progress in Angel City? Dr. Cowper wanted to talk about these shocking doctrines in the same way that a small boy wants to read a naughty book. Bunny was not called in to the conference between old Pete and his father, but on the way home Dad told him about it. They were having the devil's own time. Buying a government was not so simple a matter as they had thought. Everybody had to have a rake-off all the way down the line. By golly, the very office boy that brought you a letter about the matter expected a $10 bill. Bunny took the occasion to plead, why not get out of the thing? Surely they had enough money. But Dad said they were in too deep. The thing had cost him personally nearly $600,000, and it was real money, and it had hurt. No, they would go through with it, and when they had got the leases, it would be all hunky-dory. Two troubles had arisen. The Naval Reserve lands had been under the control of the Navy Department, and it had been necessary to get them shifted to the control of Secretary Crisby. There had been question about whether this could be done by executive decree, or did it require an act of Congress. The officials had made a lot of delay, but of course it was just a hold-up. They wanted more money for this and that. Old Pete had sent his son on to Washington to act as paymaster. The other difficulty was that some little oil company had got into the Sunnyside track, the one that Vern and Dad were to get, and had started drilling under an old lease. They would have to be ejected, and it must be done quietly. They must fix matters up with the newspapers somehow. Vern wanted Dad to go up there and look the ground over, and maybe he and Bunny might make a trip of it. Sunnyside was going to be the world's wonder of an oil field. It would beat paradise many times over, and when they got it safely tucked away, Dad would take a good long rest. Part 7. There was a telephone call for Bunny. He was to call long distance in a city 100 miles up the state. When he did so, there was a nurse in a hospital with a message from Bertie. She wanted him to come to her. She was not in any danger, and there was no use worrying the family. Therefore, she wished him to say nothing about the matter. Bunny, of course, jumped into his car and made all haste. His sister had been visiting the Normans, a long way from this hospital. When he got there, the attendants told him that Bertie had had an operation for appendicitis and was doing well. He was taken up to her room, and there she lay, pale and strange-looking, because he had never even seen her without her colors. Everything about her was spotlessly clean, a lacy white nightgown and soft white pillows in which she lay sunken, nun-like, and pathetic in her gladness to see him. "Gee whiz, Bertie, how did this happen?" "It came quite suddenly. It was pretty bad, but I'm all right now. Everybody's been so good to me." There was a nurse in the room, and Bertie waited until she had gone out and closed the door. Then she fixed her tired eyes on her brother and said, "We call it appendicitis because that's the conventional thing and what you'll have to tell Dad and Aunt Emma. But you might as well know the truth. I was going to have a baby." "Oh, my God!" Bunny stared at her aghast. "You needn't begin acting up. You're no spring chicken, Bunny." "Who is the man?" "Now don't start any melodrama. You know it might happen to anybody." "Yes, but who was it, Bertie?" "I want you to get this straight at the beginning. It wasn't his fault. I did it on purpose." Bunny didn't know what to make of that. "You might as well tell me, Bertie." "Well, I want you to behave yourself. I'm my own boss, and I knew what I was doing. I wouldn't marry him now for $1 million, not for all his millions, because he's a yellow pup, and I despise him." "You mean Charlie Norman." She nodded in assent, and as she saw Bunny's hands clench, she said, "You don't have to do any heroics. There can't be a shotgun wedding when the bride refuses to attend." "Tell me about it, Bertie." "Well, we were in love quite desperately for a while, and I thought he was going to marry me. But then I saw he wouldn't lay off other women, and I thought it over, and I decided if I had a baby, he'd have to marry me, so I tried it." "Good God, Bertie, you needn't make faces. Thousands of women do it. It's one of our tricks." That Charlie's a yellow cur. When I told him about it, he behaved so disgustingly, I told him to go to hell. I got the name of a doctor that would fix me up, and Dad will have $1,000 to pay, and that's all the damage." "Bertie," he whispered, "why in the world do you have to do things like that?" "Don't worry, I'll not do it again. I had to learn like everybody else." "But why did you have to do it once? Trying to trap a rich man into marriage? Doesn't Dad give you enough money?" "That's very easy for you to say, Bunny. You're satisfied to get off in a corner and read some old book. But I'm not like that. I have to have a little life. Dad gives me pocket money, but that's not what I want. I want a career, something of my own. And don't start preaching at me, because I'm weak as a kitten and can't stand anything just now. I wanted what every woman wants, a home of my own, and I didn't want a bungalow. I wanted a place I could invite people to and make some use of my talents as a hostess. Well, I fell down, and now I want somebody to be kind to me for a few minutes, if you've possibly got that in you." It looked as if the tears were coming into her eyes, so Bunny hastened to say, "All right, old girl, I'll lay off." But naturally I was taken aback. "You needn't be. The doctor says it's done 1,000,000 times a year in the United States. I amused myself figuring that out. It's about once every 30 seconds. Life is a messy business. Let's talk about something else." It was a time for confidences, and she wanted to know about him and V. Was he going to marry her? He said he didn't know if she would have him. Bertie laughed. She would have him all right. She was playing her cards cleverly. But Bunny told how many times she got irritated at him, and why, and that gave Bertie occasion for a discourse. She was the same old Bertie. She might weaken for a few minutes and ask him to be kind, but she still believed in money and the things money bought. She discussed V from that point of view. It would be more dignified and safer in the long run for him to marry a lady rather than an actress, but all the same, V had a lot of sense, and he might do worse. To go and wreck their happiness for the sake of his fool Bolshevik notions, that was just sickening. Then she wanted to know about Dad's affairs and how that deal in Washington was going. Would they really get the leases? And was it true that Dad had any real pull with the administration in Washington? Bunny was sure he had, and Bertie revealed what she had in mind. "I've been thinking it over. I've had a lot of time to think lying here. I believe that what I'll do is to go back to Eldon Burdick. He's a good deal of a dub, but you always know where to find him, and that seems to me a virtue right now." "Would you tell him about this?" asked Bunny, wonderingly. "No, why should I? He's made his mistakes, I guess, and he doesn't advertise them. He knows I've been living with Charlie, but I think he's still in love with me. What I have in mind is that I could make a career for him. I'd get Dad or Vern to pull some wires and get him a good diplomatic post. I believe I'd like to live in Paris. You meet all the important people there, and it's very good form. We're going to have to take charge of Europe, Eldon says, and I think he's the sort of man they'll need. How does that strike you?" "Well, if that's what you want, I've no doubt you can get it. But it'll be rather tough on Eldon to have me for a brother-in-law." "Oh, you're going to behave yourself," said Bertie easily. "This is just a sort of children's complaint that you'll get over." Part 8. The Navy Department ousted the little company which had started drilling on the Sunnyside Naval Reserve. It sent in a bunch of Marines to do it. And this unprecedented move attracted a lot of attention, which worried Dad and Vern. The latter had a man up there to fix matters with the newspaper correspondents. The young Pete was in Washington, seeing to things there. You began to notice in the newspapers items to the effect that the Navy Department was greatly worried because companies occupying lands adjoining the naval reserves were drilling, and drilling the Navy's oil. This would be a calamity, and the authorities were of the opinion that in order to avoid it, the reserves should be turned over to the Department of the Interior, which would lease them upon terms advantageous to the government. Bunny didn't need to ask his father about that propaganda. He knew what it meant, and he waited, wondering, was it possible to get away with anything so crude? Could anybody fail to see that the government could have taken the adjoining lands under the same powers which had set aside the present reserves, or that the Navy could have put down offset wells on its own property, exactly as any oil man would have done? But no, this administration was not thinking about the Navy. It was thinking about Dad and Vern. When the oil men had bought the Republican convention, they had also got the machinery of the party, and that included the press, which now accepted meekly the dope sent out from Washington and commended the prompt measures of the administration to protect the Navy's precious oil. Then a peculiar thing happened. Dan Irving called Bunny on the phone and made a date for lunch. The first thing he said, "Well, the Labor College is flooey. Na poo." He went on to declare it was a waste of time to try to keep such an enterprise alive so long as the present labor leaders were in power. They didn't want the young workers to be educated. It wouldn't be so easy for the machine to control them. Last week somebody had raided the college at night and taken most of its belongings, except the debts. Dan had decided to pay these out of his savings and quit. "What are you going to do?" asked Bunny. And Dan explained he had been sending in news to a little press service which a bunch of radicals were maintaining in Chicago, and he had got a lot of information from Washington that had attracted attention. He had some friends there on the inside, and the upshot of it was that Dan had been offered $15 a week to go to the national capital as correspondent of this press service. "I can exist on that, and it's the best job I can do." Bunny was enthusiastic. "Dan, that's fine. There's plenty of rascals that need to be smoked out." "I know it, and that's what I want to see you about. One of these things I've got my eye on is these Naval Reserve oil leases. They look mighty fishy to me. Unless I'm missing my guess, the people behind it are Vernon Roscoe and Pete O'Reilly, and there's bound to be black wherever their hands have touched." "I suppose so," replied Bunny, trying to keep his voice from going weak. "There's talk in Washington that that's how Crisby came into the cabinet. The deal was fixed up before Harding got his nomination. General Wood says the nomination was offered to him if he'd make a deal, and he turned it down." "Good Lord," said Bunny. "Of course, I don't know yet, but I'm going to dig it out. Then I remembered that Roscoe is an associate of your father's, and it occurred to me it would be awkward as the devil if I was to come on anything. Well, you know what I mean, Bunny. After your father was so kind to me and you put up the money for the college—" "Sure, I know," said Bunny. "You don't have to worry about that, Dan. You go ahead and do your job, just as if you had never known us." "That's fine of you, but listen. I was afraid maybe someday there might be a misunderstanding, unless I got this clear that I never got any hint on this subject from you. My recollection is positive. You've never mentioned it in my hearing. Is that right?" "It's absolutely right, Dan." "You never discussed your father's business with me at all, except the strike, and you haven't discussed Roscoe's or O'Reilly's either." "That's true, Dan. There'll never be any question about that." "There will be, Bunny, rest assured. If I should bust loose in Washington, nothing would ever convince Roscoe and O'Reilly that I hadn't wormed it out of you. I'm afraid nothing would convince your father either. But I want to be sure that your own mind is clear. I haven't been dishonorable." Bunny gave him his hand on it, and not one of the veteran poker players who sat all night in the smoke-filled living room of the ranch house at Paradise could have acted more perfectly the part of impassivity. Bunny even made himself finish lunch, and he wrote a check to cover part of the debt of the Labor College, and gave his friend a hearty farewell and best wishes for his new job. Then he drove off in his car and was free to look as he felt, which was quite unhappy. He decided it was his duty to tell his father about this conversation. It couldn't make any difference to Dan Irving's work. It might yet be possible to keep Dan out of the mess. But when the elder Ross got home that evening, Bunny had no time to get in a word. "Well, son, we got those leases." "You don't say, Dad." "They've been approved, and Vern left for Washington today. They'll be signed next week, and you and me are going to take a trip and have some fun." Part 9. Joe and Icky Menzies had been out of jail for a couple of months, their comrades of the Workers' Party having scraped together the bail. Now came their trial with several other members of the party. The state was undertaking to show that this organization was nothing but the Communist Party under a camouflage. It was the legal part of the organization, but the real direction was in the hands of an underground group which received funds and took orders from Moscow. It advocated the forcible overthrow of the capitalist state and the setting up of a dictatorship of the proletariat after the Russian pattern. On the other hand, the indicted men claimed that they had organized a legitimate working-class political party, and their attitude to violence was purely defensive. They believed the capitalists would never permit the power to be taken from them peaceably. It was the capitalists who would overthrow the Constitution, and the workers would have to defend themselves. The prisoners were all tried at once, and the procedure took 3 weeks and was quite an education in contemporary problems, or would have been had the newspapers reported both sides. To get the workers' side, you had to sit in the courtroom, and Bunny went whenever he could get loose from the university. He was there when the prosecution sprung a surprise witness, and it was a surprise to Bunny also, his boyhood friend, Ben Scott. Ben, it appeared, had grown a mustache and taken a course in Moscow dialect, and had turned up as an oil worker out of a job, and been admitted to the Workers' Party, and before long had got a job in the office. Now he had harrowing stories to tell of the criminal things that he had heard said, and of efforts the party had made to incite the oil workers to rise and destroy the wells. On the other hand, so Benny was told by Icky Menzies, the communists were ready to swear that Ben Scott had himself done all the proposing of destruction. At the crisis of the strike, he had spent his time insisting that the only way to save the situation was to get a bunch of real fighting men and burn up half a dozen oil fields. Bunny went home to his father. "Dad, just what was it made you get rid of Ben Scott?" "Why, I found he'd been taking commissions from the other fella. He had been up to other rascalities, too." "Just what?" Dad laughed. "He had a scheme that was a wonder. You know down there at Prospect Hill, people were in a crazy hurry to drill. The owner of the next lot was getting his well down first and draining all the oil away. Ben and another feller could find a bunch of lot owners just on the point of making a good lease, and Ben would have his pal give him a quit-claim deed to one of those lots. Ben would record the deed, and of course, when the title company come to report on the property, there was that cloud on the title. The owner would come hustling after Ben Scott in a panic. What the hell was this? And Ben would look shocked and tell how he had bought the lot from some feller in good faith. Who was the feller? Well, the feller had disappeared and nobody could find him. But there Ben had the lease tied up and the drilling couldn't start. The lot owner would rage and swear. All the lot owners in the lease were all tied up together, and nobody could do anything with their property till that one lot had got free. To go to court and clear the title would take 6 months or so, and meantime the chance to lease would be gone. So the owners would have to chip in and pay Ben $5,000 or so, whatever he claimed he had paid to the other man. "I should think that trick would have been tried a lot of times," remarked Bunny, and Dad answered it would be tried just long enough for the news to get round, and then some lot owner would stick a gun under Ben's nose and settle it that way. What had happened in his case was the usual thing. A woman had got hold of him and plucked him clean, and that was why he was doing some spy work for the patriotic societies. Bunny knew that his father didn't owe anything to this slippery rascal and wouldn't mind his being exposed, provided Bunny's name was not dragged in. It would be easy to trace the matter down by looking up Ben's real estate transactions in the county records. He would have given a quit-claim deed to the lot owners whom he had held up, and if these men were still in the neighborhood, no doubt they would testify or could be made to. Bunny saw Rachel at the university next morning and told her the story and gave her a $100 bill to cover the costs of a title search. She passed it on to Joe or Icky, and 2 days later Ben was confronted by half a dozen infuriated citizens, male and female, who did a good deal to shake the jury's faith in his testimony as to secret conspiracies in the Workers' Party. The jury disagreed in the case of all but 2 men, the leading party directors. These got 6 years apiece, but the Menzies boys got off, and the party held a celebration, which was described in the newspapers as an orgy of red revolutionary raving. Part 10. Dad was not so much troubled by the news which Bunny told him, that Dan Irving was on the trail of Vernon Roscoe in the national capital. There was bound to be gossip about the lease, of course. There were always soreheads trying to make trouble, but everybody would understand it was just politics. It was the biggest killing of Dad's lifetime, and of Vern's, too. They would go ahead and drill the land and out the oil, and nothing else would count. You had to be a sort of hard-shell crab in this game. It was too bad Bunny wasn't able to grow the necessary shell. Also, it was too bad that a nice young fellow like the professor couldn't find anything better to do with himself than to go smelling round Vernon's outhouse. There had been a new company formed to develop this greatest oil field in America, and Dad was part owner of the stock and a vice president, with another $100,000 a year for directing the development work. But he wasn't going to wear himself out with detail, he promised Bunny. He had trained some competent young fellows by now, and all he had to do was direct them. It was a wonderful job, and he was all wrapped up in putting it through, working harder than ever, in defiance of his doctors. A telegram came from Bern. The leases had been signed. Bunny arranged to get a week off from his studies. Such favors could be had by a grave old senior, especially when there was hope that his father might endow a chair of research in petroleum chemistry. They took a long drive to Sunnyside, a remote part of the state, grazing country, with very few settlers and poor roads. They stayed in a crude country hotel and inspected the new fields, riding horseback part of the time. Dad's geologists were there, and the engineers and surveyors. They decided upon the drilling sites and the roads and the pipelines and the tank farm. Yes, even a town, and how the streets were to run, and where the moving picture theater and the general store were to be. The necessary wires had been pulled, and the county was to start work on a paved road next week. It was all hunky-dory. Bunny ought to have been interested in all this. He ought to have been proud of the killing, like any loyal son. Instead of that, here he was, as usual, smelling round the outhouse, to use the ex-mule driver's crude phrase. The fates which willed that Bunny should be always on the wrong side of his father's work followed him here in this country hotel and brought him into contact with an old ranchman, a feeble-faced, pathetic old fellow with skin turned to leather by 60 years of baking heat and winds. Anxious, watery blue eyes he had, and a big case of papers under his arm, which he wouldn't leave in his room for fear they would be stolen. He wanted Dad to consider a lease, and of course Dad had no time to fool with little leases, and he told him so, and that settled it. But the old man found out somehow that Bunny lacked the customary hard shell of the big oil crabs, and succeeded in luring the young man to his room and showing his documents. It was a certified file from the Department of the Interior, all fixed up with impressive red seals and blue ribbons. But all the same, it wasn't complete, the old man declared. Somebody had stolen the essential documents from the government files, which showed how Mid-Central Pete had done him out of his homestead. It's a feller named Vernon Roscoe, one of the big crooks in this game. The old man, Carberry, had set out to homestead a claim in some lands nearby, and oil had been discovered, and Mid-Central Pete had just come in and shoved him out, paying him not a cent for his $2,200 of improvements. They could do this. The old man had a copy of the law to show how it read, excluding mineral lands from homestead rights. There were thousands in this part of the state who had been caught in that trap. But Carberry had actually got a patent on his land, and so had a valid claim. But somebody had managed to doctor the government records, and now for several years he had been struggling for redress. With pathetic trustfulness, he had written to his congressman to get a lawyer in Washington to represent him, and the congressman had recommended a lawyer, and Carberry had sent him money several times with no result. And then, going to Washington, had discovered that the alleged lawyer was simply a clerk in the congressman's office, plundering land claimants and presumably dividing the graft with his employer. A pitiful, pitiful story. And the worst part of it, you could see it wasn't a single case, but a system. One more way by which the rich and powerful were plundering the poor and weak. Carberry had with him a government document he had managed to get in Washington, the report of a congressional investigation of California land cases. Bunny spent an evening glancing through it. 1,000 pages of wholesale fraud and stealing in close print. For example, the seizure of oil rights by the railroads. The government land grants had turned over to the railroads every other section of land along their right-of-way, but had specifically exempted all mineral lands. Wherever minerals might be discovered, the roads were bound to surrender these sections and take other sections. Under the law, the word minerals included petroleum. But were the railroads paying any attention to that law? The Southern Pacific alone had California oil lands to a value of more than $1 billion. But every effort to recover these properties for the state had been blocked by cunning lawyers and purchased politicians and judges. As they drove home, Bunny tried to tell his father about this, but what could Dad do? What would he do about old Carberry, who had been robbed of his home by Mid-Central Pete? You could be sure that Dad wasn't going smelling round Vern's outhouse. End of Part 10. End of Chapter 16. Chapter 17, The Exposure of Oil by Upton Sinclair, Parts 1 through 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Part 1. All that fall and winter the quail had been calling from the hills of Paradise unheeded. Bunny didn't want to go there. But now it chanced that Dad had some matters to see to, and his chauffeur had got sent to jail for turning bootlegger in his off hours. Dad was having spells of bad health when he did not feel equal to driving, and this being a Friday, his son offered to take him. The Ross Junior track had nothing left of Bunny but the name. There was a strange woman as housekeeper in the ranch house, and the Rascombe cabin had been moved, and the bougainvillea vine replaced by a derrick. Every one of the fellows who had met with Paul was gone, and there were no more intellectual discussions. Paradise was now a place where men worked hard at getting out oil and kept their mouths closed. There were hundreds of men Bunny had never seen before, and these had brought a new atmosphere. They patronized the bootleggers and the pool rooms and places for secret gambling and drinking. Orange pickers was the contemptuous name the real oil workers applied to this new element, and their lack of familiarity with their jobs was a cause of endless trouble. They would slip from greasy derricks or get crushed by the heavy pipe, and the company had had to build an addition to the hospital. But, of course, that was cheaper than paying union wages to skilled men. A deplorable thing happened to Bunny. His reading of a book was interrupted by a visit from the wife of Jick Dugan, one of the men in the county jail. The woman insisted on seeing him, and then insisted on weeping all over the place and telling him harrowing tales about her husband and the other fellows. She begged him to go and see for himself, and he was weak enough to yield. You can see how imprudent it was on the part of the young oil prince who was trying to grow his hard shell so that he could be a help to his old father and enjoy life with a darling of the world. Bunny knew that he was doing wrong, and showed his guilt by not telling his father where he was going that rainy Saturday afternoon. They led him into the jail without objection, the men who kept the place being used to it and unable to foresee the impression it would make upon a young idealist. The ancient dungeon had been contrived by an architect with a special genius for driving his fellow beings mad. The tanks, instead of having doors with keys like other jail cells, were designed as revolving turrets, and whenever you wanted to get a prisoner in or take one out, you revolved the turret until an opening in one set of bars corresponded with an opening in another set. This revolving was done by means of a hand winch, and involved a frightful grinding and shrieking of rusty iron. There were 3 such tanks, one on top of the other, and the revolving of any one inflicted the uproar on everybody. In the course of the jail's 40 years of history, scores of men had gone mad from having to listen to these sounds at all hours of the day and night. Have you ever had the experience of seeing some person you know and love shut behind bars like a wild beast? It was something that hit Bunny in the pit of his stomach and made him weak and faint. Here were 7 fellows, all but 2 of them young as himself, crowding together like so many friendly and affectionate deer, nuzzling through the bars and expecting lumps of sugar or bits of bread. Their pitiful clamor of welcome, the grateful light on their faces just for a visit, a few minutes of a rich young man's time. These were all ranch fellows, outdoor men, that had worked in the sun and rain all their lives and grown big and bronzed and sturdy. But now they were bleached white or yellow, dirty and unshaven, with sunken cheeks and hollow eyes. Jake Dugan was coughing, just as his wife had said, and there was not one healthy-looking man in the bunch. If Bunny had been able to say to himself that these men had done some vile deed, and this was their atonement, he might have justified it, even while he questioned what good it would do. But they were there because they had dared to dream of justice for their fellows, and to talk about it in defiance of the open shop crowd of big business men. Bunny had sent them some books. They were allowed to have books that didn't look radical to very ignorant jailers, and provided the books came direct from the publishers, so that they would not have to be searched too carefully for concealed objects such as saws and dope. Now they wanted to tell him how much these books had helped, and to ask for more. And what did Bunny know about their prospects of getting a trial? Had he seen Paul? And what did Paul think? And what about the Union? Was there anything left of it? They were not allowed any sort of radical paper, so they were 6 or 7 months behind the news of their own world. Part 2. Bunny came out into the sunshine with a fresh impulse of desperation. His father was half sick, but even so his father must have this burden of pain dumped onto him. The last time they had discussed the matter, Dad had said to wait. Vernon Roscoe would see what he could do. But now Bunny would wait no longer. Dad must compel Vern to act, or Bunny would take up the job himself. He drove his father back to Angel City and learned that the Radicals had organized a defense committee, and there was to be a mass meeting of protest at which funds would be raised for the approaching trial. Paul was to be the principal speaker, despite the fact that it might cause his bail privilege to be canceled. When Bunny got that news, he served an ultimatum on his father. The meeting was to take place the following week, and unless Vern had acted in the meantime, Bunny was going to be one of the speakers and say his full say about the case. Dad, of course, protested, but it was one of those times when his son surprised him by failing to be soft. Bunny went farther than ever in his desperation. Maybe you'll feel I haven't any right to behave like this while I'm living on your money, and perhaps I ought to quit college and go to work for myself. Son, I never said anything like that. No, but I'm putting you in a hole with Vern, and it would be easier if you could say I'm not living on you. Son, I don't want to say any such thing, but I do think you ought to consider my position. I've considered everything, Dad. Considered till I'm sick at heart. I just can't let my love for any one person in the world take the place of my sense of justice. We're committing a crime to keep those men in jail. And I say Vern has got to let him out, and if he don't, then I'm going to make it hot for him. Vern was on his way back from the East, and Bunny demanded that he should phone the district attorney his wishes. He might phone the judge, too, if he thought necessary. It wouldn't be the first time, Bunny would wager. If he didn't do it, then Bunny's name would be announced as one of the speakers at that mass meeting. Upon Dad flashed the memory of that terrible meeting of Harry Seeger's. He saw his beloved son publicly adopting the same ferocious mob, clasping that sea of angry faces and uplifted hands and lungs of leather. Also, Bunny renewed his threat about Annabelle. You tell Vern with my compliments I'm going to lay siege to that girl and take her to that meeting. I'll tell her he's trying to keep her in a golden cage, and that'll make her go. And if ever she hears the full story of those political prisoners, she'll make Vern wish he'd known when to quit. Dad could hardly keep from grinning. Poor old man, in his secret heart, he was proud of the kid's nerve. Whether Dad used the argument about Annabelle or what he said, this much is history. 2 days after Vernon Roscoe arrived from Washington in his private car, carrying in his own hands the precious documents with the big red seals of the Department of the Interior, the district attorney of San Alito County appeared before Superior Judge Patton and entered nol pros in the 8 criminal syndicalism cases. So V. Tracy got back her $10,000, and the 7 oil workers were turned out half-blinded into the sunshine, and Bunny postponed his premier attendance in the role of that ill bird, whatever may be the name of it, which is reputed to foul its own nest. Part 3. Bunny got the news before it was in the papers, and he hastened to take it to Paul and Ruth. Paul had got work as a carpenter, and they had rented a little cottage on the rear of a lot. Ruth had started her nurse's course in one of the big hospitals, and Paul had got some books, and there was a little of paradise transported to a working-class part of Angel City. And oh, the happiness that shone in Ruth's face when Bunny came in with the news. And then the strange mixture of anguish and pride as Paul spoke. It's good of you, son, to have taken so much trouble, and I do appreciate it. But I'm afraid you won't think me very grateful when you hear what I'm going to do with my freedom. What is it, Paul? I've decided to join the Workers' Party. Oh, Paul! Bunny's face showed dismay. But why? Because I believe in their tactics. I always have ever since my time in Siberia. I waited because I didn't want to hurt the strike, and after I got arrested I couldn't do anything without compromising the other fellows. But now it won't hurt anyone but myself, so I'm going to say what I know. But, Paul, they'll only arrest you again. Maybe so. But this time they'll arrest me as a communist, and they'll try me that way. But they've already convicted so many. That's the way an unpopular cause has to grow. There's no other way. Here I am, an obscure working man, and nobody pays any attention to what I think or say. But if they try me as a communist, I make people talk and think about our ideas." Bunny stole a look at Ruth, a pitiful sight, her eyes riveted upon her brother and her hands clasped tight in fear. It was so that she had looked when Paul was going off to war. It was her fate to see him go off to war. "Are you sure there's nothing more important you can do, Paul?" "I used to think I was going to do a lot of great things. The last few years have taught me that a working man isn't very important in this capitalist world, and he has to remember his place. A lot of us are going to jail, and a lot more going to die. The one thing we must be sure of is that we help to awaken the slaves." There was a pause. "You're quite sure it can't come peaceably, Paul? The other has to say about that, son. Do you think they were peaceable during the strike? You should have been there." "And you've given up hope for democracy?" "Not at all. Democracy is the goal. It's the only thing worth working for. But it can't exist till we've broken the stranglehold of big business. That's a fighting job, and it can't be done by democracy. Look at the boobs that Eli has got in his tabernacle, and imagine them setting out to get the best of Vernon Roscoe." Bunny could not avoid a smile. "That's exactly Vern's own statement." "Well, he's a practical man, and I've a great respect for him. He wants to do something, and he finds out the way, and he does it. He doesn't let the government get in his way, does he? No, he overthrows the government by bribery. By the way, son, have you seen Dan Irving's Washington letter this week? The paper's at home, but I don't stop to look at it. Well, you'll be interested. Dan says it's known to all the newspaper men in Washington that Roscoe and O'Reilly made a deal with the Attorney General to buy the nomination for Harding on condition that they were to get these naval reserve leases. They've been buying government officials right and left, and newspaper men also. There's a clamor for an investigation, but the gang won't let it happen." There was a pause. Paul, watching his friend's face, saw an uneasy look and added, "Don't talk to me about it, son. I don't want to know anything I'm not free to tell. But you and I both understand that is capitalist government, and what has it got to do with democracy?" Again Bunny didn't answer, and Paul said, "I think about Vern, as you call him, because I've just had a run-in with him, and he's the system to me. I want to take his powers away from him. How am I going to do it? I've boxed the compass trying to figure out how it can be done legally. He's got the courts, and they'll call anything legal that he says. They'll wind you up in a spider's web of technicalities. He's got the machinery for reaching the masses. You can't tell them anything but what he wants them to hear. He's got the movies. People say he has a movie star for a mistress. Maybe you know about that. And you've been to college. O'Reilly attends to that, I'm told. We can never get a majority vote because Vern has the ballot boxes stuffed. Even if we elected anybody, he'd have bought them before they got into office. The more I think of the idea that he would give up to paper ballots, the crazier it seems to me." "But then, Paul, what can you hope for?" "I'm going to the workers. Vern's oil workers are the basis of his power. They produce his wealth, and they can be reached, and they're not scattered all over. They have one common job and one common interest. They want the wealth that Vern takes from them. Of course, they know that only dimly. They read his newspapers and go to his movies. But we're going to teach them. And when they take the oil wells, how can Vern get them back?" "He'll send troops and take them, Paul." "He won't send troops because we'll have the railway men. We'll have the telegraphers, and they'll send our messages instead of his. We'll have the men in all the key industries. We're going out to organize them and tell them exactly how to do it. All power to the unions." Bunny was contemplating once more the vision which his friend had brought back from Siberia. And Paul went on with that condescending air that had always impressed Bunny and infuriated his sister. "It seems dreadful to you because it means a fight. And you don't want to fight. You don't have to. The men for this job are the ones that have had the iron in their souls, men that have been beaten and crushed, thrown into jail and starved there. That's how Verne makes the revolution. He throws us into jail and lets us rot. We lie there and have bitter black thoughts. All the Bolsheviks got their training in dungeons, and now the masters are giving the same course in America. It's not only that we're tempted and made hard, it's that we become marked men. The workers know us, the poor slaves that don't dare move a hand for themselves. They learn that there are fellows they can trust, that won't sell them out to Vernon Roscoe. I'm going back to paradise, son, and teach communism. And if Verne has me arrested again, the Moscow program will go into the court records of the San Diego County." Part 4. The newspapers announced a social event of the first importance, the engagement of Miss Alberta Ross, only daughter of Mr. J. Arnold Ross, to Mr. Eldon Burdick, a scion of one of the oldest families of the city, and recently chosen president of the California Defense League. A few days later came the announcement that Mr. Burdick had been appointed a secretary to the American Embassy at Paris, and so the wedding was a state occasion with more flowers than were ever seen in a church before, and Bunny all dolled up for groomsman, and Dad looking as handsome as the ringmaster of a circus, and Aunt Emma, who considered that she had made this match, assuming the mental position of the bride's mother, with the proper uncertain expression, half elation and half tears. Mrs. Emma Ross, aunt of the bride, wore pink satin embroidered in pastel-colored beads and carried pink lilies. Thus the newspapers, which set forth the importance of the Burdick family and all about the Ross millions, and never mentioned that the father of the bride had once been a mule driver, nor even that he had kept a general store at Queen City, California. And when the excitement was all over and the bride and groom had set out for their post of duty, then a funny thing happened. Aunt Emma, uplifted by her success as a matchmaker, turned her arts upon Bunny. The occasion was the world premiere of The Princess of Patchouli, a sort of family event. Had not Dad and Bunny been present at the inception of this sumptuous work of art? Had not Dad been king? By golly, he had, and he had told Aunt Emma about it at least a dozen times, and so what more natural than that he should escort her upon his arm, following immediately behind the star of the occasion and her bunny rabbit? And what more natural than that Aunt Emma should meet V. Tracy and fall in love with her at first sight and tell her darling nephew about her feelings? In short, Bunny became aware that he was being manipulated by the proverbial tact of woman to think that V. Tracy made a perfect princess on the screen. She was a natural-born aristocrat in both appearance and manner. It is part of the proverbial intuitive powers of woman that she will be able to say exactly how an aristocrat will look and act, even though she has never been outside the state of California and never laid eyes upon a single aristocrat in all her 50 years. Bunny said yes, V was all right. She was a good looker. With the proverbial unresponsiveness of the selfish male, he did not warm up to his aunt's hints and tell about his love affair. In fact, he was rather shocked, because he thought she was too old to know about anything improper. So Aunt Emma had to come right out with it. "Why don't you marry her, Bunny?" "Well, Aunt Emma, I don't know that she'd have me." "Have you ever asked her?" "Well, I'd sort of hinted round." "Well, you stop hinting and ask her plain. She's a lovely girl, and you're getting old enough to be serious now, and I think it would make a very distinguished marriage, and I know it would please your father. I believe he'll propose to her himself if you don't." Aunt Emma was quite charmed with this naughtiness, giving the younger generation to understand that they needn't be laying the old folks away on the shelf quite yet. Bunny always liked to oblige, so he went off and thought it over, and half made up his mind to talk it over with V. But alas, the next time they met, they got into one of those disputes that were making it so hard for them to be happy. V had just come from Annabel Ames and reported that Annabel was in distress because some rascal journalist was writing letters from Washington accusing Verne of having bought the presidency of the United States, denouncing the Sunnyside lease as the greatest steal of the century, and demanding that Verne be prosecuted for bribery. Some thoughtful friend had cut out a copy of this printed article and marked it all with red pencil and mailed it to Annabel's home, marked "Personal." The article was most abusive, and the name of the writer sounded familiar to V. Daniel Webster Irving. Where had she heard of Daniel Webster Irving? Of course, Bunny had to tell her at once, because she'd be bound to find out and would think he was hiding it from her. Dan Irving was his former teacher at the university and head of the labor college that had failed. So then V went up into the air. This fellow had been worming secrets out of Bunny, and when Bunny stated firmly that he had never mentioned the matter to Dan or to any other of his radical friends, V cried, "Oh, my God, you poor, naive, trusting soul." She went on like that. It was proof positive of the cunning of these dangerous Reds, that they should be able to keep him in ignorance while they used him for an oil well and pumped him dry. In V's view of the matter, it now became the utmost urgency that Annabel and Verne should not find out that Bunny knew this rascal journalist and had actually helped to support him. If they found out, it would be all over with their friendship. They would be sure they had been basely betrayed, or at least that Bunny was such a scatterbrain that it was unsafe to have him about. V wanted to be loyal and romantic and melodramatic, just like one of her continuities. And Bunny was bored and told her that Dad had probably told Verne all about the matter at the time that he, Bunny, had told his father. So the young oil prince did not ask the natural-born aristocrat to marry him. No, he went off and was wretchedly unhappy, because he ached for V whenever he was away from her, and yet they seemed to be always having violent emotional crises and having to make it up with tears. There was no way for him to avoid trouble except to give up the radical movement, and it was a fact that intellectually nothing else appealed to him. He wanted to see Paul and argue with him and present a score of new objections to the Workers' Party. He wanted to take Rachel to meet Paul and Ruth and hear the arguments that would fly fast and furious when Rachel set forth her opinion of the left-wing insanity. He wanted to go to the meetings of the Gypsies, the Young People's Socialist League, of which Rachel had recently taken on the duties of secretary. Here was real education, young folks who actually wanted to use their minds and took ideas with the seriousness that other students reserved for football and fraternity politics. Part 5. Of all the people Bunny knew, it appeared just now that only one was perfectly successful and completely happy, and that was Eli Watkins, prophet of the third revelation. For the Lord had carried out to the letter the promise revealed to the runners of the Bible Marathon. He had caused a great banker, Mark Eisenberg, who ran the financial affairs of Angel City, to reflect upon the importance of Eli's political influence and to put up a good part of the money for the new tabernacle. Now the structure was completed and was opened amid such glory to the Lord as had never been witnessed in this part of the world. Southern California is populated for the most part by retired farmers from the Middle West who have come out to die amid sunshine and flowers. Of course they want to die happy and with the assurance of sunshine and flowers beyond. So Angel City is the home of more weird cults and doctrines. You couldn't form any conception of it till you came to investigate. To run your eye over the pages of performances advertised in the Sunday newspapers would cause you to burst into laughter or tears, according to your temperament. Wherever 3 or more were gathered together in the name of Jesus, or Buddha, or Zoroaster, or truth, or light, or love, or new thought of spiritualism, or psychic science, there was the beginning of a new revelation, with mystical interstates of bliss and esoteric ways of salvation. Eli had advantages over most of these spiritual founders. In the first place, he had been a real shepherd of flocks and herds, and there are age-old traditions attaching to this profession. Also, it was symbolically useful. What Eli had done to the goats, he was now doing to the human goats of Angel City, gathering them into the fold and guarding them from the cruel wolf, Satan. He had taken to carrying a shepherd's crook on the platform, and with his white robes and the star shining in his yellow hair, he would call the flocks, just as he had done upon the hills. And when he passed the collection plate, they would do the shearing of themselves. Eli possessed a sense of drama and turned it loose in the devising of primitive little tableaux and pageants, which gave rapture to his simple-minded followers. When he told how he had been tempted of the devil, the wicked one came upon the scene, hoofs, horns, and tail, and with a red spotlight on him, when Eli lifted up the cross on high, the devil would fall and strike his forehead on the ground, and the silver trumpets would peal, and the followers would burst into loud hosannas. Or perhaps it would be the command, "Suffer little children to come unto me." There would be hundreds of children all robed in white, and when Eli lifted his shepherd's crook and called, they came storming to the platform, their fresh young voices shouting, "Praise the Lord." And, of course, there was the regular mourner's bench and the baptisms in the marble tank. You were never allowed to forget that you had a soul, and that it was of supreme importance to you and to Jesus, and that you were having it saved by Eli's aid. You are always being called upon to do something, to stand up for the Lord, or to clap your hands for salvation, or to raise your right hand if you are a newcomer to the tabernacle. But the great advantage Eli had over the other prophets was the pair of leathern bellows he had developed out on the hills of Paradise. Never was there such an electrifying voice, and never one that could keep going so long. All day Sunday it bellowed and boomed. Morning, afternoon, evening, there were weekday services every evening but Saturday, and in the mornings and afternoons there were prayer meetings and Bible schools and services of song and healing blessings and baptismal ceremonies and thank offerings and wholesale weddings and bride of the Lamb dedications. You just couldn't keep track of all that was going on in the many rooms and meeting halls of this $500,000 tabernacle. Science had just completed a marvelous invention. The human voice became magnified 100 million-fold. It could be spread over the whole earth. The population of America had gone wild over radio, and everybody had rushed to get a set. The first great public use made of this achievement in Angel City was to open a new $3 million hotel for the pleasure of the very rich, and the opening ceremonies were broadcasted, and the newspapers were full of the wonder of it. But it proved to be dreadful because everybody in the hotel got drunk, and the manager of the institution placed himself in front of the microphone and poured out a stream of obscenities such as farmers' wives from Iowa had never dreamed in all their lives. So it was felt that the new invention needed to be sanctified and redeemed, and Eli proceeded to install one of the biggest and most powerful broadcasting stations. Through the Lord's mercy, his words were heard over 4 million square miles, and it was worthwhile to preach to audiences of that size. Praise Jesus. Eli's preaching had thus become one of the major features of Southern California life. You literally couldn't get away from him if you tried. Dad had been told by his doctor that he needed more exercise, and he had taken to walking for half an hour before dinner. He declared that he listened to Eli's sermons on all these walks and never missed a single word. Everybody's house was wide open in this warm spring weather, and all you had to do was to choose a neighborhood where the moderately poor lived, and 90% of the people were that. You could hear the familiar bellowing voice, and before you got out of range of it, you would come in range of another radio set, and so you would be relayed from street to street and from district to district. In these houses sat old couples with family Bibles in their hands and tears of rapture in their eyes, or perhaps a mother washing her baby's clothes or making a pudding for her husband's supper, and all the time her soul caught up to the glory of the wings of the mighty prophet's eloquence. And Dad, walking outside, also exalted, because don't forget that he was the man who had started this third revelation. He had invented all its patter that day he had tried to keep old Abel Watkins from beating his daughter Ruth. End of Part 5. Chapter 17 of Oil by Upton Sinclair, Parts 6 through 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Part 6. Bunny received a letter from Dan Irving telling about his new job. It was a simple matter to be a radical press correspondent in Washington these days. The regular newspaper fellows were loaded up with material they were not allowed to handle. All but a few of the hard guys were boiling over with indignation at what they saw, and when they met Dan, they boiled over on him. The only trouble was his labor press service had so little space, and only a score or two of radical papers that would look at its material. President Harding had brought with him a swarm of camp followers, his political bodyguard at home. The newspaper men knew them as the Ohio Gang, and they were looting everything in sight. Barney Brockway had given one of his henchmen a desk in the Secret Service Department. This was the fixer, and if you wanted anything, he would tell you the price. The Wilson administration had grown fat by exploiting the properties seized from enemy aliens, and now the Harding administration was growing fat out of turning them back. 5% was the regular split. If you wanted to recover a $10 million property, you turned over $500,000 in Liberty bonds to the fixer. Bootlegging privileges were sold for millions, and deals were made right in the lobbies of the Capitol. Dan heard from insiders that more than $300 million had already been stolen from the funds appropriated for relief of war veterans. The head of that bureau was another of the Ohio Gang. And the amazing fact was, no matter how many of these scandals you might unearth, you couldn't get a single big newspaper or magazine in the country to touch them. Bunny took that letter to his father, and as usual it meant to the old man exactly the opposite of what it meant to Bunny. Yes, politics were rotten, and so you saw the folly of trusting business matters to government. Take business away from the politicians and turn it over to businessmen who would run it without graft. If those oil lands had been given to Dad and Vern in the beginning, there wouldn't have been any bribing. Wasn't that clear? Dad and Vern were patriots, putting an end to a vicious public policy. Did Dad really believe that? It was hard for Bunny to be sure. Dad had lies that he told to the public, and perhaps he had others that he told to his son, and yet others that he told to himself. If you laid hold of him and tore all those lies away, he would not be able to stand the sight of his nakedness. His enemies, the soreheads in Congress, were busily engaged in depriving him of these spiritual coverings. There was one old senator in Washington by the name of La Follette. His head had been sore for 40 years, and no way could be found to heal it. Now he was denouncing the oil leases and demanding an investigation. The Harding machine had blocked him, but it couldn't keep him from making speeches. He would talk for 8 hours at a stretch, and the galleries would be full, and then he would mail out his speeches under government frank. Dad would grumble and growl, and then in the midst of it he would realize that his own dear son was on the side of these troublemakers. Instead of sympathizing with his father's lies, Bunny was criticizing them and making his father ashamed. Then a painful thing happened. There was a newspaper publisher in a western city, one of those pirates of the frontier type, who had begun life as a bartender and delighted to tell how he would toss a silver dollar up to the ceiling, and if it stuck, it belonged to the boss, and if it came down, it belonged to him. By this means he got rich, and now he owned a paper, and he got into the scandal of the oil leases. There came to him a man who had some old claim to part of the Sunside lease, and the publisher made a deal with this man to go halves, and then he served notice on Vern that they had to have $1 million. Vern told him to go to hell, and the result was this newspaper opened up with front-page exposures of the greatest public steal in history. And this was no obscure socialist sheet. This was one of the most widely read newspapers in the country, and copies were being mailed to all members of Congress and to other newspapers. Gee, it was awful. Dad and Vern and the rest held anxious conferences and suffered agonies of soul. In the end, they had to give up to the old pirate and paid him his $1,000,000 in cold cash, and the great newspaper lost all its interest in the public welfare. When Bunny was a youngster, he had to read the stories of Captain Mayne Reid, and he remembered one scene: a fishhawk capturing a fish, and then a swift eagle swooping down from the sky and taking the prize away. Just so it was in the oil game, a world of human hawks and eagles. Part 7. Bunny no longer felt comfortable about going to the monastery, but Vi would not let him quit. She argued and pleaded. Annabelle was so kind and good, and would be so hurt if he let political quarrels break up their friendship. Bunny answered. He knew Vern must be sore as the dickens, and imagined Vern being tactful or considerate of a guest. When he went out into society and refused to take a drink, he caused everybody to begin talking about prohibition. In the same way, when you did not join in denunciation of the insurgent senators in Washington, you caused someone to comment on your sympathy for bomb throwers. The little bunch of Reds in Congress were interfering with legislation much desired by the rich, and they were denounced at every dinner table, including Vernon Roscoe's. The great Smolsky said, "What the hell were they after, anyhow?" And Vern replied, "Ask Jim Jr. He's chummy with them." Annabelle had to jump in and cry, "No politics! I won't have you picking on Bunny." Then later in the evening, when Harvey Manning got drunk, he sat on Bunny's knee, very affectionate as he always was, and shook one finger in front of Bunny's nose and remarked, "You got to tell 'em about me." And when Bunny replied, "Tell who, Harv?" the other replied, "Those muckraking friends of yours. I ain't going to have 'em telling on me. My old uncle finds out I get drunk, he'll cut me out of his will." So Bunny knew that his intimacy with the enemy had been a subject of discussion at the monastery. There had been a series of violent outbreaks in Angel City. The members of the American Legion, roused by the Red Revolutionary raving, had invaded the headquarters of the IWW and thrown the members down the stairs and thrown their typewriters and desks after them. Since the courts wouldn't enforce law and order, these young men were going to attend to it. They had raided bookstores which sold books on red bindings and dumped the books into the street and burned them. They had beaten up news dealers who were selling radical magazines. Also, they were taking charge of the speakers the public heard. If they didn't like one, they notified the owner of the hall, and he hastened to break his contract. John Grovey, one of Vern's oil associates from Oklahoma, was at the dinner table, and he said that was the only way to handle the rattlesnakes. Grovey may have not known that one of the snakes was sitting across the way from him. So Bunny took no offense, but listened quietly. "That's the way we did the job at home. We turned the Legion loose on them and cracked their heads, and they moved on to some other field. You're too polite out here, Vern." Annabelle had put Bunny beside her, so that she might protect him from assaults. Now she started telling him about her new picture, A Mother's Heart. Such a sweet, old-fashioned story. Bunny would call it sentimental, perhaps, but the women would just love it, and it gave her a fine part. Also, Bee had a clever scenario for her new picture, The Golden Couch. Quite a fetching title, didn't Bunny think? And all the time, above the soft murmur of Annabel's voice, Bunny heard the loud noise of John Groby blessing the Legion. Bunny longed to ask him what the veterans would say to the Ohio gang stealing the funds from their disabled bodies. Someone mentioned another stunt of the returned soldiers. They're setting up a censorship of moving pictures. One Angel City theater had started to show a German film, The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, and this Hun invasion had so enraged the Legion men they had put on their uniforms and blockaded the theater and beaten up the people who tried to get in. Tommy Paley laughed. The courage of each of those veterans had been fortified by a $5 bill contributed by the Association of Motion Picture Producers. They didn't want foreign films that set them too high a standard. Then Schmolsky. He was too fat to comprehend such a thing as irony, and he remarked that the directors were mighty damn right. Schmolsky, a Jew from Ruthenia, or Rumelia, or Romania, or some such country, said that we didn't want no foreign films breaking in on our production schedules. An hour or so later, Bunny heard him telling how the Hollywood films were sweeping the German market. It wouldn't be 3 years before we'd own this business. They victus, remarked Bunny, and Schmolsky looked at him puzzled and said, Huh? Part 8. From such a weekend, Bunny would return to Angel City and accompany Rachel to a meeting of the Young People's Socialist League. In an obscure hall, 25 or 30 boys and girls of the working class met once a week and read papers and discussed problems of politics and economics, the labor movement, and the Socialist Party. Rachel had grown up with this organization and had prestige with it because she had got a college education and because she brought Comrade Ross with her. The most thoroughly class-conscious young people could not help being thrilled by a spectacle so unusual as a millionaire who sympathized with the workers and had helped to bail out political prisoners. With these young socialists, as with the old ones, it was right-wing versus left. Everybody argued tactics and got tremendously excited. The communists also had an organization, the Young Workers' League, and the two rivals carried on sniping operations. Sometimes they held formal debates, and young people would jump up and down in their seats and carry on the controversy in their homes and working places for weeks afterwards. It was Moscow versus Amsterdam, the Third International versus the Second, the Reds against the Pinks, as the mild socialists were called. And this same struggle was going on in the soul of Bunny. Paul Watkins would pull him forward, and then Rachel Menzies would haul him back, and his trouble seemed to be he was of the opinion of the one he talked with last. He was so prone to see the other person's point of view and lose himself in that. Why couldn't he have a mind of his own? Theoretically, it was possible to bring about the change from capitalism to socialism by peaceable, one-step-at-a-time methods. Anyone could lay out the steps, but when you came to take the first one, You confronted the fact that the capitalists didn't want to be evolved into socialism and wouldn't let you take any step. It was a fact that so far they had outwitted the workers at every turn. They had even forced the government to retrace the steps which had been taken in the emergency of war. It was also true, as Paul contended, that the capitalists would not permit the workers to be peaceable. They resorted to violence every time and set aside the laws and the Constitution when it suited their convenience. To Bunny, that seemed a pathetic thing about the socialist. Take a man like Chaim Menzies. He had the long vision, the patience of the elderly worker, with ages of toil behind him and ages ahead of him. He did not shrink from the task of building an organization. But he was never allowed to finish the building. The masters would knock it down overnight. They sent in spies, they bribed the officials and sowed discord, and in time of strikes, their police and gunmen raided the offices and jailed the leaders and drove the workers back into slavery. So here was a curious situation. The masters in their blindness working as allies of the communists. Verne and his oil operators and the rest of the open shop crowd saying to the working people, "No, don't listen to the socialists. They are a bunch of old fogies. The communists are the fellows who can tell you what we are like and how we're going to behave." One thing Bunny had felt certain about. The workers ought to determine their tactics without bitterness and internal strife. But now he was beginning to doubt if even that were possible. The quarrel between the two factions was implicit in the nature of the problem. If you believed in a peaceable transition, your course of action would be one thing, and if you didn't so believe, it would be another thing. If you thought you could persuade the masses of the voters, you would be cautious and politic, and would avoid the extremists whose violent ways would repel the voters. So you would try to keep the communists out of your organization, and of course that would make them hate you and denounce you as a compromiser and a class collaborator, and insist that you were in the pay of the bosses who hired you to keep the workers under their yoke. And then the socialists would counter with the same charge of bribery. Chaim Menzies never failed to declare that some of the communists were secret agents, paid by the bosses to split the movement and expose it to raids by the police. Bunny knew, from talk he heard among his father's associates, that these big businessmen had elaborate secret agencies for the disrupting of the labor movement. And these agencies would work either way. They would hire old line leaders to sell out the workers, calling off strikes, or calling premature strikes that couldn't win, or they would send in spies to pose as Reds and split the organizations and tempt the leaders into crime. Incredible as it might seem, the government service under that great patriot, Barney Brockway, was up to the neck in such work. At the trial of one group of communists, the federal judge presiding remarked that apparently the whole direction of the Communist Party was in the hands of the United States government. Part 9. Bunny was always having the beautiful dream that his friends were going to be friends with one another. Now he took Rachel to call on Paul and Ruth. He liked them so, and they must share his feelings. But alas, they didn't seem to. Both sides were reserved and avoided talking politics as carefully as if they had been visiting at the monastery. But Bunny wanted them to talk politics because he was trying to settle his own inner debate, and he felt that they were qualified, They were members of the working class, while he was only an outsider. Perhaps one might convert the other, but which one he wanted to be the converter and which the converted, it would have been hard for him to say. Bunny questioned Paul and learned that he had given up his carpentry job. The Workers' Party was paying him a small salary to give all his time to organizing. Paul had met Joe and Icky Menzies, the young left-wingers, and Bunny told about how he and Rachel had helped to put Ben Scutt out of business at the trial, how he wished the socialist and the communist might work together like that instead of making things easier for the enemy. Thus led on, Rachel said that she would be interested to understand the ideas of Comrade Watkins. Whenever a socialist wanted to be polite to a Bolshevik, she called him by that old term, which had applied before the family row broke out. How could a mass uprising succeed in America, with the employing class in possession of all the arms and means of communication? They had poison gas now, and would wipe out thousands of the rebel workers at a time. The one possible outcome would be reaction, as in Italy, where the workers had seized the factories and then had to give them up because they couldn't run them. Comrade Watkins replied that Italy had no coal, but was dependent on Britain and America, which thus had the power to strangle the Italian workers. As a matter of fact, the fascist reaction in Italy had been made by American bankers. Mussolini and his ruffians had not dared to move a finger till they had made certain of American credits. We had played the same role there as in Hungary and Bavaria. All over the world, American gold was buttressing reaction. Paul had seen it with his own eyes in Siberia, and he said, with his quiet decisiveness, that nobody could understand what it meant unless he had been there. Paul didn't blame Comrade Menzies for feeling as she did. That was natural for one who had been brought up under peace conditions. But Paul had been to war. He had seen the class struggle in action. "Yes, Comrade Watkins," said Rachel, "but if you try and fail, things will be so much worse." "If we never try," said Paul, "we can never succeed. And if we fail, the class consciousness of the workers will be sharpened, and the end will be nearer than if we do nothing. We have to keep the revolutionary goal before the masses and not let them be lured into compromise. That is my criticism of the socialist movement. It fails to realize the intellectual and moral forces locked up in the working class that can be called out by the right appeal." "Ah," said Rachel, "but that is the question. What is the right appeal? I want to appeal to peace rather than to violence. That seems to me more moral." Paul answered that to make peace appeals to a tiger might seem moral to some, but to him it seemed futile. The determining fact in the world was what the capitalist class had done during the past 9 years. They had destroyed 30 million human lives and 300 billions of wealth, everything a whole generation of labor had created. So Paul did not enter into discussions of morality with them. They were a set of murderous maniacs, and the job was to sweep them out of power. Any means that would succeed were moral means, because nothing could be so immoral as capitalism. When Bunny went out with Rachel, she said that Paul was an extraordinary man and certainly a dangerous one to the capitalist class. He was a case of shell shock from the war, and those who had made the war would have to deal with him. Then Bunny asked about Ruth, and Rachel said she was a nice girl, but a little colorless, didn't Comrade Ross think? Bunny tried to explain that Ruth was deep, her feelings were intense, but she seldom expressed them. Rachel said Ruth ought to think for herself, because she would have a lot of suffering if she followed Paul through his Bolshevik career. Bunny suggested that Rachel might help to educate her, but Rachel smiled and said that Comrade Ross was too naive. Surely Paul would not have to have a socialist come in and steal his sister's sympathy from him. In spite of all Bunny could do, his women friends would not be friends. Then later on, Bunny saw Paul and got Paul's reaction to Rachel. A nice girl, well-meaning and intelligent, but she wouldn't keep her proletariat attitude very long. The social revolution in America was not going to be made by young lady college graduates doing charity work for the capitalist class. What she was doing among the Ipsels was mostly wasted effort, according to Paul, because these socialist organizations spent their efforts fighting communism. The capitalists ought to be glad to hire her to do such work. But somehow it wasn't that way, Bunny found. The capitalists were narrow-minded and lacking in vision. A few days later, Bunny learned that Rachel was facing a serious dilemma. She had taken her 4 years course at the university with the idea of making a career as a social worker. But now a woman friend, upon whose advice she was acting, had warned her that she was throwing away her chances by her activity with these Yipsels. It was hard enough for a Jewish girl and one from the working classes to have a professional career without taking on the added handicap of socialism. Rachel should at least wait till she had got a position and got herself established. So there were more troubles. What was Rachel going to do? The answer was that she was not going to desert her beloved young socialists. It was all very well to say wait, but that was the way all compromising began. Once you started, you never knew where to stop. No, Rachel would take her chances of the Ipsels being raided by the police or placarded in the newspapers as a conspiracy to undermine the morals of youth. If it turned out that her friend was right, and the bourgeoisie wouldn't have her as a dispenser of their charities, she would find some sort of job in the labor movement. And Bunny went off to keep an engagement to a dinner party with V. Tracy. He went with a sober face and a troubled conscience, neither of which he was clever enough to hide. Part 10. Graduation time was at hand, and all the grave old seniors had the job of choosing their future careers. Dad asked Bunny if he had made up his mind, and Bunny answered that he had. "But I hate to tell you, Dad, because it's going to make you unhappy." "What is it, son?" A look of concern was upon the old man's round but heavily lined features. "Well, I want to go away for a year and take another name and get myself a job as a worker in one of the big industries." "Oh, my God." A pause while Dad gazed into his son's troubled eyes. "What does that mean?" "Just that I want to understand the working people, and that's the only way." "You can't ask them what you want to know?" "No, Dad. They don't know it themselves, except dimly. It's something you have to live." "Good Lord, son, let me help you. I've been there. It means dirt and vermin and disease. I thought I was saving you from it and making things easier for you." "I know, Dad, but it's a mistake. It doesn't work out as you thought. When a young fellow has everything too easy for him, he gets soft. He has no will of his own. I know what you've done, and I'm grateful for it, but I have to try something different for a time." "You can't possibly find anything hard enough for you in the job of running an oil industry?" "I might, Dad, if I could really run it. But you know I can't do that. It's yours, and even if you gave it to me, Vern and the Operators Federation wouldn't let me do what I'd want to do." "No, Dad, there's something vitally wrong with the oil industry, and I can never play the game with the rest. I want to go off and try something on my own." "You mean go alone?" "There's another fellow has the same idea, and we're going together. Gregor Nikolaev." "That Russian? Couldn't you possibly find an American to associate with?" "Well, it just happens, Dad, that none of the Americans are interested." There was a long pause. "And you really mean this seriously?" "Yes, Dad, I'm going to do it." "You know, son, the big industries are pretty rough, most of them. Some of the men get badly hurt, and some killed." "Yes, that's just the point." "It's pretty hard on a father that he has only one son and had hopes for him. You know, I've really thought a lot about you, and it's been the main reason I worked so hard." "I know, Dad, and don't think I haven't suffered about it. But I just can't help doing it." Another pause. "Have you thought about V?" "Yes." "Have you told her?" "No, I've been putting it off just as I did with you. I know she won't stand for it. I shall have to give her up." "A man ought to think a long time before he throws away his happiness like that, son." "I have thought, all I know how, but I couldn't spend my life as an appendage to V's moving picture career. I should be suffocated with luxury. I have convictions of my own, and I have to follow them. I want to try to help the workers, and first I have to know how they feel." "It seems to me, son, you talk like one of them. I mean the red ones." "Maybe so, Dad, but I assure you, it doesn't seem that way to the Reds." Again there was a silence. Dad's supply of words was running short. "I never heard of such a thing in my life." "It's really quite an old idea, at least 2,400 years." And Bunny went on to tell about that young Lord Siddhartha in far-off India, who is known to the Western world as Buddha, how he gave up his lands and his treasures and went out to wander with a beggar's bowl in the hope of finding some truth about life that was not known at court. The palace which the king had given to the prince was resplendent with all the luxuries of India, for the king was anxious to see his son happy. All sorrowful sights, all misery, and all knowledge of misery were kept away from Siddhartha, and he knew not that there was evil in the world. But as the chained elephant longs for the wilds of the jungle, so the prince was eager to see the world, and he asked his father, the king, for permission to do so. And Chateau Dana ordered a jewel-fronted chariot with 4 stately horses to be held ready, and commanded the roads to be adorned where his son would pass. And then Bunny, seeing the bewildered look on Chateau Dana's face, began to laugh. "Which would you rather I became, Dad, a Buddhist or a Bolshevik?" And truly, Dad wouldn't have known what to decide. Part 11. There had been, during the present century, a new universe opened up to knowledge, the subconscious mind, and many strange things are told about it. It is accustomed to make determined efforts to have its own way, and sometimes, when it is balked, it will go to such lengths as to make the body ill. A jealous wife will suffer nervous collapse, a quite genuine case, thus retaining the attentions of her husband, and so on through a catalogue of strange phenomena. But the Freudian theories, not being consistent with Methodist theology, had not yet penetrated into Southern Pacific. So Bunny was entirely unsuspicious when it happened just after his graduation and before he set out with Gregor Nikolaev that Dad came down with a severe attack of the flu. Of course, Bunny had to postpone his leaving and was able to find all the trouble he needed at home. There were several days when it was not certain if Dad would live, and Bunny felt all the remorse that Vernon Roscoe had foretold. Also, he faced the alarming prospect he might have to take over control of all those millions of Dad's money. The old man pulled through, but he was very weak and pitiful, and the doctor warned his family that the flu was apt to leave the heart in bad condition, and he would have to be guarded and kept from shock. Down in the deeps of Dad, there must have been a merry chuckling, for now it was impossible for Bunny to go away. The father clung to his boy's hand like a child, and Bunny must sit and read to him the sad and tender story of the young Lord Siddhartha. Had Dad said something to V about the plot, or was it a telepathic contact between two subconscious minds? She came frequently to the house and was so kind and sympathetic. The wild elephant in Bunny's spirit was tied down with 1,000,000 silken cords. And then, when Dad was able to be about and to sit on the porch in the sunshine, his shrewd, conscious mind started working, and presently he had a scheme. "Son, I've been thinking about your problem, and I realize that you have a right to express your ideas. I've been wondering if we mightn't work out a compromise, and let me help." "How, Dad?" "Well, you might have some money that you could use in your own way and wouldn't feel you were taking from mine. Of course, I wouldn't feel it was right to help you do something that was against the law. But if there's some kind of education that isn't for violence, why, that would be all right. And if you had an income of $1,000 a month that you might use for such propaganda, would that help?" $1,000 a month, gee whiz. Bunny forgot the standards of his own class, according to which $1,000 a month would not keep a string of polo ponies or a small racing yacht. He thought according to the standards of the radicals, to whom $1,000 a month meant a whole labor college or a weekly paper. Nothing was said about Bunny staying at home, but he understood that the offer was a bribe. He would have to administer the fund. He yielded to the temptation and hastened to phone Rachel. He had a job in sight for her. He invited her to lunch, and all the way as he drove to the place, his busy mind was flying from scheme to scheme. Rachel would remain secretary of the Ipsels and be paid a salary for her work, the same as she would have got as a social worker. The young socialist would hire a larger hall and would publish a weekly paper aimed at the high schools and colleges of Angel City. Bunny was now free from the promise he had made to Dr. Cowper not to make propaganda in Southern Pacific. And he was going to make it, you bet. The students of that university and all others would learn something about modern thought and about the labor movement and about socialism and, well, not too much about communism, of course, because Dad would call that violence, and it might be breaking the law. End of chapter 17.